Hello, welcome everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension, and welcome officially to day 2 of the Portal to Ascension Conference. Yesterday was pretty epic. How do you feel, Alan, from what we experienced yesterday?
I feel it was a really great foundation. There were lots of solid foundational grounding teachings that set the platform for how the portal is opening today. It is a portal, Neil. You really had a great name with that. So we're moving into the portal now.
Agree 100%. Hey, John.
Oh my God, yesterday was awesome. And I think today, now that I see Michelle and Reverend Dr. Victor, I think it's even going to be more awesome.
It's always good when Michelle's here because she is the heart and soul of this community worldwide. No, really, Michelle, you have a beautiful way of projecting your heart out to the community here.
You're going to make me cry. Wow.
It's okay. It's beautiful to see you cry. I mean,
Thank
in a good
you.
way.
Yeah, do it. Do it now.
Thank you. Yeah. Just get all the mascara running, right? Get a good start there.
You're going to do it for all of us. Okay?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is what I would like to share.
Mhm.
First, I really want to say happy 14th anniversary, Neil. Portal to Ascension has been such a powerful force for all of us in this community, and for the new people coming on board that really need assistance and guidance. And so I'm just so grateful to be a part of this community and have such deep love and gratitude for every one of you here. But I wanted to share that yesterday I wanted to be on, and my mother was rushed to the hospital, so I had to pivot. And I think that that's what we're all learning to do right now is the energies get a little bit crunchy. And then what do we do with them? We've got to learn to stay centered and stay in our hearts. And I jumped on and caught just a little bit of the replay of the Ascension panel yesterday and immediately was washed over with the energy of what yesterday created. And I didn't even get to see the whole panel. I just saw a few minutes of it and felt the energy and texted Neil right away and said, when do you need me tomorrow? I can be in. And so I'm happy to be here. Happy to see each one of you.
Is your mother okay?
She is. Yeah, she's back in her home. And it was, she fell. She had a fall, but she didn't break anything. So happy about that.
Michelle, that's a good example of going between the third dimension and the fifth dimension, like in a flash. How we're doing all this consciousness, but yet we come back down to the planet to do our work. A lot of prayers today for your mother.
Thank you. I really
feel
feel
all of us.
Yeah, I feel that's what we're doing. And it's so important that we have this vehicle to bring us all back into our heart space and back into our center when there is chaos, trying to penetrate the field. And we get to be these beacons that navigate between the spaces. That's where the real magic lies, I think.
Right. And we spoke like a couple hours ago. Michelle was like, she couldn't make it yesterday, and that she would, if we'd have her, she said she would be on today. But I said, like, Portal Ascension event isn't really the same without her, right? And it's just like, honestly, like I really appreciate you for many things, especially your friendship, but you so eloquently speak from your heart. You know what I mean? You explain your heart very, very well when you communicate about these things. And that is really what this is about, because the theme, like I was yesterday before this event started, I was like bursting with gratitude and love. Like I couldn't contain myself. I was like, oh my God, I haven't felt this in so long. This is like the most love I felt in a long, long time. And it's because I'm seeing that that's what we need right now, and I'm feeding it to myself. And I feel that this platform has given an opportunity to feed other people's souls with that love. So I'm just like, I'm happy that you're here today, because it definitely anchor in that energy and just that reflection of that emanation of love that you have, so just riding the wave of what the theme is for this event.
And also, Michelle, you're part of this community. You branch out to many different avenues, and like me and Neil Joan, we're connecting the dots, and you've just been doing it like all of us for so long that you have a sense of the community.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Well, I really enjoy being here. And one of the things I feel is happening right now is a lot of us are feeling this sense of maturity of like when we jumped into wherever we jumped in at whatever point we were at in our consciousness. And, I've watched us all evolve and grow in a way that we're linking arms and hearts and there's no competition. And we are really understanding that the way through this time is through the heart and through us joining together in a family-like dynamic. And peace starts with each one of us and making peace within our own family dynamics and our communities. This is the way. So I'm really honored to be a part of modeling this with each one of you here. I just am so uplifted and inspired by each one of you. We all have our role to play, and every single person here, whether you're on camera or in the chat, being a participant, your energy is important because we are modeling this weevolution, as Larissa Stowe calls it. We're in it together. We're not in it separate, even though we're each individuals, but it's our togetherness and our, modeling this unity. Even though we may have different opinions or belief systems, we can come together in this field. This is Rumi's field, really.
Yes. So, all right. So this is how I want to kind of flow with everything now, because we have about 23 minutes before we get started. But first of all, I want to acknowledge Reverend Dr. Victor here, who's his debut appearance on Portal to Ascension, been communicating for, I think, like a year now. And he said he definitely wanted to contribute and be of service to the community in whichever way possible. So we came up with today as the day for that. So I want to say hi, brother, if you want to just like say hi and introduce yourself really quick.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Brother Neil, for inviting me to be part of this wonderful organization. I've been a fan and an attendee for many, many years and have been on a path most of my life. As a child, I was an experiencer and contactee, had many wonderful things happen when I was a child, sort of went to sleep in my early adulthood, and in my late 30s had a reemergence and a reawakening that ultimately led me to an organization called the New Seminary of New York, which was one of the first interfaith seminaries in the United States. And in the process of learning there, I learned a very, very valuable lesson. There's an expression in Hebrew, hakol beseda, which means that if you ask for a literal translation, it's everything is in order. But the teacher said it's everything is in divine order. And I came to recognize that in my life with a series of synchronicities that helped me grow into the person that I am today. I turned 69 in January, and I feel younger than I've ever been in my entire life. And like Alan, I'm a Brooklyn boy. So Alan and I come from similar roots way back when. But one of the things that has occurred to me, especially in the last couple of years, is the sense that we are reconnecting with soul family in everyone that we meet. I think the soul families are coming together. And we're coming together at this time because our presence, our love, our unity is so necessary in today's world. And Neil, if I may, I don't know if you saw the email I sent you before, but I wrote a poem in 2020 in January after my mother's passing. Yeah. And a lot of people have had a lot of passing and transition. And if I may, I'd like to share that with everyone right now.
Yeah, let's do it. And let me just outline something real quick, and Alan, you can jump in. So what we'll do is we'll have you do your poem, and then for 10 minutes before we have the next speaker, we're going to have Werther Luz come on here and introduce himself real quick and give us a download. So we have about 10 minutes for your poem. Alan, if you want to chime in first.
No, I just want to say I'm so happy Victor's here. He brings a real level of quality and professionalism and presence to this broadcast. So Victor, jump in anytime you want with any comments you have after a speaker, and want to hear what you have to say throughout the day. Definitely do.
One more thing.
Yes.
I'm sorry to cut up, but also Rob, I want you to chime in too before we have Werther Luz also to give you a download as well. Okay. So take it away, brother. Victor.
So very quickly, I do 2 podcasts for Om Times Radio. It's on omtimes.com, and one is called Destination Unlimited, which is the crossroads of science and spirituality, and the other one is called Vox Novus, which is about living in the times that we're living in right now. So here's my poem. It's called Circles and Rings. The path of great beauty in so many things, from atoms to galaxies, circles and rings. Natural wisdom that dwells there within, from 0 to 360, that magical spin. We circle each other in gravity's dance, as Gaia circles Sol, the solar romance, as Luna circles us in life-giving motion, drawing the tides and inner emotion. And the age of the oak is found in its rings, as in woman and man and all living things. And when the rings stop and come to an end, we'll all circle back and dance once again. Thank you.
Wow. That sounds like one of Neil's
Felt
raps.
that
Neil,
one, man. Felt that.
you could do a rap on that one, Neil.
Yeah, we should collaborate.
That was fantastic. That was absolutely
job with that.
fantastic.
Actually, if you want to put it in the chat, Victor, so we can read it, feel free.
Absolutely.
Hey, Rob. Thanks for being here, Rob.
Hey, Rob.
Thank you, everybody. And you know, just to jump in real quick, is one of the things that we're facing now is how to progress the collective. We're all gathering ourselves to these frequencies and blending them to ourselves and exploring them internally. And I think what these types of conferences do is it gives us sort of a format to explore who we are on the internal, so then we can sort of give that to the external. And it's this process in which this group lays down this blueprint and gives us the ability, and everybody on the stage right now and everybody that's going to come throughout the whole entire experience really gives us a way to move in a progressive manner forward. And we are all moving forward at every avenue, but this is a focal point of which gives people kind of that edge, I guess we would say, like that upper hand to really attune to everything around them and figuring out what it means to them. And I appreciate all of you, and I think you're all just absolutely amazing. I'm glad to see Michelle. I met Michelle last time we did the Portal to Ascension. Glad to see you, and a pleasure to meet Dr. Victor. And that poem was absolutely amazing. Everybody on the stage, I just love you all so much, and I have the deepest gratitude to be sitting here with you. And yeah, that's what I got for you.
Thank you, brother. Love you, man, and thank you so much. And I love the way you convey your information and the way you interview people, and just appreciate your presence, brother. You're doing some good work. So thank you.
I love you too, brother. It's when I met you, my life changed for sure in ways that it's very that are so incredible, and the opportunities that you've given me. I appreciate you and love you, and we go to the moon and back for you, bud.
Thank you, man. Dude, that's awesome. All right, so I'm just gonna hand it over to Ver de Luz, unless anybody has something to say before we do that. We're gonna go to Ver de Luz and then straight to Dr. Victor, who's gonna be introducing Joan. Anybody want to jump in? Alan, Michelle?
No, I think it's great. I think we're in the flow. I really was happy to meet Ver de Luz in person in Taos. He's such an intense light. You know, he's really focused on transformation and getting people there. He's dedicated his life to working with other people and awakening their consciousness with many, many tools. So I'm happy to hear what you have to say, Van de Luz.
Yeah, thank you to everyone. Welcome to today's portal. And Neil, again, thank you for the opportunity to share and for so many years of dedication and service. I know we have a short time. I'm just going to give a brief astrological download on what's happening right now. And if you want to take some notes, I'll talk pretty fast. And then I think maybe just a 2-minute little song on the guitar and send everyone off into a journey today. So today, as you might know, so I'll go from the micro to the macro. Today, as you might know, is a full moon in Libra. And so it's a beautiful opportunity for all of us to come into collaboration. You know, as we were saying, we are working together as a team. But it is a moon that squares Pluto. And so there will probably be some triggers, maybe yesterday, today, tomorrow, some shadow work for all of us to do. And so if anyone's getting reactive around you or within yourself, this is a really good time to really cleanse out those parts that are really stuck and resistant and still, you know, trying to control and not surrender to this flow. And being in the flow state right now is extremely important. The most powerful transit of this year that we've been talking about is Jupiter and Neptune conjunct right now. This is something that happens about every 13 years, but in Pisces only happens every 160 years. And Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac, and Jupiter and Neptune both co-rule Pisces. So this is a very spiritual, unitive transit that we are going through right now. It's an ability for us to peel back the veil and actually just have spirit speaking to us from every direction in every moment, as I think everyone's been talking about. So the signs, the symbols, the synchronicities are off the charts right now. You know, it could be somebody's name. It could be a number that keeps coming up. It could be a certain website that pops up for you. Just, it's really important to tune in right now to whatever those signs are, and what is happening in you, like what in your vibration as you are seeing that or hearing that, and following that trajectory. And that's part of being in the flow. This is also a very oceanic combination. And so some of us may be feeling like we're at the middle of the sea, and there's a big storm happening. And there's actually been a lot of storms all over the country during this transit this last week, which is the symbol in 3D of what's happening on this 5D level. And that is asking all of us to let go of trying to control and see, you know, how we react to these situations, how we partner with them, how we harmonize with them is really our test of evolution right now. And instead of fighting those winds, we want to flow with them. And this is really important because we're in kind of a dream consciousness with this Jupiter Neptune. We are really manifesting it's very law of attraction based. So we are really manifesting our thoughts, our feelings, our sentiments, our heart space. And that's why this practice of gratitude that we talked about at the beginning, that Neil was talking about, it's so vital that we start our days, you know, move through our days, end our days with that gratitude space in the heart. It humbles us. It keeps us connected to source. And this is a cycle, Jupiter, Neptune, where through visionary art, through meditation, through dance, through dream work, through any kind of practice where we can be in the creative energy as a creator, we are going to feel so connected to source and really transcend this dimension. But it feels like at times quite heavy in this transition. We can feel our denser energies at times at war with our more ascended selves. And we're going to see that also around us. So we want to be a beacon of that gratitude and of that peace and of that compassion during this cycle, especially as we come into the eclipses, which are just around the corner. And eclipses happen every 6 months. And they are they are the transformational portals of the year. So we have April 30th with the first eclipse, which is a solar eclipse in Taurus. And then we have a lunar eclipse coming right on my birthday, right around then, which is May 15th this year. And these are very powerful eclipses. That will be in Scorpio. The eclipses change the paths often of our lives. New people come in, relationships may shift, career paths, financial worlds, maybe where we live. But what makes this eclipse on April 30th so strong is that it adds a level where we have to embrace the chaos. It's a wild ride coming in because Uranus, the planet Uranus, is going to be hit by the eclipse. And Uranus is in Taurus right now. And Uranus rules revolution, rebellion, change, surprise, the unexpected, and a breakthrough, an epiphany, awakening, an aha. But we can't have that aha if we're trying to control or hold on too strong. And so likely there will be some chaotic elements in our lives coming in, and we really need to ride that wave and also think of it like a bolt of electricity. You know, can I hold on to that and be on that kind of roller coaster and enjoy the ride and not try to be the one who's controlling the ride, because that's going to be a lot of that transition coming in with that eclipse. This sets the stage for then May, and where we have a Mercury retrograde again. And so we want to be very, tending to our technology, to, backing up important documents, being aware that some communications may be challenged in that, and be more, take everything with a sense of humor, which is always a great Mercury retrograde practice. But I would say one really important thing to take forward in the next couple months here is working on self-knowledge, self-awareness on this multidimensional level. Jupiter will go into Aries very shortly here. Aries is the sign of the self. That's going to happen May 13th. And for the rest of the year, pretty much, Jupiter will be in Aries. This is going to be a very active, very fiery cycle. My sense is that people are going to want to travel. They're going to want to be very adventurous, maybe more impatient to Aries, but also more entrepreneurial, and where the leader, the general, the archetype of real powerful pioneering leadership is going to be activated through all of us. That means we have to know who we are and know our gifts on a lot of levels. So I'm always recommending people to use whatever tools really resonate with them. If it's the Enneagram, if it's astrology, my favorite tool, or human design, my other favorite tool. You know, if you're going to travel, you might want to use locational astrology, one of my paths, to know where to go, when to go there. So it's like the general Aries doesn't just jump onto the battlefield. They have a plan. So the idea here is learn about yourself enough so that you can have a really confident plan and be a leader moving forward, so that you are going to feel confident and take your steps boldly, daring into the next stage of collective and personal evolution as Jupiter moves into Aries May 13th and for the summer ahead, which is the energy will be hot. It will be fiery. So I invite everyone to just embrace and dance in the flames that are coming. I think that's maybe a good place to stop. If maybe there's a question, and I could jump into the guitar.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel there's a lot of egoic challenges to myself, and I think that might be part of the Jupiter, especially going into my first house of Aries, you know. So
well, that's what's so interesting, because Jupiter's in Pisces right now, which is the dissolution of the ego. You know, that's where we return home to source, to oneness, to the field of collective consciousness. But then Jupiter's jumping into the sign of the ego. So we have to have a new relationship of the ego, because Aries is ego, it's I am. But now what is an ego that has gone through the process of knowing its true self, right? And so it's kind of like, how does the avatar within each one of us now want to incarnate on the planet, right? As that spiritual leader, right?
That's good. Because nothing wrong with the ego. You need an ego to be in 3D, to exist and experience, but it's just keeping it in check. But anyway, great wisdom. Thank you. Anyone else have a comment? Anybody? Victor, you have anything you want to add? I'll just comment
on that. The whole ego thing, you know, I remember like 15 years ago, I wrote a poem called Death of the Ego, right? And then 15 years later, my perspective on the ego completely shifted. And because it's your identity, right? And to trek in this world, need the identity. So it's really about disharmony compared to harmony. Is your ego in harmony, or is it disharmonic, right? And some people do plant medicine, talk about ego death. And someone recently told me, oh, it's not ego death, it's ego integration, you know? And that's what I feel is going on right now, is that integration process. But Dr. Victor, you wanted to comment?
Yes, very simply that it's very important not to confuse ego with self-love. There was a wonderful line from Moody Blues' song called Question back in 1970, where he says, when you stop and think about it, you won't believe it's true, that all the love you've been giving has all been meant for you. And that's what it's about. We got to find that self-love.
I got chills there, Victor.
Yeah. You speak in poetry, Dr. Victor.
No, that's so true. And you know, the thing is, when you step into your leadership and mastery, and maybe you're in charge, then also, you know, you have to love yourself enough to have that confidence, and yet not be that ego-controlled dominatrix, right? Okay. But seriously, it's like really learning how to be powerful and masterful without your ego.
I really appreciate this conversation, and I know that a lot of us struggle with how do we stay in humility while we're stepping out and sharing our gifts. And so this is a really great lesson about staying in harmony. I thank you for the self-love piece too. Really appreciate all of this, and especially the dialogue around what the planets are doing. It gives us the opportunity to really take a look at ourselves and the tools. The astrologers are where it's at right now. I believe human design Enneagram, everything that you just talked about, really, I appreciate, because these are the tools in our toolbox when we can look at ourselves through that lens.
Yeah, this is also something I wrote about in my second book about the Aquarian age, that when we step out of the oceans we've been swimming in, which are basically the stories that we don't realize, the myths that have kind of controlled us and we're swimming or drowning in. Aquarius is where we step out of that and we start to see those stories and we write the new story. We compose, we perform, we poeticize the new story, and we're not trapped by the culture or the religion or the traditions that we come from, but we actually liberate ourselves. And the way we do that is by knowing our patterns so that we can evolve those patterns. And that's why astrology and human design and these tools are so vital right now, so that we can really have that right relationship to ego and to each other, and to know the roles that we've all come to play. Because as we said at the beginning, right, there's the soul contracts, right, the soul family. We don't all have the same gifts, but when we come together, we have everything we need. And that's why we need to see each other on this multidimensional level. And that's where these soul languages become so vital to learn. I'm going to share more about these transits in a few weeks. And I think, Neil, you might have some links you could put in the chat for people if they want to tune in.
I did already. I'm going to post one more time. Here are the links to Bear the Loose. But Rob unmuted himself. So Rob, I want you to comment real quick, and then Bear the Loose, if you can get into that song.
Very quickly. Cool. I'm an Aries and I'm ready to dance in the fire. So let's get going. That's it.
We'll dance over the coals together. We'll run.
Absolutely. I'm ready. I'm ready.
And I'm a Pisces, and I'm a little lost, I think.
Well, you're in the exact right place then, because Pisces loves to be lost.
And
I have Mercury, Venus, and Mars all in Pisces.
And I'm a Capricornius.
Well, and that's the beautiful thing with astrology and these tools, is we're not one thing. We're moving out of that idea that we are, a particle all the time. We are a particle and a wave, right? As we know from quantum physics. And that's the beauty. Like, we have these patterns. We have these different archetypes, these different qualities. Mars and Venus and the moon, these are all different aspects of your psyche. They're different characters inside of you. So we're just talking about this laser pointed psychology that astrology really is. And that's what's so beautiful about it, is you could start to parse out the different characters inside of you and listen to that dialogue and know that, it's not that you're mad or crazy, but there is an order to the madness.
All right, brother, take it away.
We jump in? Okay, let's do a quick song here. You're welcome to close your eyes or dance or move, whatever's moving through you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's the best communication is without words, just pure vibration.
Yes.
That's the best communication is without
Great way to start it all. And
Cool.
thank you so much, Brother Luce. If you want to just make any last announcements where people can find you, I already posted your links. And everybody, look forward to seeing more Brother Luce on Portal to Ascension for sure. This is not only Dr. Victor's debut here, but also Brother Luce, but we've definitely been doing quite a lot together.
Yeah, it was so great to see you guys this week. And I'm just gonna put in the chat too. Oh, we got the music. Okay, cool. And yeah, there's like 40 albums of ambient music, ideal for meditation, for healing, for ceremony. So love for the community to tune into those vibrations. And again, let's stay tuned with all these astrology transits and be in the flow this weekend. And yeah, be in partnership, be in collaboration. Let the artistic energy move with the full moon today and this weekend, and enjoy this group of very activated souls here and these great teachers.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Alan, unless you have something to say, we're just going to flow right into it.
Yeah, let's flow into it because
All right.
everyone's waiting for the next astrological movement. So we are here.
Cool. Okay, Dr. Victor, take it away. It's all yours.
Joan of Angels, intuitive guide, oracle, spiritual luminary, broadcaster, best-selling author, and visionary artist, best known for the messages and art that she brings forth. Using her intuitive skills, she offers wisdom, clarity, and a deeper understanding of living a healthy and vibrant life by awakening your unique gifts and skills to achieve your dreams and manifest them into reality. For more than 40 years as a chiropractor, speaker, and coach, she's inspired, counseled, and uplifted people from across the world to align their body, mind, and spirit as they remember their purpose and step into their destiny. Her work allows the leader within you to emerge and removes lifetimes of obstacles and challenges. In 2013, she was guided to paint 33 angels in 30 days, thus launching her work as an artist and a channel for these divine beings to assist humanity. She's an intuitive and soul mastery coach, mentor, and works with people who feel the call to awaken their best selves. The Soul Awakening Sessions and the Soul Mastery Signature Coaching Program are for those who need support, guidance, structure, and the inner tools to discover their best selves, let go of what holds them back, and move forward with courage, grace, and ease. Her website is joanofangels.com, and I'll be sharing her YouTube channel and other links during her presentation. It is my joy to introduce Joan of Angels. Welcome, Joan.
Whoa, I love you already, Reverend Dr. Victor.
What a great introduction, Joan. That's like you're on Broadway, center stage with that.
Well, funny thing, you should mention that. Good morning, Reverend Dr. Victor. I'm happy to see you all, and I do feel like I'm emerging on stage, as we all should, because these are the times for which we have been called. Dr. Victor, just so you know, I want to tell everyone I too am a New Yorker, so I kind of relate to you and Alan on that sense, but I've worked all my life to get rid of my accent. Okay. All right. So, guys, I have a little bit of time, and you know, it's so interesting. I prepared a presentation, and as I was preparing the presentation and looking at it this morning, the day after or the week after, I realized, well, did you actually check in with your guides to see exactly what they wanted to say to you? And I have to laugh because as I checked in with my guides, they wanted me to remind you first, and remind all of us that we are all on this path now together. And it is a path that we in humanity have never been on before. It is a unique path that will celebrate your soul, celebrate everything that you came here to do in every single lifetime. It is the completion for many of you of even the reason of the reason for your being. And that is what makes it the most extraordinary time. So we are spiritual warriors. We have come here imprinted with a soul path, a soul mission, a destiny, as our dear friend Michelle was saying too, we were talking about before, to be leaders without the ego, to know what we're about without, being a pushy broad or a pushy person. And so we are in the trickiest of times. So guys, I am Joan of Angels. And one of the things they suggested was that I share a bit about who I am with you, because just because there's no reason or why, it's just what is. So we're going to start here with our little PowerPoint, and we're going to get it all set up. Slideshow, we're going to play from start. There we go. Yes. So we're going to talk a little bit about when you embrace the inner you and what happens when you embrace your creativity. And so the first thing I want you to know is that from the earliest of times, my family let me know that I had not one creative gene in my body. Okay. I was told that when I grew up, I could either be a bookkeeper or an accountant. Neither of which really I thought I was particularly good at, or a teacher, but I would never consider myself a creative person. So guys, we are all creative. We all have that spark of individuality and uniqueness within us. And when you're told at a very young age that you're not creative, then you can guess that part of your soul purpose is to learn how to think for yourself and to discover and dive in and figure out your own tools. Because you either have two kinds of families. One are the functional ones, which are rare, but they're there, who support your greatest gifts. Or perhaps you're like me, had the dysfunctional ones that you really had to struggle to embrace the inner you. So that does speak of me. Okay. So in the current time, we want you to remember a few things. This may be 2022, maybe it's 2025. We are in the times for which we've been preparing. Every step you have taken on your spiritual path up till this moment has been to get you here. And I'll say the same thing about myself, okay? That I had parents that obviously didn't see me as a creative being. They were very verbally challenged, and I ran away at 3 because I knew there was something different about me and that these people I was living with did not know who that was. So in learning all of that, I realized that part of each of us, our growing up life, is about learning how to use the gifts we have, learning how to be our unique voice, and really then using that power within us to lead, serve, follow, live our best life, yet without overpowering other people. So one of my dear friends, her name was Elizabeth Bishop, actually, she used to go to the Conscious Life Expo a lot. She told me that the Native Americans have a beautiful tradition. They say we are walking our soul path, and you are walking yours, and I am walking mine, and you are not to hop on my path. I'm not going to hop on yours. We walk next to each other. That's not really an American concept of marriage, but that is the concept of walking your spiritual path. And so I want you to know, and we want you to know, your guides, that you were born for this. Why do we say that? Well, there may be a few things on the timeline coming up, and we're going to talk about that later, which could scare the CRAP out of us. Because we're humans, after all, with our 3D, view of things, as well as our larger view. So learning how to step out of our mind and what we think is happening to get into seeing what is really going on is going to be the best way to do it. And of course, really going through this initiation by understanding what you are here to do is critical. We need you. Every soul is needed. So I have a very unique history, and I have the privilege of having lost everything in my life twice, gone from rich to almost homeless several times. Because, why? Because I had this mission or this calling inside that I could rise from the ashes. And I did. I had a calling that I needed to rise from the ashes. We'll just put it that way. So back in 2013, I was rising from the ashes and I wasn't happy. Okay, not happy at all. And it was Halloween night. And it was also, boy, okay, I was thinking it was also before I had met Neil, but no, it wasn't. It was a few months after. Okay, so it was Halloween evening 2013, and I was in the worst of places. I had really stepped out of what I called the miracle flow. I was back in that 3D reality. Maybe I was back in 2D reality. I mean, it was bad. And reality was clunking in my head, and I was on my hands and knees praying, what can I do? How can I fulfill that vision I've always had, which is to heal and inspire millions of people on the planet? How can I do that when I can't even afford a cup of coffee, say? And I'm on my hands and knees, and I hear a voice, and the voice says, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And I went, what? And I heard it again, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And although I started with my protest, by the way, all the reasons I couldn't do it, because I usually say no at first. I've learned how to get beyond that, but okay, 30 days. And then I go, I can't paint eyes or anything like that. And then they said, the only way out is through. The only way out is through. Listen, and we will show you the way. Literally show you the way. And I'm sharing this with you because, guys, your guides are working overtime to show you the way. So they also, I had 2 other complaints. Oil paints smell and they're messy. And then what am I going to do with 33 paintings? I live in an apartment. Sure enough, it was a penthouse, but it was an apartment. So what? So they said, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And I began. And it was a whoosh of energy. It was a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of beings that came through like this. I would close my eyes. I would feel the presence of these beings. The one on the lower left, one of my dear friends, Scott, talked about how it was his mother who had transitioned. The one on the upper left was one of the doves of peace, and there was just so much that was coming through with this whoosh of energy. And so what did I discover? I discovered that when I said yes, that the guides, my voice took over. I was shown every day I would leap out of bed, okay, because that's what I do. I leap out of bed when I'm filled with my passion and purpose, and I went right at it, and these beings appeared to me. The one on the top left felt the resonance of my mother. The one on the right, top right, was a Native American. The one on the lower right was my dear friend Heather's sister, who had transitioned years before. And these paintings began to speak, and they began to give messages. So I put them up on the wall in the angel portal, the loft. A book falls off the shelf, and it says, your call for angelic assistance has been heard. And they reminded me that they will show me the way. Guys, this is for you. Your guides, your voice will show you the way. And that's what we're doing. We're helping you remember your superpowers that you too can connect to follow your way. So I said, okay, well, what am I going to do with these 33 paintings, which are up in the loft up there? And they said, well, paint us and we will come. Paint us and who will come? Well, these major beings start to come. This one is called the Oracle of Isis. She was the very first one. She really was a self-portrait. I had curlier, longer hair when I did this, I guess. I closed my eyes and voila, there she was. And who is she? She is the Oracle of I know who I am. I stand in my truth. I resonate with high frequencies. You can't push me. You can only work with me. And so what do we try to do? Sometimes we try to push against the river. We try to demand the answers. but she became very firm in my consciousness, and she is the oracle. One of the next series of paintings and these paintings came with a name called the Earth Messengers. And these Earth Messengers told me that I was a paintbrush for the divine beings who wanted humanity to see them. It's one thing to hear my guides, but it's another to have a picture of them in my head and in my mind and see them. And so they said, not only paint us and we will come, but allow us to come through you. Become a paintbrush so that humanity can see who we are. Humanity can resonate and dance with us. And so this one was another one of the Earth Messenger beings that came through. She has 2 hearts. Later on, I found out that the Native Americans have a tradition of 2 hearts. One is your human heart, and one is your galactic heart. Your third dimensional heart, and your 15th dimensional heart. So she told me she was a Contessa, a goddess of grace, beauty, and the divine. She was here to teach me and teach us how to dance through life with the heart of love and compassion, very much like the heart of our dear friend Michelle. The heart, because Michelle has that inner heart and that outer heart, and many of you do too, because that is what we're striving for, to be the best that we can be. So dignity, grace, compassion. And notice that she's in a portal, 2 pillars, one on either side. And that is the emergence and that crown on her head. That crown, guys, I encourage you to make yourself a crown. I have a crown. Later on, when we talk about your intuition, or later on today a little bit, the Native Americans have that tradition of your hair. Your hair is your intuition. Your crown chakra is here for a reason. Much of my art has crowns for a reason, because it's channeling high divine frequencies. I've lost track of time, so someone should let me know how much time and give me a heads up. I need 5 minutes warning to talk about the upcoming programs. Okay, we have Serapis Bay. Oh my God. So this one was the largest painting I had ever done in my life. So I was going through birthing pains, okay? Women have babies. I was having art. Big time. I didn't even know what to do. This canvas was 40 inches by 60 inches. I could barely get around it. You've got to remember, I'm closing my eyes for half of it, and my arm is literally just doing this as if it knows what it's doing. People who were watching me were truly astounded. Serapis Bay is the master of miracles. And actually, he's in the sanctuary of a divine being who came here actually after a Kundalini awakening and brought this painting into his home. But Serapis Bay was the master who came before Yeshua, and he was the teacher of all the masters before. So he's actually one of the highest of master beings, and he is the one that when you are ready, he will take you on the miracle path. He will show you how to have miracles in your life. So, manifestation, initiations, courage. What do we need during this time, my friends? We need courage. Okay, we need courage to face not only our own demons, but we need courage to step into the power and the truth of who we are and why we've been called for these times. So we can call on these beings, by the way, to bring in these energies. Now, with this art, and I will say this, most of it you can't find except for a few pieces on Etsy, but you can reach out to me for a tour of the sanctuary. There's a lot of original art here. And this art calls you. Maybe that's why it's hidden in the sanctuary. But the art will call you, and what will happen is it'll like pierce your heart. And people who sleep here wake up and go, oh my God, Joan, did you know that piece talked to me all night long? I've got to take them home. So these are high vibrational pieces. The most stunning piece of work was Adana, the star being. And she, when I painted her, she yelled at me. So she asked me to give her a nose ring. And I will tell you this, when your guides come to talk to you, some people argue with them. Yes, I guess I do argue with them because she said, Joan, I want a nose ring. And I said, well, I don't do nose rings. And I was really serious. It's like, I just don't see you with the nose ring. I don't do nose rings. And I didn't like that she was like putting this in my head because in those days I was having a little trouble with the fact that everything was channeled. And thank God, by the way, that they didn't listen to me. So she says to me, and she calls me up in the body and she like literally said, you are to paint me as I am, not as you want me to be or even imagine me to be. And then she reminded me of the privilege it was to have a divine being go through me and to allow me to step into this function that I had clearly asked for in other lifetimes. So that's another thing, guys. Your guides want you to know that you've done this before and they're trying to talk to you. They are trying to get through to you to help you remember. So when I was called to the desert in 2015 on day 2, I went out for breakfast, met someone I had never met before. She looks at me and says, what did you say your name was? And I go, oh, it's Dr. Joan. And she goes like this, stop, and called me Joan of Angels. I know who you are. And the feeling of being called Joan of Angels for me is kind of like this painting that just came through this year when my guide said it's time for you to pick up the pace of Joan of Angels. She is that symbol of light, love, and freedom, and it is time for you to step into that frequency of Joan of Archangel. So she also has said in some of her writings that it was Archangel Michael who helped inspire her. And you know, Archangel Michael is the one who inspires me. He has taught me how to cut through fear, negativity, and doubt. And this is an older picture of him. I've kind of since worked with him. All this art is here. They are leaders, and this strength and courage is what is demanded of all of us now. So those of you who are raising your consciousness and stepping into ascension on this planet still know that it takes courage and braveness and a sense of knowing who you are to get through now. And really being frosty, really understanding your gifts and understanding the purpose of why you are here and what your superpowers really are. And we'll get to that in a couple of minutes, even on the slide. What are your superpowers? Then why are you here? What are you being awoken to? Why is your vibration being risen? For what are you ascending? Ask not what God, Spirit does for you, but what can you give? And so all of this is happening now. She is the mystical blue goddess, by the way, and you can find on Etsy. This is a very high vibrational, divine, feminine heart of compassion, heart of love, and it is a mixture of compassion for the world, but yet knowing who you are. She has tears of creativity and tears of joy. And so is this one, the angel of the open heart. And as you can see, some of the art is some of the original art that I have done, but then that asked to go back onto the digital side and be made into the superpowered divine goddesses that they are, so they can touch your heart. She has the third eye awakening there. With some of this art, some of the best meditations that my clients have told me they do is when they put their third eye on the third eye of the painting and experience a galactivation. Okay, that's all we can call it. And as we move forward, this is another one of my favorite paintings, and it is a digitized version of a painting that was a soul traveler going to the other side. And it's a painting of how you can watch this traveler go. And in a sense, it is a celestial mission. I call it victory as well. You can see the celestial beings really rising to the heights and becoming that light and breaking through. And we are in a spiritual battle, and it is real. And this is the kind of art that when you have it and you're working with it, you feel that power. And also, we're on several places at once. We're multidimensional. We are in other realms. Many of us are meeting with the angelic council frequently. This is one of my favorite images. It's a combination of several paintings and then digitized. I was told by some people who've come to the house and said, "Oh my God, Joan, you should never share that with the world. It's got too much secret encodement in it." When you are with this painting, you can be within that galactic council, that angel brigade. You receive those downloads of just the highest frequencies. And also, you're with your tribe. This is during one of my lives. I do my shows weekly. I do Miracle Mondays. Every Monday it is a miracle. Much healing happens on that. Miracles, healing, high vibrations. And I also do another show, Step into the Miraculous, which has interviews I do with miraculous people. So I had my crystal ball on my computer right then that day, and I've never seen this before, but the angels were showing up for the show. So you can see not just the bigger one, but there's a couple on the side here and here, and then even in the background, a crowd of your guides right there. If any of you have ever been to Damanhur is the eco-village, largest mystery school on the planet. And one of their great things that they do is the full moon ceremony every month where they call in the deities. And I was sitting in that circle in that big coliseum on that full moon night, and I saw these deities all around the coliseum encircling Damanhur. And Asperide, who's an ambassador from there, told me it was one of the closest representations of the deities of Damanhur. This is another, so some of my new work has been more or less self-portraits, Ascension, Mastery. Look, I love her crown. But they're all in this, of course, higher vibrational state, and I keep myself there most of the time. This was my red phase, and they were showing me the red-faced tribes of the Yucatan, but notice each and every one of them has that crown chakra, the third eye connections as well. We come from source, my dear ones, and this reminds us. This is the Angel Brigade gathering. Just a reminder. And another reminder that your time is now. This is the angel of peace and restoration. And again, there's that third eye awakening. This one happens to be a cannabis deity, and she a cannabis goddess deity, and she takes you interdimensional and through the realms. And this one I'm going to discuss more later, but this is a power being, and these beings come in to resonate with you, and these give you courage and strength. Amazing self-portrait, digital that came through. And again, dancing and really going with the flow. Your guides want you to remember something. All your angels and your guides and your celestial ones and your star friends are all with you. They're lined up the way I see them. They're right above me, as if I'm wearing a cake, a wedding cake, okay, with multi levels, many, 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 many layers. The cake is wonderful, but there is a portal, and there's two ways that I see that, and that's interesting. I will talk about that in my intuition class on the ways that I see my guides, but one of them is coming through a portal, and another is going up through the top of my crown chakra. So we have a cosmic consciousness when we allow our creativity to flow. Now remember, I told you that I wasn't a creative. I actually was head blind. Well, but I wasn't, but they were trying to make me be head blind. So be fearless and be bold, my friends, in the pursuit of what sets your soul on fire and what allows you to go through the stargates. Now, I just want to get you to right here, and I'm going to talk about it more later, but I want to talk to you for 2 minutes about an event that is coming up on how you can use these gifts of yours. How to use your intuition. It's a muscle. Use it or lose it. I told you I didn't really know. I had a lot of intuition as a kid, but I thought I didn't listen to it because I was afraid to listen to it. I had to listen to the voice of authority. So, learning to trust your soul purpose, why you're here, is so important for each and every one of us. Learning what your gifts are. Are you struggling to understand what your intuition is telling you? Do you understand who you are and how you can access that voice within you? That is what is important to me, to help you understand how you can be that channel. Because why? Whatever is going on, guys, is so frosty that we need you to be you. We need you to be you. I need you, Neil needs you, Portal to Ascension needs you, your mother needs you, your father needs you, the planet needs you. And Ascension is a collective process. So it is happening in a few days on Monday, right? It's post conference, how to use the gifts you were born with. And some people say to me, Joan, I'm not intuitive. You were born with it, Joan. I wasn't, but that's not true. We can develop it. It's there. It needs stimulation, stirring, recollection, and a reason of being. Phew! And I actually came in under time.
Beautiful, Joan. Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Thank you for that opportunity. I kind of decided to show some of the art because of Alan. He had kept saying, well, he'd have me on his show. We'd talk about the art. And then I realized, well, no one has seen the art in a few centuries. And I'm just very grateful. So thank you, Dr. Victor.
And now it's your turn to be the MC. And welcome, Kathy.
Oh, that's right. Guys, you have to give me a second. I was in outer space. Oh, my goodness. Okay, give me 1 second. Kathy, you have to give me 1 second. Here it is. Okay, good. So I have the privilege, guys, of introducing Kathy Mason. I adore her. I adore her for several reasons. First of all, she is an Amazon best-selling author, a speaker. She's host of her own show, Conscious Business Zone, and she's an online marketing specialist who works with people just like many of you and many of me to help us grow. But she's also, in her own way, she's an angelic, celestial being, galactic being who can help you see your life laid out and how you can do some of the steps, the big picture steps that you were called to do. So she has her company, Mason Works Marketing. She supports clients as a seasoned interactive strategy coach with a solid background in developing products. So anyway, we are going to bring Kathy on. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Joan.
I'm so happy to see you today.
Yes. Well, hello, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
You are so welcome, welcome, welcome. So do you have a presentation for us today?
Yes, I do. I put it into a PDF rather than PowerPoint because it's easier for me to control that way. Is that okay?
Absolutely. You're in charge of your presentation. I'll be right here in case you need us.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, everyone. So my presentation is going to be a little bit different because I don't know that anyone else is talking about conscious business on this wonderful event. But in my world, in my viewpoint, I think this is our path to peace. I think it's our path to a better future. And I've been spending most of my adult life trying to prove it. So I want to share some ways, and I hope you'll have great questions for me. I don't know if I'll be able to answer all of them, but I'll certainly be trying. And I just wanted to give you an insight into what I see happening in the world. So cause marketing is the first part of what's been happening for creating a conscious business. And cause marketing actually started in 1983 when American Express offered if you got an American Express card, $5 of the $25 that you had to pay to join them and get the card went to refurbishing the Statue of Liberty. And it was a huge success. No one expected it to be like that. So they led the way. Believe it or not, it's been since the 80s that people have started to figure out that doing good for the planet, doing good for our cities, doing good for our people is profitable. So that's where I want you to know that cause marketing, I taught a class at the University of Colorado's Business School 7 times. And what was fascinating is the lead school of business, that all of the kids, none of them were being taught that business could be good. They were only taught that business is warfare. And we all know as conscious people that that's not the case. We can have a loving, incredible, profitable business by creating team and creating community. So this is an organization that used to be called Cause Marketing Forum. And I was a member of it. I'm not a member of it currently. They've changed their name to Engage for Good. Everything got a reset after the lockdown. But I want you to know that there's like 20,000 corporate top level CEOs that are members of this. And more are growing. They had statistics, and I know I don't want to bore you with them, but 63% of respondents continue to want CEOs to take a stand on key societal issues with income inequality, racial equity, and climate change. And you got to know that these companies are being forced by the society to respond to their employees' desires. And it's good for business. It's amazing. 88% of executives know that now more than ever, companies must lead with purpose. And this website, if you'd like to go to it, is engageforgood.com. I also wanted you to know that they've got an event coming up in May, 17th through the 19th in Atlanta, where you could go experience this. And I got to tell you, if you go to this, you will see an excitement and an enthusiasm for turning the ship around. This time of being in total greed and high consumerism is changing. And corporations aren't always the bad guys. And I hope I'll show that. I hope I show that a little bit. But if you are interested in this is coming up real soon. So if you know about cause marketing, then you might next want to know about servant leadership. Servant leadership is a concept where the leader is as interested in their employees as they are in their customers. And that's a new model, relatively new model. And what happens is the servant leader doesn't necessarily pull rank. They may be the visionary, they may help put everybody together, but they identify the gifts of everyone on their team and try to help the team evolve so that they want to stay there and that they actually thrive. So I don't know about you, but I haven't been in that many wonderful corporate environments where my boss, I was a top manager at Arthur Andersen for the Change Enablement Group. And it was highly competitive. You just didn't even know where the next backstabbing could come from. That wasn't a servant leadership model. That is the corporate model of living and ruling by fear, and we're going to a whole new model. And that's what's so exciting, you guys. I just hope that this sparks your interest and that you want to do it. But Servant Leader focuses primarily on the growth and well-being of people and the communities to which they belong. And again, this is a new model that we can all embrace. And I want to encourage you to find out more about it. So the origins of servant leadership is the indigenous. They knew they may have had a chief, but they also had a medicine person. They had a circle. They always sat in circle. So we're going full circle, going from the Dark Ages into the Renaissance. And I see this conscious business opportunity as the bridge to get there, because it's good for everybody. It's not just, it makes sense. Let's put it that way. So Robert Greenleaf was the gentleman that started and coined the phrase servant leaders. And this is a quote: leadership must first and foremost meet the needs of others. Good leaders must first become good servants. And he started the whole trend. But what happened is Ken Blanchard, who wrote Who Moved My Cheese and is one of the most revered business trainers and teachers. And he writes these teeny books that you can sit in an afternoon and read. This is his second book on servant leadership. So the first one was so popular, they wrote the second one about how to put it into action. So if you're interested in this, please go and look at this book. You'll find it's remarkable what people are doing. And it just makes sense. I mean, it's the golden rule, really, but it's more than that. The momentum and the energy that people gain from doing this is quantum. The results are quantum. So the concept of a servant leader is everybody on your team is a gift. It's not just what management wants to say. You're looking for the gift in every one of these characters that are on your team. And when I was at Arthur Andersen, I actually got to pick my team for each one of the projects that we rolled out from our division. And I had 80 people that I got to pick from. And each one of them had these incredible skills that you kind of put puzzle pieces together and see how to make it all flow. And it was remarkable, brilliant. The other thing I want you to know about that this is for the past, I would say 5 years, all of a sudden, very predominant people in their field are writing books about love in business. So my friend Steve Farber, his brother, Bill Farber, was one of my clients. He was a real estate lawyer in Chicago, and he introduced me to Steve. And Steve has been in corporate America at the very top most of his life. And his famous book that he wrote is called The Big Leap. And he's for human development, personal development, but corporate. And then there's my dear friend, Olivia Parr on the right-hand side. She is known for her database work, and she is an expert worldwide in data and IT database work. And she wrote the book, Love at Work. Steve Farber wrote Love, It's Just Damn Good Business. But in both of these books, if you pick them up, they're available on Kindle, you'll see remarkable statistics about these companies that have increased the output and the excitement and productivity, everything, productivity, results, everything. and employee retention, which is really a big thing for large companies, by putting love in work. So if you're not aware of this, this isn't just me being a woo-woo, which I am. This is really something that is a trend that's not going to stop. So that leads us to conscious business. So what is conscious business? They're businesses that combine the practices of servant leadership while connecting with their values. They consciously choose their actions, and they're aware, just like the indigenous were, they're aware of what the effect of what they're doing causes on 7 generations. And what you'll see is pretty soon you'll see a list of some of these wonderful, wonderful companies that there were courageous people that read those books over the weekend, and they may not have gone corporate wide, but their division took it on and implemented it. So this is the future. We're looking for implementing the changes, and business being a bridge to implementing those changes for a more peaceful, loving future. So one of the things I want you to know about is conscious businesses. Not only is there the Cause Marketing Forum, which is now renamed, there's all sorts of training popping up on how to be a conscious business. Sounds True, which is as big as Hay House, has a course called Inner MBA. And Humanities Team, I have a fond spot for Humanities Team because I did their marketing plan for them. They're a nonprofit. They have over 70,000 members worldwide. And it was originally started by Neil Donald Walsh. I've gotten to work with him and with Steve Farrell. In their marketing plan that we did, I think it was 2012 or 2011, and I got to go to Greece and Portugal to help them put this plan together. It was so cool. Anyway, they had, there was a download that came during that to create something for conscious leadership, and they have done it. So they have a course called Conscious Leadership, The Art of Leading from the Heart with Steve Farrell. And I think what you're going to see is there's probably a lot more of them. These are the 2 that I know of that I think are high quality, but I think you're going to see there's going to be more books and more magazines and more ways for you to learn how you can be a conscious business. So some of the conscious companies that are quoted a lot are Patagonia. I don't know everything about each one of these companies' contributions, but the other thing I wanted to share on this slide is to let you know there was a study done for marketing people in the 90s, and it was a book called The Cultural Creatives. And it's a big book. It looks like a doorstop. It's a red cover book. And I think that is responsible for part of the spread of all of this. In the Conscious Creatives, or excuse me, Cultural Creatives book, they talk about how instead of using demographics, which is what kind of car you have, what kind of house, and the cost of the house, whether you have 2.2 kids, animals, all of those things. Instead, the new trend, and this was in the 90s, remember, they were cutting edge in the beginning of the 90s. You would go by interests. And that's why Facebook has so much emphasis on your interests in your profile. It was totally a response to this trend. So what happens is Patagonia, I think, works with Sierra Club. So a portion of everything in Cause Marketing is a portion of everything from Patagonia goes to Sierra Club. So Sierra Club helps Patagonia market. Okay, so there's a synergy. Then Patagonia, because they're a conscious company, they have a lifetime guarantee on almost everything that you buy for full price from the company. So if you wear a jacket and it starts pilling or there's something wrong with it, 2 years later, you can send it back. Now, that's conscious. That is where your brand is so important, and the quality of your brand is so important that you want to make a difference. Okay, I am not watching the chat. I hope everything's okay. There's a lot. Okay. Oh, it's John.
You're good, Kathy.
Okay, thank you, Omar. I just saw there was a whole bunch and wanted to make sure it was Neil. Okay. I want to talk about this conscious company because I really want people to understand how easy this is to put into your model, even if you're working with contractors like I do. There's a company called Cafe Gratitude, and I've been to their restaurant in LA and in San Diego. And I don't know how many more they have, but I think they have huge, they've really got potential to grow. And Cafe Gratitude, there was a book written called Sacred Commerce that my friend Kimba Aram, who's one of the owners of Gaia TV, she told me to read. And I read it twice. And then I had to go see this place. Cafe Gratitude, if you live near LA, go there. What they do is they have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past to make sure that their manager comes in early and works with every single one of the employees, the person that's creating your food. So it could be someone chopping vegetables in the back, the servers, everyone that works there, the pastry chef, everyone. And this person, this manager, helps the person discuss whatever issues they had at home or over the evening and clear them. And so when they get on the floor to go help a customer, there is no baggage. And it has caused them to multiply, and their food, you can feel the love in it. And that's what we're talking about. It's almost alchemy, you guys. What we're talking about is the potential to have gratitude and have these blessings that are available for everyone to experience. And it's a commitment by the company. So, I mean, here again, here's another book, Love is Served. So I wanted to make sure that I gave everyone a gift, but I can go back to this. Let's stay here for a little while. Are there any, let me stop sharing for a second because I only have a couple more slides. I didn't make this a real long slideshow. So are there any questions that anyone has or interest in things that I might be able to help you with conscious business and how you could apply it? I want to show you while I'm waiting. I'm hoping there will be. Oh, good. I want to show you some of the tools that people use to create more conscious teamwork in their companies. This is a tool that I got from my friend Brian Besco from Twisted Sage. And this can be spun in the middle of the office. It can be spun anywhere. It's got a huge circumference. This is like a harmonizer, and it's very much like PortalToAscension's logo. But you can see the frequency of this, once it's spinning, could activate and change the room. You can also get just these are toruses. They create toruses where the energy goes in and out from the central core and activate you. And I have these in many sizes, and they harmonize and create a toroidal field. This is another one from Brian Besco that actually is part of the original sacred geometry forms. So you can use this and just have it on your desk. And this you won't believe the difference if you use some of these tools to change the consciousness and the peacefulness in the space. This is an organite product that is made by my friend Angie LaRue at Crystal Arrays. And I don't know if you can see it, but it busts all the energy that's coming off of your modem and helps protect you. Let's see, what else can I show you real quick? My friend Vivian Charvet, her husband Peter makes these, and these are intention. It's an intention creator. And again, you have these incredible copper tools that can change everything in your field. Spinning or using these tools can magnify your desires and help you alchemize results. You can put your business card in the middle of it. Let me show you, whoops, I guess I don't have the other one handy, but I have lots of suggestions if people are interested. When we started working from home, I had an office and I had to move home, and I actually had my office painted with words behind it, like Joan's beautiful paintings. There was painting underneath the painting and crystal fragments. And what happens is you walked into the space, and actually some people didn't like it. It was too much, but it felt like home to me. So I had to actually use these tools a lot when I had to have the spinning 24/7, even though this is my house and I love my house, but to get the amp up again, I had to have this spinning. Isn't it amazing? They also have harmonizers. You can wear personal tools. I have one of his tools on right now. This is also from Twisted Sage. So what happens is if you can either do that, or you can have somebody do Feng Shui or dowsing. Many people have their building doused. My friend, I have an amazing friend, Darlis Mays, who lives in Jupiter, Florida. She's really from Jupiter. And she worked with a tea company and doused their company. And from the beginning of her doing it to like 6 months later, their business took off. So what happens is we're talking about creating harmony, love, and using that as our operating system. So Joan, do you want to be here? I have 2 more slides, but I can wait. Can't hear you.
You have a few more minutes.
Still can't hear you.
Your audio is just very low.
That's because I didn't have it on my head. Okay. Because I could hear. Okay. Good morning. So Kathy, keep going. You have a few more minutes.
Yeah, I know. But I thought, well, I have 2 more slides, but I wanted to kind of end that there instead of, so I thought that we could talk a little bit.
Well, we can. Let us definitely talk a little bit. So I have to say that for all of us, this makes sense. Conscious business. It makes sense to me because first of all, it's a galactic thing. We know that the star beings, the galactics, the ETs have on their race planets, you're not having to teach the humans how to be a conscious business person and be kind and loving in your work. It's an oxymoron in America.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so what I'm saying is, I keep saying we're in the Dark Ages and we're going to the Renaissance again. And so, but we have to make this bridge. I mean, we are highly competitive beings, and we need to, I think, this is my opinion. I guess I should preface that. I feel that we're in transition to a more loving, peaceful world. And I think business can lead the way. Now, not everybody loves that idea because they've demonized business, but I'm a small business, you're a small business, and Neil's a small business. There's lots of small businesses that are creating win-win relationships every single day. And you lift up everybody and you're lifted up. It's not either or, and it's not do this so someone else does that anymore either. It's all about how to play. This is supposed to be a playground, you guys.
Life is a win-win. This is what I've discovered. If you're in an argument with someone and there's a winner loser, well, you've both lost, because it's a win-win collaborative world now. And so these practices, Kathy, are really something for us to strive to implement, in this new earth 2022 and beyond that we're working with, and it makes a difference. I know the young people, my son's 30, and I could hardly believe this, but he said, Mom, work-life balance is very important to me now. And I swear that never would have come out of his mouth 3 years ago, ever.
Right.
So.
Right. Well, I see the momentum that we had before the shutdown was you could never do enough. You're always behind. And we had this wonderful pause to go, okay, I better work on myself a little bit. And so once we could really see, what do I want to do while I'm in body? And then clear up the stuff that's running from old programs, like the old business model where it was totally run on fear. I'm just not playing that game anymore. Anyone starts playing that game with me, I'm out of there. I mean, I test on everyone that I even work with, because if I see that coming, I'm out of there, because I can't do my alchemy. I can't help them produce and bring their soul desire in from that space. It's too low frequency. The higher frequency it's a game, and you got all these players, and all the players are worthwhile, because no one would be here unless they were. Yes?
And if I can just quickly interject something, I love your presentation and I love everything you're saying. I've spent 44 years in industrial business in addition to my spiritual work in life. And one of the things that I've always brought to every role that I've had is the gift of actually listening when people had something to say. And we need to do that more often. We need to listen to one another to really hear what's being expressed and then respond in kind.
Yes. I agree. Yeah. I agree. I found when I was at Arthur Andersen, I was, as I said, I was one of the top managers right under partner for the Change Enablement Group. And when we would do discovery sessions, I found that a lot of the solutions to the problems that didn't make it up the ladder were down here. And people that did the work every day and worked with the customers, they knew what the company needed, but they weren't getting a voice. So a lot of times what we did was bring them into the conversation, or do a focus group with the sliver from top to bottom. And we did that at Coors. We did that at lots of places. And I speak Italian, so I got to be part of even the international community at Arthur Andersen and teach at in Chicago for them. So yeah, I'm really rusty now, though. Oh my gosh.
Well,
it's been over 20 years.
So us what we need to know, Kathy.
Yes.
you know, the concept of making money and having a business and being an entrepreneur and a spiritual entrepreneur, really, we need training in this area, because, you know, some people have that philosophy that poverty is spirituality, and that like doing the things you love and bringing money in is against somehow this core thing they have. So what you're teaching, and this whole thing of the leader as the servant leader, a servant leader, everyone on the team is your gift. Like, okay, guys, you are my gift
Right, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it totally, when you look at life through, oh goody, what's going to happen next, instead of, oh no, what's going to happen next, because you're validated and you're encouraged to use your special alchemy or gift. It's a totally different world. And you can, I mean, I worked at this is a good one for you, Dr. Victor. I worked at a steel manufacturing plant that created, they did medical supplies, and we created a division called Accents in Water. And we used these water features, free scanning in spas and in hospitals. And we had to improve the product in order for it to go into a hospital, obviously. It had to have top quality. Airborne particulates are drawn to water. So all the things that came in the water went in the tank, and we had to kill anything that went in the tank before it went back up. Anyway, I went there and we did a marketing plan, and I was the only woman and 4 very, very big men. And in a year, we went from 150,000 to $1 million. And it was from this. It was from this. They wanted to play the game. They got to be the expert in their part of the game. Nobody was in their territory. They didn't have to get their boundaries up. And when the synergy and the excitement that happened, it was amazing. And the product improvement, I mean, that's why it went in all these hospitals. We had studies, Johns Hopkins. I mean, it was unbelievable, because there is actually, there is a forum. You have to understand that the world is getting conscious. And there is a form that people want conscious buildings, they want conscious lighting, they want conscious colors. They know that we're activated by all of this, and they want us to be healthy. Not everyone is on the other side of that.
Yeah. Kathy, sweetie, we have about a minute left. Okay. So I want you to tell everyone where they can find you. Okay. And then you're going to hop on the chat because there are questions for you.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you guys so much for letting me do this. This has been my life mission, to help people see there's another choice. So I created this 30-day gratitude journal, which will help you start the high vibe, that'll help you get to the inspiration. And thousands of people have downloaded it now. I will put the URL in the chat for everyone. Or Joan, maybe I can send it to you, Joan. And but there's no signing up for that. That's just a free gift for everyone. And then I want to invite people. I do a show twice a week called Conscious Business Zone. I've been doing it for 3 years. It's on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Right now at 10 a.m. We might end up bringing it in later to get more traction. But the idea is there are so many people that are resources for you as a conscious leader. And I've been interviewing these people for 3 years. So there's over, 150. It's not quite 150. I don't
Beautiful.
So that's what I'm hoping is people will come to my site, masonworksmarketing.com, or join us at Conscious Business Zone. That's my YouTube channel. And I'll put it in the chat.
Sweet.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
Kathy.
Kathy. We have had amazing feedback to your presentation.
Oh, good.
Conscious business for spiritual entrepreneurs is like so timely, hun. Thank
Oh,
you.
good. Oh,
Yep.
good. Oh, good.
I
I
want
wasn't
to
sure.
say thank you as
Because I
well,
was a little
Kathy.
nervous doing it here, but it's just who I am. So
It was wonderful. Wait till you see the chat.
You
Yeah.
were perfect, Kathy. Thank you
Okay.
so much. It really added a lot of value to this program for so many of us that are bridge workers.
That's right.
Yep.
It's the time to turn the boat around. It's the fastest way, in my opinion. Thank you,
Seriously,
guys.
yeah.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
Kathy.
much. Thank you, Neil.
And just to add to that, before we transition to Dr. Victor bringing on the next speaker, is that the conscious business component is a huge element of Portal to Ascension. Is really, you know, when I first started Portal to Ascension, I wrote a series of articles around conscious business in modeling Portal to Ascension from what I was kind of just coming up with what it would look like to be that, right? And then also reflecting on, you know, capitalism. Is there a way to do conscious capitalism, or is capitalism in itself generally a place where you capitalize off people and there needs to be competition for it to move forward? And so what I came to understand is that, you know, within the spiritual community, we talk about abundance all the time. The universe is an abundant place. Everything is energy, right? There's unlimited energy. Even free energy devices are literally going to pull energy from space-time because there's an abundance of it. We can even power electricity and batteries through our own body if we have the technology to do so.
Right.
So why is it that we focus so much on competition when we know spiritually that the universe is an abundant place? So what would it take to start implementing the things that we say all the time? Abundance is everywhere. Universe is abundant. However, one yoga instructor needs to compete with the other yoga instructor. This organization is doing an event and this one's doing an event. What would happen if we all collectively decided to own the fact that the universe is an abundant place? Is there would be more than enough for everyone, right? And if one or two of us do it, it might be a little bit of resistance, and those people who are doing it may fall short of the abundance because there's competition energy still. But if we all decided to really move forward for the real reason, which is we want to shift the consciousness of the planet and stop engaging in these constructs that have been created for us to keep us limited, right? That obviously we are a reflection of us anyway. Then we would actually be in this world where we can actually own abundance, and there would be more than enough where we can do this work. So that's why I wanted to, you know, definitely have this component here. Dr. Victor, you're going to say something.
Kathy, I just want to share something with you and the rest of the panel and all of our viewers and listeners. In business, I used to teach salespeople. And one of the lessons that I taught was taking ownership of customer satisfaction, internally and externally. And I used to say that if you take the W and the R out of ownership, you end up with one ship. And it's the one ship we are all sailing on or sinking on together.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. And it's really the time of we, not I. It's really not me, it's we. So, and I think IT companies have really figured it out because they're in small teams in general. So, but I'll put everything in chat, and thank you again, you guys. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Victor, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Let me just open this up. For a very long time, and well before he wrote Your Soul's Plan, Robert Schwartz had been searching fruitlessly for the deeper meaning in his life. In 2003, his search took a new and surprising turn when he decided to consult with a medium. Although he had a strong belief in God, he had never, as far as he knew, directly experienced the metaphysical. He researched mediums and selected someone with whom he felt comfortable. His session with the medium took place on May 7th, 2003, a day that changed his life. He told the medium very little about himself, describing his circumstances only in the most general terms. She said that each of us has spirit guides, non-physical beings with whom we plan our lives prior to incarnation. Through her, he was able to speak with his. They knew everything about him, not only what he had done, but also his thoughts and his feelings. For example, they referred to a specific prayer he said to God some 5 years earlier. At a particularly difficult time, he prayed, "God, I can't do this alone. Please send help." His guides told him that additional non-physical assistance had been provided. "Your prayer was answered," they said, and he was astounded. Eager to understand the suffering he had experienced, he asked his guides about the major challenges he faced. They explained that he had planned these challenges before birth, not for the purpose of suffering, but for the growth that would result. He was shaken by this information. His conscious mind knew nothing of pre-birth planning, yet intuitively he sensed the truth in these words. Although he did not realize it at the time, his session with the medium triggered a profound spiritual awakening that he would later understand was really a remembering of who he was as an eternal soul, and more specifically, what he had planned to do on Earth. His work that resulted includes 3 books: Your Soul's Plan, Your Soul's Gift, and his latest book, Your Soul's Love. He offers Between Life Soul Regression, or BLSR, also known as Life Between Lives Regression, or LBL, a sacred experience in which you can return to the non-physical realm you call home between your earthly incarnations, and so experience and remember your identity as an immortal soul, as well as Between Lives Soul Regression, Star Souls, and Awakening to Your Life Purpose, Discovering Your Life Plan workshops. I'll be posting links to these in the chat during his presentation. You can find all these wonderful offerings on his website, yoursoulsplan.com. It is my pleasure to introduce Robert Schwartz. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you, Victor. And I want to thank Neil for inviting me to be with all of you today. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you. My specialty, as you just learned, is something called pre-birth planning. And in particular, my work focuses on the reasons why we ourselves plan big challenges before we're born, before we come into body. And in a couple of minutes, I'll share with you the 5 main reasons why we do that. But let me start by telling you a little bit more about myself and my own background. So I come from a very conventional background, a very conventional family, grew up in a conventional suburb of Cleveland, Ohio, here in the US. I have a conventional education based on the scientific method, and was in the corporate world for a number of years, basically self-employed as a marketing and communications consultant. I found that work to be very, very unfulfilling. I used to say to people at the time that I had the feeling if I fell off the face of the earth, my clients would hardly even notice that I was gone. They would just plug somebody else into that role and carry right along. But at the same time, I had the distinct sense that there was some kind of calling, some kind of purpose to my life, a reason why I was here, but I didn't know what that was, and I wasn't even sure how to figure out what it was. So I had basically what you could call an existential crisis about my life. Now, my first attempts to resolve that were very conventional in nature. I went for career counseling. I took that Myers-Briggs inventory. That was interesting, but it didn't tell me what to do with my life. And then I went to all my friends and family and I said, you know, I'm really unhappy doing this corporate work. I don't feel like I fit in the corporate world at all. What do you think I should do with my life? That, it turns out, is not a good question to ask another person. About half the people I asked literally shrugged their shoulders and said, I have no idea. And the other half suggested that I do whatever they were doing for a living, which, as you can imagine, was really not very helpful. So when these more conventional ways of figuring out one's purpose didn't really do anything for me, I thought, okay, I've got to think outside the box. What can I do? And this idea came to me: go see a psychic medium. Now, knowing what I know now, I have to believe that it was my guides who were whispering that idea in my ear. But at the time, I thought it was my own brilliant idea. And I thought, why not? You know, it'll take an hour of my time, a little bit of money, and if nothing comes out of it, there's really no harm done. So I did that on May 7 of 2003. I had the session with the medium that Victor just described to you. And the very first thing the medium said to me when the session began was, "Your spirit guides are here." And I said, "What is a spirit guide?" I'd actually never even heard the term before. So she explained to me that a guide is a highly evolved non-physical being with whom we plan our lives before we're born and who guides us after we get here in body. And then she said, "Your guides would like to speak directly to you." And she started to channel them. And the first thing they said to me right out of the box, they said, "You planned your life, including your biggest challenges, before you were born." And I'll tell you, I just shook my head and I said, "Well, why in the world would I have done that?" And they said, "You did this for purposes of spiritual growth." Now, coming as I did from such a conventional background, I probably would have dismissed all of this as some kind of delusion on my part, except that the guides then launched into this very lengthy and detailed monologue in which they explained why I had planned all my biggest challenges. And what was really impressive about this monologue was that they knew what all of my challenges had been without me saying anything about myself, nor had I told the medium anything prior to the session. So as you can imagine, if you're talking to beings who know literally everything about you without you telling them anything, that gives them a lot of credibility. So when they introduced this idea of pre-birth planning, I was listening very closely. Now, I can't overstate to you the impact that this discussion had on me. In the days and weeks after the session with the medium, I thought about this idea constantly. And the effect that it had was that it really created quite a deep healing, because it allowed me for the first time to see deeper meaning and deeper purpose to the most challenging things that had happened in my life. And then I thought, well, if this perspective can have this kind of healing for me, then surely it can create a similar kind of healing for other people. And that was when I first started to think about writing a book about pre-birth planning. Now, within just a few weeks of the session with the medium, two other very important things happened. The first was just a couple weeks after the session with the medium, I was home in my apartment. This was in Chicago, Illinois, where I lived at the time. It was the middle of the afternoon on a weekday, and I was just having an average work day. And I decided to take a break and go for a walk. So I'm walking down the sidewalk in Chicago when all of a sudden, every time I looked at another person, this feeling of pure, overwhelming, unconditional love would wash over me. And when I say unconditional love here, I don't mean the kind of love you might feel for a parent or a child or a romantic partner. This was an experience of divine love. It was a transcendent experience, and there are really no words that are adequate to describe it. I remember it very clearly because the first person I saw after this feeling came over me was a cab driver. He was just sitting behind the wheel of his cab waiting for a customer to come along. And I looked at this man, who of course was a total stranger to me, and just felt pure, overwhelming, unconditional love for him. And then I looked up and I saw a man's barber shop on the corner. I looked through the window and I saw the barber cutting a customer's hair. Two total strangers. And yet again, as I looked at them, this feeling of just pure, overwhelming, unconditional love washed over me. And then I turned around and I saw a young woman, a mother, pushing an infant in a stroller down the sidewalk. And as I looked at them, there again was that feeling of pure, unconditional love. Everywhere I looked, every time I saw another person, this feeling would wash over me. Now, I had never heard of anything like this or read about anything like this, but I understood intuitively what was happening, which was, it was as though I was in some form of enhanced immediate communion with my own soul. It was my soul saying to me, this love is who you really are. This is your true nature. And I believe that my soul gifted me with that experience that day, because years later, after I had looked at many, many people's pre-birth plans for my books, what I found was that every single pre-birth plan, without exception, was based on great wisdom and complete unconditional love for every single person involved. And this was true even when great challenges were being planned. It was true even when negative roles were being scripted for people. It was always based on complete unconditional love for every single person involved. I think that if I had not had that experience walking down the street that day, I would still have found that same result in my research. But I think there would have been this little voice at the back of my head saying, how do you know this is true? How do you know that every pre-birth plan is based on unconditional love? Well, I know it's true because of the experience walking down the street that day. I had an experience that showed me that we as souls are made literally from the energy of unconditional love. And this is why I can sit before you today and say with complete confidence and certainty, you, every single one of you, is made literally from the energy of unconditional love. Now, within a short time of that, something else quite important happened. I mentioned I had been living in Chicago. Out of personal interest, I had been going to meetings of the Chicago IONS group. This is a group, the International Association of Near-Death Studies, for people who have had near-death experiences. I myself have not had one, but I think it's an interesting subject. And so out of personal interest, I've been going to their meetings. Not long after the session with the medium, and not long after that experience of myself as unconditional love, when I was first thinking of writing a book about pre-birth planning, I went to the woman who runs that group and I said to her, I'm thinking of writing a book about how we plan our lives before we're born, but I don't have any idea how to research a book on this subject. Do you have any suggestions for me? And she said, Rob, there's a member of our group here you absolutely have to talk to. She introduced me to a woman who has the ability to go into trance and channel her own soul. So I said to her, I'm thinking of writing this book about how we plan our lives before we're born. May I speak with your soul on this subject? And fortunately, she said yes. She and I got together 5 times for a total of about 15 hours. And in that 15 hours of channeling, this huge volume of information came forward that verified everything my guides had said through the medium, but then expanded upon it greatly. So her soul told me in detail how pre-birth planning works, which challenges have been discussed for her, which ones have been chosen and why, which ones had not been chosen and why not. And so again, this huge volume of information came forward that in many ways served as the foundation for all the books I went on to write. So there were these 3 things happening within a short time of each other. The session with the medium, my experience of my soul as unconditional love, and this woman's channeling of her soul. The combination of those 3 things got me to say, okay, I will leave the corporate world and attempt to write a book on this subject. And then what happened from there, and I'll condense here in the interest of saving time, I came into contact with some mediums and channels who in one way or another could find out what somebody planned before they were born. They get the information in different ways, but they all have some way of finding out. And then in the 3rd book, I added to that the Between Lives regressions I offer. That's a form of hypnosis in which you yourself speak directly to your council of elders. You ask them what you planned, why you planned it, how you're doing in terms of fulfilling your plan, and how you can better fulfill your plan. So the books are a combination of sessions with mediums and channels and the Between Lives soul regressions. Let me share with you what I found in the research. 5 main reasons why we ourselves plan big challenges before we're born. If you're going to take notes, this would be the part to take notes on. So the first main reason I have seen in my work for planning big challenges before birth is healing. And let me give you an example from Your Soul's Plan, the first book that illustrates this. There's a story in Your Soul's Plan about a soul who is born completely deaf in both ears. This person's name is Penelope. She's African-American, which is relevant to the story, and I'll explain why in a couple of minutes. She was 24 at the time I spoke with her for the book. Again, she was born completely deaf in both ears. Working with one of the mediums, she and I were able to go into the pre-birth planning session she had when the deafness was planned. And what we learned as we listened to the conversation she had with her guide as she was planning the deafness is that in the lifetime immediately previous to the current lifetime, she had the same mother she has in this lifetime. And in that past life, when she was a little girl, she heard her mother shot to death by the mother's boyfriend. Now, she didn't actually witness the murder, but she heard the gunshots that led to her mother's death. As you can imagine, she was traumatized by that, so much so that it actually led her to commit suicide later in that lifetime. So she returned to spirit from that incarnation with what you could call an energy of unhealed trauma, which now needs to be healed. In her pre-birth planning session, her spirit guide says to her, "My dear, would you prefer to be born deaf so that no similar trauma will happen to you again, and so that you can complete your healing from the last lifetime?" And Penelope responds, "Yes, that is what I want and what I wish to do." And then what follows is a fascinating dialogue in which she and her guide work out the details of the deafness. Just as an aside here, the pre-birth decision to be female, completely deaf, and African American was not random or arbitrary in any way. One of her pre-birth intentions was to deepen in compassion. And she thought that this relatively unusual combination of being female, African American, and completely deaf would put her in a lot of situations that would provide both the opportunity and the motivation to cultivate compassion. Well, that's exactly what happened. She took all of her experiences as a woman, an African American, and a deaf person, utilized them to cultivate tremendous compassion, and now she offers that compassion to her students. She's a teacher in the deaf community. So that's reason number one for planning challenges before we're born: healing. The second main reason I've seen in my work for planning challenges before birth is balancing and releasing karma. Now, balancing and releasing karma are not the same thing. Balancing karma means you plan to have a new experience that energetically offsets a previous experience. Releasing karma means that you heal the underlying tendency that created the karma in the first place. In other words, if all you do is balance karma without also releasing it, you'll end up recreating the same karma over and over again. Let me give you an example of balancing karma. Let's say that there are two souls who had a past life together in which one was ill and the other person was that person's caregiver. When those two souls transition back into spirit at the end of that lifetime and have their life review, as we all do, they may have a sense of unbalanced energy around the caregiving relationship. They may not feel complete with it, in other words. May is the key word there, because they may feel complete or they may not. And they decide for themselves, we're complete with this or we feel incomplete. They're not told, no one is told by anybody external to themselves, you have karma here that you need to balance. You decide for yourself, you're complete with a certain kind of experience or you're not. If those two people feel incomplete with that caregiving relationship, the feeling of incompletion is the karma. So let's say they feel that way, what can they then do to balance the karma? Well, the easiest, simplest, and most direct thing to do is simply to trade places. Now the one who was ill plans the life challenge of caregiving. The one who was the caregiver plans the life challenge of illness. What makes it all so interesting and so challenging, I think, is that when those two souls get back into body, they won't remember their pre-birth plan, just as the rest of us don't. So the challenge becomes, how do we give and receive love unconditionally in these very difficult circumstances of self-induced amnesia? And when I talk about giving and receiving love unconditionally, you know, the flow of love in the world is circular in nature. Imagine a big circle, then cut it in half. Half of that circle is giving love to other people. This is what we all believe is a good thing to do, and we all try to do that. But it's actually only half the circle. The other half of that circle is receiving love from other people. So if you are someone who does not allow others to give love to you, you're actually blocking the flow of love in the world just as effectively as if you never give love to anyone else. And this, I think, is particularly relevant to a caregiving situation because, in my view, it's incumbent upon the one who is ill to receive love from the caregiver. But that's the second main reason for planning challenges before we're born, balancing and releasing karma. The third main reason for planning challenges before birth is a desire to be of service to others. If you read spiritual or metaphysical literature, you've probably heard of the concept of oneness. This is the idea that there's actually only one being in existence in the universe. And it's you, it's me, it's all of us. Each of us is an individualized expression of the one. The way I understand the orientation towards service, which I can tell you is in literally every single pre-birth plan I've ever looked at, it's always there in one form or another to one degree or another. The way I conceptualize it is that this orientation to service is a natural expression of oneness consciousness, which is our natural state of consciousness when we're home on the other side. In other words, let's say that you and I are back on the other side and we're planning a life together, and you perceive that I am literally you. It's not just a concept the way it is here. You actually experience that I am literally you. Well, then, of course, you'll want to be of service to me. And conversely, if I experience that you are literally me, then, of course, I will want to be of service to you. So this orientation towards service, which again is in everybody's pre-birth plan, I think is a natural expression of oneness consciousness, which is our natural state of consciousness when we're on the other side. That's reason number 3, desire to be of service to others. The 4th main reason I have seen for planning challenges before we're born is a desire to experience contrast. And let me explain how this works. I mentioned earlier my experience of my soul as unconditional love as I walked down the street that day. The non-physical realm we come from, as I understand it, is a realm of complete unconditional love. So if we as souls are made from the energy of unconditional love, and if we are in this realm of only unconditional love, that means we experience no contrast to ourselves, which in turn means we don't fully understand or appreciate who or what we are. We don't fully understand what it means to be a soul made from the energy of unconditional love. So I think what the soul is doing here on the physical plane is that we have come for what you could call the not love, which we would all agree there's a lot of. Because through that experience, by the time you go home at the end of a lifetime, you understand much more deeply what unconditional love is, which is another way of saying you have a much more profound self-knowing. Now, I know this is a somewhat arcane concept, so I like to explain it using an analogy from a book other than my own. In one of the Conversation with God books by Neale Donald Walsch, this idea of experiencing contrast comes up. And God asks Neale to explain it using the analogy of the white room, which goes like this. Imagine that you are a white being in a white room. So you are white. The ceiling is white. The floor is white. All the walls around you are white. Everything in this room is white, including you. Now, if you are such a being in such a room, how do you know that you're white? Well, the answer is you don't. And in fact, you actually can't until you experience something that is other than white. Then once you've had that experience, then you understand much more deeply what it means to be a white being in a white room. This, I think, is what we as souls are doing here on the physical plane. We are love. We come from this realm of only love. We therefore experience no contrast to ourselves. We therefore don't fully understand or appreciate who or what we are. And so we come from the contrast, the not love, because through that experience, by the time you go home, you understand who you are. You have a much more profound self-knowing. So that's reason number 4 for planning challenges before we're born, a desire to experience contrast. And the 5th and final reason, strictly speaking, this is a subset of healing, but it's so important, I like to break it out as a separate item of its own. And that is correcting or healing false beliefs or false feelings about the self. And let me explain how this one works. Almost everybody has had at least one past life, and usually many, in which certain things happened that caused you to pick up a false feeling or false belief about yourself. 2 of the most common are 1, that one is powerless, and 2, that one is unworthy or perhaps even worthless. If you feel or believe yourself to be powerless, unworthy, or worthless, to your soul that feels discordant. What do I mean by discordant? Well, imagine if you were to walk through an old abandoned house that's filled with spider webs. And you walk through a spider web and it clings to your face, it clings to your neck, it clings to your chest and shoulders. To you, this would feel, for lack of a better word, icky, and you would immediately try to brush or clear the spider webs away. Very roughly speaking, that's how it feels to your soul when you, a portion of your soul's energy in a physical body, pick up a false feeling or false belief about yourself. It feels icky or discordant, and your soul immediately wants to heal or clear it. So how is that done? Well, here in the third dimension where we are, what will happen is you will draw to yourself experiences that seem on the surface to confirm the false feeling or false belief. This is actually a fundamental function of life in the third dimension. The world is set up to mirror you back to you so that you can find out what lies within your consciousness, even if it's subconscious, and then bring it to the light of conscious awareness where you can then set about healing it. So if you feel or believe yourself to be powerless, unworthy, or worthless, you will draw to yourself experiences that seem on the surface to confirm that to you so that you can bring it to your awareness and then heal it. Now, I realize what I have just described might sound harsh and perhaps even punitive, but I can assure you it is not the universe's intention to be either harsh or punitive. The universe is loving. And what it's trying to do in its infinite love for you is mirror you back to you so that you can see what's within your consciousness, again, even if it's at the subconscious level, and then bring it to the light of conscious awareness so that you can heal it. That's the fifth reason for planning challenges before we're born, a desire to heal or correct false feelings or false beliefs about oneself. Let me share with you a couple stories of pre-birth planning to make all of this more tangible. There's a story, a true story, told about Edgar Cayce, and you might recognize the name. Cayce, who is now back on the other side, is regarded by many people as perhaps the greatest American psychic medium who ever lived. Late in Cayce's career, after he'd done sessions for thousands and thousands of people, he was visited by two wealthy women, sisters from New York City. And the sisters said to him, "Mr. Cayce, we are at the end of our rope in regard to our brother. He lives under a bridge in New York. He drinks too much. We come from a wealthy family, but he long ago squandered his share of the family fortune. Over the years, we've tried everything we can think of to help him turn his life around, and nothing has worked. Mr. Cayce, can you tell us anything that will help us help our brother?" Well, upon hearing this, Cayce did what he always did, which is he went into trance. He went into the Akashic record, which is the complete non-physical record of every word, thought, and action relevant to the earth plane, including the pre-birth planning. And then he said to the two sisters, "Your brother is the single most highly evolved soul about whom I have ever obtained information. And the three of you planned together before any of you were born for him to do exactly as he's been doing so that the two of you could learn to be more compassionate." Well, that was not exactly the response the sisters had been hoping for, but this is how it works. But because we as a society don't yet recognize that this is how it works, we have all these very harsh judgments of people like the brother and people in certain other categories of experience: homelessness, drug addiction, alcoholism, certain illnesses like AIDS. And what are the judgments? We say things like, these people are losers. These people need to get their act together. They need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. The judgments of people who have AIDS are particularly harsh. People say things like, he or she must have been promiscuous. He or she must not have used protection. Some people actually believe that AIDS is God's way of punishing homosexuals for being homosexuals. But I would submit to you, consider the sheer absurdity of these kinds of judgments in light of what is actually happening here. The souls who plan these kinds of experiences are very, very brave souls. They're taking on challenges most of us wouldn't dare to take on. And they're doing it, at least in part, to be our teachers. They're coming in to teach us certain lessons. This point was so important to me. This is the reason why the first story in my first book, Your Soul's Plan, is about a soul who plans to have the AIDS virus. He was shown scenes of what life on Earth is like at this point in linear time. And he came away from those scenes in his pre-birth planning thinking that judgment is a big problem, and he wanted to do something about it. So the plan he came up with is that he would contract the AIDS virus, and then for the rest of his life, every time he meets somebody, he gives that person the opportunity to put judgment aside and feel compassion in their heart. So here is somebody that society judges very, very harshly, and yet it takes tremendous courage to plan a challenge like that. And again, he's doing it in part to come in as a teacher of compassion. So, you know, if you're walking down the street one day, and let's say you pass a homeless person in a cardboard box on the corner, if you have a thought like get a job, that kind of thought really misses the mark, because it's very possible that that person was in your pre-birth planning session, agreed to be there at that moment as you walk by. And yes, the planning is sometimes that detailed, and agreed to give you the opportunity to put judgment aside and feel compassion in your heart. That homeless person may very well be a highly evolved soul, possibly much more highly evolved than you, who is there in service to you. And yet, because we as a society don't yet know this, we have all these very harsh judgments of people who have these kinds of experiences. Let me share with you one other story of pre-birth planning just to make it more clear. In Your Soul's Plan, there's an entire chapter about the pre-birth planning of accidents. And I put accidents in quote marks here because they aren't really accidents. One of the stories in that chapter is about a woman named Christina, who is now in her 60s. She spoke with me about something that happened decades ago when she was in her 20s. When she was in her 20s, she was employed as an administrative assistant at a college in California. And one of her daily duties in that job was to pick up her boss's mail. The mailboxes were in the basement of the building in which Christina worked. So one day, just as she had done many, many times before, she descended those stairs to the basement mailboxes. But on this day, unbeknownst to her, somebody had planted a pipe bomb in her boss's mailbox. When she inserted her hand to pick up the mail, the bomb detonated. The force from this explosion was so great, it picked her up off the ground and threw her 10 feet backwards against a concrete wall. There were 6-foot splinters of wood that were shot like arrows out of a bow into the wall around her. 2 fingers were severed, both eardrums were ruptured, and flames from the explosion scorched her body from head to toe. When she got to the hospital, doctors actually had to hold magnets over her eyeballs to extract the shrapnel from the pipe. So we're talking here about a level of suffering that's almost unimaginable to you and me. Now, her recovery took 2 years and 10 reconstructive surgeries. At one point during that 2-year period, she was lying in her hospital bed in a lot of pain when she heard a voice inside her head, a voice that was not her own. It turns out that the force from that explosion, in addition to doing a lot of damage to her body, had opened up her psychic gifts. She had become clairaudient. And the voice she heard inside her head that day was one of her spirit guides. The guide said to her, "You planned this." And she said, "Why?" Not an unreasonable question, right? And then the guide told her, and here's what he said. He said, "You wanted, before you were born, to have a lifetime as a gifted healer. And you knew pre-birth that if you could heal yourself from the devastating effects of this bomb explosion, you could then take all of that wisdom and knowledge about healing and turn it outward in service to others." And there you see that theme of service to others that I talked about earlier. Well, this is exactly what she went on to do. After she recovered from all the surgery, she went back to school, got a PhD in speech language pathology, and set up a private clinical practice. At this point in her career, she's healed literally thousands of people. She actually has the ability to go into somebody's brain energetically, by which I mean non-invasively, and restore language processing capability in people who have lost that due to stroke or accident. So we're talking here about a remarkably gifted healer. And the only reason she can do any of this is because she healed herself first from the bomb explosion. Now, when I spoke with her for the book, she said two remarkable things to me. The first was, she said, Rob, I have completely forgiven the person who planted that bomb. Now, remember, this is somebody who had magnets held above her eyeballs in the hospital. And yet here she is saying in complete sincerity that she has completely forgiven the person who inflicted that kind of suffering on her. That in and of itself is extraordinary. But then she said something even more amazing. She said, Rob, I am deeply grateful to the person who planted that bomb. This, to me, is one of the most amazing stories I've seen that shows what you can do with an awareness of your pre-birth plan. You can easily imagine she could have chosen instead to be angry for the rest of her life. She could have chosen to be bitter and resentful for the rest of her life. She might even have chosen to devote the rest of her life to tracking down the bomber and taking revenge. But because she came into this understanding, this awareness of her pre-birth plan, and really worked with it over a number of years, it didn't happen overnight. She got herself to a place of total forgiveness and then to a place of total gratitude. Now, her story is unusual in that it's a bomb explosion, but she herself is not unusual. If she can do this after what she went through, all of you can do it no matter what your challenges have been. You can all work with an awareness of your pre-birth plan to get to that place of forgiveness and then to that place of total gratitude. Let me share with you briefly some things that are coming up. I do a lot of online workshops, 1-day and 2-day workshops. In the 1-day workshop, we do a group between lives soul regression. This is a very long form of hypnosis. It takes about 2 hours just to go through the process. We start with some preliminary steps to help you relax physically and then mentally. And then I guide everybody in the group into a past life. It's almost always a past life that had a big impact on the plan for the current lifetime. You experience 4 scenes in the past life. The 4th scene is the death scene. The part of your consciousness that is having the experience leaves the body in the death scene and crosses over to the other side, which I realize might sound a little bit ominous, but it's actually very easy and gentle. When you get back to the other side, most likely a spirit guide will greet you. You'll ask the guide why you were shown that past life and how it's relevant to your current lifetime. And then I prompt everyone in the group to ask their guide to take them to their council of elders. The council, once again, consists of the very wise, loving, and highly evolved beings who oversee your personal evolution. So they know everything about you, everything about the plan for your current life, everything about the plan for every past life you had, every non-physical lifetime you've had, everything you've ever done, really. When people get in front of their council, I prompt the group to ask a very long and very extensive series of questions that covers all the major areas of their life. So it's not an interactive experience. It can't be in a group, but it is individualized in that you get personalized answers to your questions from your own council. By the time that process is over, you should have a very good idea of what you planned, why you made those plans, how you're doing in terms of fulfilling your plan, and how you can better fulfill your plan, plus any other questions you would like to ask. There are 2 things that people comment on after they've visited their council of elders. They almost always comment on this feeling of overwhelming unconditional love the council had for them. And they also comment on the total absence of judgment. They often say something like, I could tell that my council knew all the bad things that I had done in this lifetime, and yet they loved me completely and unconditionally anyway. And you know, for most people, that's their first experience of true unconditional love since coming into body. So it's a wonderful reminder of what home is actually like. In the 2-day workshop, we do the group between lives regression. I give a talk. We do something called the Divine Virtues exercise that tells you the qualities you're working on. Your pre-birth desire to cultivate and express those qualities is one of the main reasons you planned your biggest challenges. And this falls under the category of service to others, because as you cultivate divine virtues like patience, empathy, compassion, and so forth, you raise your vibration. Your vibration is your primary form of service to the world. This is true for literally every person on the planet, even those people who have missions that involve a lot of physical doing on the physical plane. Your vibration is far more important than anything you can ever do with your physical body. So we do this exercise where you learn which divine virtues you're working on, and then another group regression to contact loved ones on the other side. And if the form the contact takes is verbal or telepathic, you can ask them any questions you have about your life plan with them. We also have a new workshop called Star Souls. My wife is a channel. She channels a collective of beings who exist in unity consciousness and who we call the beings of light. They took the hypnotic induction for the between lives soul regression and modified it. It's now called, the modification is now called a between lives star soul regression. And it's been modified by the beings of light so that someone who is from a distant place, as many of you probably are, and you come here to Earth, which is a much less evolved civilization than the one you came from, but you come here for reasons of service, the Star Souls regression will help you determine where you came from, why you chose to come to Earth, what your unique gifts are as a Star Soul, and how you can actualize or activate those unique gifts in service to humanity. So that's the Star Souls workshop. A lot of great things going on. Visit yoursoulsplan.com for more information. Sign up, please, for the newsletter on the homepage. Click on events in the main menu to see the upcoming workshops. Click on sessions in the main menu to see more about the Between Lives regression, including a 1-hour video of an actual regression. And that's basically what we've got going on. So I hope to see some of you in the workshops. And once again, thank you for being here. And thank you to Neil for inviting me to speak with you today. My pleasure.
And Rob, thank you so much for joining us and sharing these wonderful messages. And that next workshop, I posted them all in the chat room for those who are looking for those workshop leads. And the next one is coming up this week. Is that correct?
It's April 24th is the group Between Lives Soul Regression.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye, everybody.
Well, Rob, do you have a few more minutes? We still have 10 minutes, so maybe we can take a couple of questions. Are you good with that?
I thought we were up at 3, but yeah, I'm happy to stick around.
All right.
I loved what you shared, Rob. I really appreciate the way that you shared and the opportunities we all have to learn about how we were predestined for some of these experiences. So thank you. I did you put your information in the chat about your workshops coming up?
I think Victor did that for me.
Them, yes, I'll post them again.
I thought that was really profound, Rob. I have heard that souls line up to get into bodies that have been mutilated or injured. Can you comment on that?
I don't have information specifically about souls wanting to be in mutilated or injured bodies, but I can speak to something related to that. What has been shared with me in the channeling sessions for my books is that there were actually 3 times as many souls who wanted to be in body at this time of planetary ascension as available bodies. So in order to be here in a body now, you had to make a 1 in 3 cut. And the way that decision was made is that you had to have something specific to offer the ascension process. So, you know, our world is filled with people who feel weak, small, insignificant, helpless, powerless. I can assure you, nothing is farther from the truth. You made a 1 in 3 cut to be here, and you were chosen because you have something specific to offer the ascension process.
Okay, that's probably the most empowering thing I have heard said forever, like as a reminder that, like, okay, we just didn't get down here and just because we had nothing else to do off in the galaxy, You're saying that we actually had to already meet a certain criteria to get into these bodies and be part of this ascension, because what's happening here is so important.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The ascension is monumentally important for Earth and humanity alone, but it's also monumentally important for the rest of the universe, because the vibration of what is happening here radiates out infinitely in all directions, and it impacts literally every other being everywhere.
I'm just going to resonate with this. I'm kind of excited about hearing that 1 in 3, because I tell people, well, you volunteered to be here, and you did. We volunteered, but maybe now knowing that we already came down here with that wisdom.
Right.
encoded.
Well, I love what Dolores Cannon says. She goes, not only did we elect to be here, but we're also selected to be here.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's a good wake up for all of us. And I love this pre-birth planning to be able to sit down, because I'll tell you, so for me, my exit, just so you know, whenever I've thought I should kill myself or whatever, God forbid, I've had these meetings with my team of about 12 or 13 of my guides. And I see myself sitting there saying, well, Earth was so hard, I couldn't do my mission. At that point, my horror, I wake up, it's like, oh my God, I can't even imagine saying that to my guides. Like, it was just too hard. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, we all have a life review when the incarnation is over, and it's done in a completely unconditionally loving environment. Your guides are there. They never judge you. They love you unconditionally, no matter what happened in the incarnation. But you will see as part of that whether or not you completed your mission. And if you didn't complete it, that's where that feeling of incompletion arises. And then you'll feel that you want to attempt it again in another lifetime.
God, I can already feel like, and so then you really are hungry to come back and do it again, to get it right over and over and over again. I see Michelle's nodding her head. Yes, we are. Wow.
There's a couple of questions here, if we can take them from the audience. Stephanie is asking, can we leave early without karma? Meaning, if we feel we cannot finish our mission, can we call in an early dismissal?
Wow.
Well, so in my second book, Your Soul's Gift, there's an entire chapter about the pre-birth planning of suicide. And I realized the question wasn't necessarily specifically about suicide, but I want to speak to that for a moment, because that's an important part of the picture. As part of the research for that chapter, we did a channeling session with Jesus. And I asked him, is suicide planned before we're born? And he says it is never planned as a certainty, but it is planned as a possibility or a probability, or rarely a probability so high as to be almost certain. Now, you might ask, why would somebody want to plan a life in which a suicide was probable or almost certain? You have to understand that when you're back on the other side, planning an incarnation, there are several key differences in your perspective compared with when you're here in body. One of them is that from the non-physical vantage point, you know that a lifetime is actually very brief. It might not seem that way when you're here, especially if you're suffering, but from the non-physical, you know it's very brief. A second key difference, you know that nobody is permanently harmed by anything that happens here. And a third key difference, you know from the non-physical vantage point that whatever wisdom you acquire becomes part of you literally for all eternity. So from that perspective, that a lifetime is actually very brief, no one is permanently harmed by anything that happens here, and yet the wisdom becomes part of you for all eternity. That perspective does make sense in terms of why souls would plan very great challenges, or even the possibility of a suicide. But when you get to the life review, again, it's you assessing yourself. No one else judges you, but you will decide, I'm complete with that lifetime or I'm not. And if you feel incomplete, that's the karma, and then you plan to complete it.
Thank you so much I resonate with that so much. So we have one more question here, and then we'll close out with you, Rob. I'm gonna do a poem, and then we'll get into the next person here. And the question is from Kathy: how does your work compare with QHHT, which is quantum healing technique, Dolores Cannon's modality?
I certainly know of QHHT. I don't know any of the details of it. I'm not trained in that form of hypnosis. I was trained by somebody who was trained by Michael Newton. Michael Newton, you might recognize the name. He's the person who pioneered the field of, he called it LBL, or life between lives regression, back in the 1990s. I call it a between life soul regression, or BLSR, but it's the same thing. And actually, the hypnotic induction I use is one that he created. It's been modified through clinical application quite a bit over the years, but the bones of the induction were created by Michael Newton. But I really can't speak to QHHT. I just don't know that much about it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for everything and just being a part of this event. And also, everybody, we did the psychology, evidence, and science behind after-death communication and near-death experiences conference. That was about 3 weeks ago. Psychology, evidence, and science behind ADCs and NDEs. Rob has a full presentation on that too. That's free. You can check it out on our YouTube. It's going to be relaunched on our YouTube in a couple of days, and definitely be working a lot more with you in the future, brother. Thank you for being you, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. All right. So before we get into our next guest, which Michelle is going to bring on shortly here, and we're still waiting for him to come on, let's do a little heart coherence, everybody. How about that? We started yesterday with that as well. And so what I want to do is cultivate some heart coherence here, where we're going to just encompass the world, the planet, with the frequency of our heart. And then while your eyes are closed, I'm going to do a poem, and then we'll move forward into our next guest for today. So I want to make sure you are comfortable. Get into a nice position here, whether you're laying down, standing up, sitting down. And then whenever you're ready, go ahead and close your eyes. There was a lot of awareness yesterday. Yesterday, we created a huge spiritual foundation. And today, we're going deeper and deeper. And by the end of tomorrow, we're going to be out of this galaxy and encompassing many different multiverses in all the awareness that is about to come and be expressed over the next day and a half. So let's take this moment to integrate everything that we've been receiving, to embody all that resonates with us. I just want you to observe your breath, the oxygen coming in through your nose, out of your nose or out of your mouth, whatever you want. And now take this moment to tune in to your heart. Feel your heart in your chest. As you breathe normally, feel the pulsating, the beat, the drum, the rhythm of your heart. Can you feel it? Can you feel your heart pumping blood throughout your whole body? One of the many organs that we all have in common. Our life force. As you feel the heart, your heart, beating, pulsing, can you feel the rhythm of your heart in your fingertips, in your hands, in your legs, in your toes? Can you feel the blood going through your forehead, through your brain? Breathe in the feeling of the heart. On the next inhale, we're going to expand the electromagnetic field of our heart to encompass the entire planet. So breathe in and then feel the aura of your heart expanding. Envision it in your mind's eye around the entire planet. It's okay if your heart's beating fast, slow, erratically. Doesn't matter. Just accept your heart for where it is. Don't try to change it. Just accept the experience right now. And as all of us that are watching this, and all of those thousands of people that will be watching and tuning into this later, we do this. We see all these light grids around the entire planet, all simultaneously expanding the electromagnetic fields around the entire Earth, encompassing the planet and all of the creatures, all of the structures, all of the people within our hearts. And on one deep inhale, send out whatever you want to the planet: love, gratitude, harmony, peace, tranquility, compassion. Inhale and send it out. If your eyes are still closed, please keep them closed still. In this world of calamity, with organized piety making people drop to their knees, people see the front. Time for the peripheral, narrow-minded ignorance. Be the bigger man and see the benevolence. The interdimensional energy of love holds my truth above other dimensions. I'm the anti-level vacuum being sucked down with the pull of a black hole, recycled in this universe that shows acceptance, knows acceptance by accepting the predicament that I am in. With all the government may think I do is all I do is a sin. Straight fear-mongering. So I'll write with a pen to show beginning to an end. Just know we chose to be here. Tear perceptions of fear. I remember, Jah will be waiting there. It's time to believe in yourself, to forget monetary wealth, to concentrate on your health. I felt lost, stones pelt, body bloody, judgment by those that say they love me. But what does love mean within these lower frequencies of emotions, causing mental erosions? I'm frozen in a rapidly moving time, with holes in the heavens flow of energy from realms of divine essence. These beings think that we're under their guide to receive lessons of ascension? No. The gods we show, the biblical portrayal of Jesus in pagan rituals, the deities we worship and bow, ask for forgiveness, and how can we reach the kingdom of heaven? Away from ourselves, looking externally for personified God, indemnified soul of the old ancestry of the duality of friends and foes. Know this, the energy level will persist. The new world order doesn't matter one bit. No one world without singularity. Physical perceptions manifest in realms of spirituality. No order, pure anarchy to set all of humanity in 13 different third-dimensional planetary systems free. So follow me, and we will all transcend and ascend to the fourth density. Your eyes are still closed. Take one deep breath in. Your hearts are still around, encompassing the planet. And on an exhale, send out peace, tranquility, harmony, love, compassion to this earthly experience. Acceptance for the chaos that we've endured, the perception of this reality that seems chaotic at times. Breathe out. Gratitude for this experience on earth. All right. Michelle, you ready to go?
As soon as I tell you how much I love you and how beautiful that was. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You
All right,
are
so
the glue.
thank you. I love you so much. All right, so Tarek's in the house. It's all yours.
Super. So I'm really excited to introduce Tarek. And Tarek works with light workers, starseeds, and empaths on their spiritual path to help them thrive doing what they love. I love that. Through his revolutionary infinity healing modality, he is able to help his clients achieve and manifest their heart's desires with infinite ease and grace, even if they have not been able to achieve their results elsewhere. Tarek Bibi, aka Mr. Miraculous, is a facilitator of inner transformation, helping people on the spiritual path around the world transcend all their emotional and psychological blocks at their core level in an instant. Tarek is able to help people release years of pain and problems, to live life miraculously. Tarek is a sensitive, gifted poet, musician, and artist, true Renaissance man there, with a commitment to helping young people all around the world become their best selves and learn to use their gifts and thrive in this new age of consciousness. He has been labeled an empath, indigo, a starseed, and an earth angel, and a light worker. He earned the name Mr. Miraculous because of the instant breakthroughs he has assisted his clients in achieving, where nothing else has worked. Infinity healing has made it possible in an instant. And it is my honor to introduce, with gratitude and with love, Tarek Bliss Beebe.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. And thank you, Neil, for that beautiful poem and beautiful healing. And honored to be here, and really want to come here with a full heart and just a beautiful intention to co-create something magical, not just for us, but for the planet at large. Thank you. So I just take it away from here, Michelle. Okay, got it. So my intention for today's segment, that I was honored and blessed to have this opportunity to collaborate with some amazing speakers and healers from all over, is to really help us align with our ultimate soul purpose. I feel every one of us plays a part in co-creating heaven on earth, or creating the changes that we all feel in our hearts and souls is needed for our planet. So we're the ones we've been praying for. And we are remembering now that we have a say in the matter. We get to vote with our energy and money what we want into this reality. And you can look around and see all these beautiful self-sustaining communities and people living their own ways and off-grid and tiny homes and building their own foods and reclaiming our sovereignty. So there's this huge movement that's happening in the financial world, in the education world. There's the whole unschooling movement. So we're playing our part, and I'll just share a little bit about my story, just so that for those of you, I'm so used to talking where people know my story, so I'll just share a little bit. So yeah, growing up as a child, just feeling very delicate, very sensitive. My moon's in Pisces, I'm Aries cusp Pisces, so very sensitive, very delicate, very psychic. And I just had a hard time with the energies around me. Like, I thought my friend, people in class hated my guts. I thought my teachers were torturing me. I thought my parents hated me. I was just so confused. I was like, why? And also with, I kept talking to God and being like, why am I here? I'm so confused. Why do you send me to hell? Why are there demons around me? And, just very confused. But as a kid, I remember when our teachers what do you want to be when you grow up? All I can think of is aspiring to be anything near, the stories of Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, just all I cared as a kid, not thinking it, just knowing I just want to have this strong connection to the divine, and I want to help humanity, right? So from an innocent place, not from a Jesus complex. So, yeah, there's many of us, many of us, all of us are really here, I feel, to play a role. And my mission is to help warriors of love align with their ultimate purpose and passions and gifts, and share them in a big way to create big impact. And I feel the universe is also using me to bridge the gap between spirituality and financial abundance, because for the last 13 years, whenever I ask my clients what they want to work on, it's always financial abundance. So my heritage in this lifetime is Palestinian and Lebanese. So I feel like every lifetime I choose the culture that's getting it the hardest. Yeah, just very heavy, very dense reality as a kid. And then a lot of traumas, a lot of put downs. I was really, how you want to nurture a child and encourage them to feel good enough and worthy and loved and supported. And I felt like I didn't get the support I needed. I felt like I was put down a lot. I was bullied a lot. I just had a lot of traumas and unsafety and insecurities and, not good enough, and guilt and shame was projected at me all the time. So I didn't know how to have a healthy boundary, and I just took it all in. And then I was getting, I was having a hard time in school, and I was so quiet. And then, 8th grade came, and I was listening to rap music and rock music, and I just shaved my head and I just let it all out. And then I was seen, but as a bad kid, I was just going on a downward spiral and got into drugs and alcohol abuse, just abusing alcohol and drugs and getting into fights and arrests and cops. It was really bad. And I remember it escalated to the point that I was like smoking a lot, drinking a lot. My friends were passed out. The sun had come up, so it's like the next day. It's the morning of the next day, so I stayed drinking and smoking the whole night, and I thought my heart was going to stop. And in that moment, I prayed and I asked. At that point, I was like, God or whatever's there, please give me a second chance. I wasn't afraid of death. I was afraid of wasting my life. And I think ever since then, it's been like, what, show me my purpose, because I was getting fired from all the crappy jobs, and I never graduated from high school, dropped out of college. So I really grew up with the worst mindset in terms of self-worth and feeling good enough and not feeling like I had any role in society, and just like, having so much empathy for like people who end up in psychiatric wards and homeless people, just like feeling like, I get, these guys, like something about what they're doing seems right to me, but I just never fit in society. I was, the black sheep, as many of us are. And then after that, I just kind of left my surroundings. I'm like, leave my surroundings, find out who I am, find out what my purpose is, discovered healing, created an infinity healing technique that's being taught worldwide now, and even kids are doing it and helping, people with all sorts of health miracles and things like that. So I think my story is for those who feel like they didn't, they're inadequate, they don't fit in, put down, not good enough, childhood trauma, and then I felt like my guidance was communicating to me at that point and saying, you got to reach out to those who have wronged you and just forgive. And it was the hardest thing I ever had to do. And so I reached out to my dad, and I'm like, I don't know why you were so tough on me, but I forgive you. And being able to hear from his perspective how his love language is acts of service. So every single time he was making me a meal or, working, he never took a day off work. And I just spoke to him today. We're like super close now, but as a kid, I was terrified. And so I think part of, and what I would love to do with you guys is an actual process and just share a little bit of these nuggets that I learned on my journey, integrating the shadow, clearing guilt and shame. Oh, I love your headpiece, Michelle. It looks so cool. Clearing some trauma, creating healthy boundaries, integrating the inner child so that it feels like it's a part of us and it's safe, things like that. There you go. Dennis, thanks. I don't know if it's Dennis or is it Dennis? Denise? Yeah, thanks for sharing. My dad used to tell me that too. Yeah, and I think as let's call ourselves light warriors or just strong mirrors, if anyone around us as kids was holding on to, let's say, guilt, that they don't know how to release that guilt, they just transmit that guilt to us, or they transmit that shame to us, or they transmit that rage and anger to us. And I was telling a client the other day, it's almost like our parents are saying, we don't know how to deal with this. Here you go. Maybe you seem like some, on some level they were aware that we had more emotional intelligence and more spiritual awareness. And I think they were doing the best they can to just pass it on to us so we can clear it. So, yeah, and then I got into rap music, and like my soul brother Neil got into rap and poetry, and found that as a beautiful vehicle to alchemize the traumas by turning emotions into words and then sharing them in a poetic way, and then allowing. And when I share that, usually that's healing on its own, because people are like, wow, I've never been able to put words to how I've been feeling. So some of us are gifted with healing energies through our hands, and for me, it comes from my throat. So it's a healing that comes from sound and words. Yeah, wordsmith. So I feel my mission in life, one of my missions is to, or how I'm choosing to fulfill part of my purpose is through my gifts and talents and abilities. And my vision is, and if you can visualize this with me, is imagine a world where people from all over. Imagine a world where people are fully owning their gifts, talents, and abilities, sharing them in a big, powerful way, creating powerful impact on our planet, and thriving on all levels, not just spiritually, emotionally, energetically, but also financially, or whatever the equivalent we decide to co-create. Like if we decide, hugs is the new currency, then let's open ourselves up to receiving an abundance of hugs. To me, it doesn't matter. I used to tell clients, like, it's not about money. Yes, money was created to manipulate us and all that, but even if tomorrow we decide apples are the new currency, the same blocks we have with money will just be projected onto apples. So, if we still have that mindset that says, no, I don't want anything, I want to give, and people are like, no, I need to give you an apple, and we're like, no, I don't want to take, we only should give, we shouldn't receive. So we have these like programs and about giving and receiving. We haven't really remembered how to unconditionally receive, how to unconditionally love. I think now we're invited to remember unconditional receptivity. That means if someone gifts us something, we receive it unconditionally without the need to reciprocate it right away, right? There's almost like a guilt, like I can't just receive it, right? And it's worldwide. I remember when I was traveling everywhere, like when I go, thank you so much, people go, no, thank you. So the no neglects it. It like no kind of stops the gratitude. And then thank you means like, no, I'm not going to receive this gratitude. I'm going to give it. And it's like we're all just, I call it ping ponging gratitude. Everyone's just like hitting it back. No one's receiving it. So one small step is to practice that receptivity muscle, is to fully receive it. So right now, if I just mustered up the most powerful, potent gratitude energy, and I was like, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you taking the time to be here. I invite you now to just receive that fully, unconditionally, and go and just like receive that gratitude and just say you're welcome. And by you just receiving it fully, I feel good. So you're actually doing the person a favor by receiving it fully. They feel good about giving. So if you do the no thank you and ping pong it back, you're actually robbing them from the opportunity to feel good by doing something good. Just a little small nugget of wisdom. But yeah, I feel the steps on my evolution, my kind of like the steps that I've taken to get to where I am now, where after all that, feeling like a failure and society telling me I'm not worth anything and getting fired from all the crappy jobs, and still finding a gift in healing and starting a practice 13 years ago, and experiencing abundance on all levels from it, and impacting so many people and reaching so many people, and just having the opportunity for people to want to learn my modality and allow me to mentor them in their businesses to hit their financial six-figure goals or their spiritual goals to align with their gifts. There's a lot of closet healers that I work with that I'm laughing at the concept of a closet healer, but it's very common. It's like a lot of us have experienced, who here has experienced just not feeling safe to be seen, right? And whenever I do past life regressions or deep healing work, it's usually we've been shunned and killed and hung and burnt and labeled witches, many lifetimes, not just one. So, yeah, if you guys have any questions about aligning with your purpose, please bring it up, and we'll do a process. And I'll also conclude with a poem, just in honor of Neil sharing poems as well. Sorry, I'm not able to read that message. Okay, so imagine with me that all of us are fully owning our gifts, talents, and abilities. We're all creating these infinite ripples throughout the infinite, not just this planet. Imagine a world where everyone is sharing their gifts and abilities to the fullest. Because I feel like if every person on this planet, or even just a handful, a small percentage of us, share our gifts to the fullest, we can co-create heaven on earth. We can co-create a reality that is love-based, love actualized, and love embodied, and love in action, right? So, and what would that look like? It's different for everyone, but at least it's coming from love, and that means it's coming from infinite intelligence, infinite consciousness is coming from source and from God, from the universe. And that's all it takes. So if we, because a lot of us carry the world on our shoulders, who here can relate to that. We got like this Atlas syndrome where we feel we need to help everyone. But if we just bring it down to what's one thing in our heart of hearts is our like strong desire to contribute to the planet. If we just focus on that one thing, like for me, I'm so committed to spreading forgiveness, and we'll integrate that into this process because that changed my life. Like it almost killed me not to forgive. And it, after forgiveness, like my whole life changed. I dropped out of college and I found my path as a healer and read all these books and went from being the class, like failure to becoming the biggest nerd when it came to all things spirituality and metaphysics and manifestation. So, yeah, and with those traumas, remembering how to love ourselves, how to be gentle with ourselves, right? There's people who've been abused. There's a lot of talk on like the person who abuses us, but there's less talk about how we abuse ourselves. And our mind is ferociously vicious and just hard on us. And it's like, it's so abusive. Like to think of things like overworking yourself, like work. I'm a recovering workaholic and all sorts of addictions that I'm either recovering from or, still, it's at an all-time high. It's at its best, but it's still, there's still some parts of me that want to punish my body. So just observing, being aware that there's an inner child in us that is so delicate and precious, and connecting with it daily and knowing what its needs are, if it needs safety, if it needs to be heard, if it needs to be seen, and asking for that. Sometimes when I'm having arguments with my beloved, I'll be like, I just want to feel heard right now. So being clear about what we need and like asking it, utilizing that gift of our throat chakra, like to be able to ask for what we want. So yeah, if each one of us aligns with our gifts and shares it to the fullest, creates impact, we can co-create heaven on earth. So let's get into it. And the way this process works, the infinity healing technique, is it's source energy or God's energy or universal energy connecting to us, doing infinite things for us so that we can be our infinite selves. And everything gets activated when you say your sacred yes. So starting now, we're activating this infinity healing that's coming from source, God, universe. And it's going to do infinite things for us, including letting go of limiting beliefs, fears, emotions, root traumas, childhood stuff, parent stuff, ancestral stuff, manipulation. Yesterday I did an implant removal. So even letting go of negative energy interferences and things like that. So would you like an infinity healing for source, God, universe to bring our entire being back into its divine blueprint? Would you like that? Yes, and to transmute anything that found its way into our field that is not of the divine blueprint. Would you like that? Yes, beautiful. And to alchemize all our traumas so that they're being used to propel us forward on our path. Would you like that? Yes. And would you like an infinity healing to fully align with your ultimate passion, purpose, gifts, talents, abilities? To own them fully as gifts, to activate them within your being, to share them in a major way, to own your infinite value, to even charge your infinite worth if that's what your heart is guiding you to. Would you like that? Or at least to value it in a way where there's reciprocity, there's an exchange. Obviously there are times where we just want to give from our hearts, like in this moment, for example. Beautiful. Would you like an infinity healing to clear any of those less than love emotions of shame, guilt, blame, releasing some core fears of being seen, not safe to be seen, not safe to be heard, not safe to be in our power, not safe to share our gifts, hiding the spiritual part of ourselves? Would you like to heal and transmute all of that and replace it with what's best? Yes, beautiful. And would you like to clear those limiting beliefs that you might have at the core? So limiting beliefs of I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, I'm not deserving, I need to keep healing myself, which needs, that whole concept on its own needs to be healed. To see ourselves the way the divine sees us, to integrate radical self-forgiveness and radical forgiveness towards others, to integrate radical self-acceptance and acceptance of others, to implement and integrate radical transparency and radical vulnerability. Would you like that? Oh my God, yes, sister, that's awesome. I got to read that. Beautiful. Radical forgiveness. I love it. Thank you. So synchronistic. Beautiful. And would you like an infinity healing? There's this part of us that needs to blame in order, like the victim consciousness within us, the mind that tries to protect us, tries to do that by blaming. That's one of its mechanisms of protecting. It tries to blame. It gets defensive. It sabotages us because it thinks by moving forward it's not safe to be out of our comfort zone. So would you like an infinity healing to help the mind work for our highest good, so that it's not stopping us from moving forward, it's actually working with us, and that it gets the upgrades it needs so that it's in its highest functioning? Would you like that? Yes. And would you like an infinity healing as well? I'm pointing here because the first tattoo I got was a DNA, infinity DNA. So would you like an infinity healing to just send all this healing, all these energies to our DNA, to our childhood, cellular memory, our mom, our dad, our parents, our ancestral lineage, all lifetimes, and also all suppressed DNA? Like we've heard how, the gods kind of were like too powerful, so they tried to mess with our DNA to keep us like at a certain level, just to reclaim our divine sovereignty, divine power, to reclaim our divine freedom, to reclaim the power of our brain, the power of our minds, the power of our hearts, the power of emotions, the power of our DNA. Would you like that? Michelle, you're going to pull out a book? I thought you were going to be like Power of the Heart by Michelle Anderson. Okay, that's it. Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. Beautiful. And then let's just conclude with a healing for the inner child. So imagine your inner child wherever you see him or her, and just invite that inner child into your sacred heart space, so that with every heartbeat, your inner child feels all that it desires. It's feeling safe, secure, nurtured, nourished, supported, loved, taken care of, all the things that it needs. And it's fully integrated, integrating the inner child, integrating the shadow, really embracing the shadow. I got the vision the other day when I was doing a ceremony that the shadow aspects of ourselves and our traumas are really like they are the potent compost for the garden of our soul. So the more intense you've been through stuff, the more potent your soil is going to be, which allows you to grow that sacred tree of life with deep roots and to grow a really strong tree. So beautiful. So not only bringing our being back into its divine blueprint and alchemizing and transmuting any less than love influences, but would you like to also anchor in your reality into the divine plan? Would you like that? Yes, yes, yes. Connecting to source now, and from your heart just saying thank you, thank you, thank you. And so it is. Michelle, do I have time for a 3-minute poem, or kind of maxed out there?
Yes, you do. You do.
Oh, sweet. Beautiful. Thank you. All right, guys, just please be gentle with yourself, even though it just felt like we did a few yeses and I just spoke really fast for, that process. Please trust that it's very potent. It's very powerful. Give yourself the nurturing and the self-care after, and the hydration, earthing, time with Mother Earth. And thank you, Michelle. I'm feeling the need for that sage. I just felt there was a lot that came up. I usually sweat a lot when I feel energies moving. So you guys are doing great. Thank you for that, Michelle. Thank you all for co-creating that. And just a reminder, it's all between you and source energy, and I'm just the middle person. I'm not doing anything to anyone. Okay, so poem. So feel free to receive this poem and allow it to activate and do what it needs to do. So I am not my thoughts, But give it up and let God guide my soul. I want it all, so I let it go. Open my arms and let it flow inside. I can't decide, so I search for that feeling inside, that feeling that guide me to that feeling that's reaching to rise. Beyond the ceiling, beyond the skies, not a limit, reach for infinite. If you're into it, in tune with it, believe in spirit like you Inuit. I used to think suicide, now I enjoy the ride. Now I get lost in rhymes, only the strong survive. Fear not. The only reason these demons are deceiving us is we've given up, we've given trust to what's bleeding us. We give our power away, we got nothing to say, bow down and obey. We're all part of this craze, all lost in this maze. And when I speak, they call me crazy. I tell them maybe, but I follow the truth, and that's what made me. Jesus Christ, I get crucified every time I speak my mind. Will we get it right this time? Because many people cried, and many people lied, and many people died, but we will get it right this time. I got a feeling inside. Get ready for a new day, a due date, a fate due to our own hate and ignorance. Just a hell of a reminder that we're blind to the truth of who we truly are inside of our heart of hearts. A collective kick in the ass to cause a spark, to illuminate, awaken, take back what we're giving away. Now we're giving away a path to wake us up from the past, to be in the now, to see it like wow, speak it like Tao. Will we evolve or will we die? Will we simply live or will we thrive? I think it's time to shine. I think we'll get it right this time. I refuse to remain a statistic, so I've enlisted in the army of love, insisted that we rise above. Father, forgive this. It's been so long since we did this. If we can give it one chance, I know that we can make a change. Let's take a stand. Move worlds with the words I command. God, tell me what to do. Tell me what to be. I'm begging you. Please speak through me. I know I came here to be, and it was destined for me, and I'm not going to waste it. Let's face it, it's basic, an illusion that we have created. Speak to me like I speak to you. I feel a change coming through. Who would have knew that what we did, we would come to undo? This is the rap gospel. And what the F did Jesus Christ die on a cross for? An eye for an eye, or to seek the kingdom of heaven inside? An affinity for infinity, synchronistically find the keys to unlock this mystery. I could rhyme for centuries and used to be scratching your ass talking about celebrities. I got the passion, let's make it happen. I'm destined to be rapping. Find your soul and let's make it happen. Find your soul and let's make it happen. Find your soul and let's make it happen. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Indigo Prophet. If you care to hear more of my music, there's 5 albums on all streaming platforms under Indigo Prophet. It's my rap name, and that's my gift to you. And then we also created a special gift page for you guys. If you go to tarikbb.com/gifts, we've got like a DNA activation, raising consciousness MP3, abundance manifestation, powerful prayers, just a whole bunch of stuff. And I usually put out 2 YouTube videos every week just to play my part and help activate us. And thank you so much.
All right, you are amazing. Amazing. And
thanks, Michelle.
I know that, you know, it's interesting to see how things are playing out as you're speaking about radical forgiveness. Yes. And one of the things that I'm seeing happening on many platforms and in many areas of our lives are so many of us are speaking about wanting peace on earth and unity and compassion and kindness and love. And what the universe is doing right now is asking us to model that. And it's providing opportunities for us where there's trigger events that are happening, so that we can, I feel, learn to stay in our center and learn to practice what you just talked about, radical forgiveness, you know, letting go of the blame and the shame and wanting to criticize others and wanting to be seen and wanting to be heard. And it kind of played out in our chat while you were giving your presentation. It didn't it did play out in our chat. And that's why I was doing, well, it wasn't Sage, actually, it was Copal.
Okay.
Did a little bit of cashmere, a little bit of frankincense, you know, I you know, felt that was needed. I was playing a Tibetan bowl. Beautiful. You know, I just really feel like we're being given the opportunity to keep coming back into harmony. And even I was just texting behind the scenes earlier that right before we went live, I yelled at my husband.
Wow.
He came in and he was doing something where, I'm in this is my bathroom. This is, and he came in and he was getting dressed. I'm like, I'm supposed to go live in like 1 minute. Could be right now, like I hear him right now too. He's coming in and I was taken out of my center. So it's coming at us from every angle. And I get on the camera and then people are saying, you're so loving, this and that. But yet I was taken out of my center and I ran downstairs and apologized.
Yeah.
You want to be on camera? You're right here with us.
Beautiful, Michelle.
So,
thanks for the vulnerability.
So thank you for bringing us back into our heart center and having us not only forgive others, but forgive ourselves as well. This is a part of this process we're in. And you really brought it, Tarek. I hadn't met you before and I was like, oh my gosh, I need to learn more about this gentleman, so I'm glad I was able to stay with you and participate. And you just really brought us all back into our hearts. So
thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
That.
Yeah, I would love to connect. And
for sure. Yeah, I want to have you on our Awakening Code radio program.
I would love that.
Yeah, that would be great. I think it's time we share a lot of this powerful medicine that's coming through. This is the type of medicine I think the world needs right now, rather than pharmaceutical medicines. This is medicine for our soul. So we're healing it and transmuting it at a much deeper level.
Oh, sister.
Yeah, look at that. We got a lot of people thanking you all around the world.
I receive.
Wonderful. I don't know. Neil, are you there? Neil hasn't come back on. I don't think Neil. I'm sure you want to contribute, Neil, right now.
Oh, I'll just say just the way that we connected, just we're corresponding through email, and Tarek had me on his show, and it was just the complete synergy. I got to rewatch that interview because I just remember how amazed I was at the reflections, that we had with each other. And just so many things in alignment. And I was just like, this guy is a potential brother.
Yeah, brother for sure, man.
So I'm
excited for a song collaboration.
Dude, I know, man. Well, if you don't mind sharing whereabouts you are and what state.
I'm coming to Mexico. I just got the religious exemption Mexico thing today, so I might be there in a few days.
Oh yeah? Well, I'm going to be living in Mexico for 5 months by the end of the year. So
beautiful.
Yeah, let's do something, man. But definitely just complete alignment. So your intention is so pure in what you cultivate and create, and the fact that you do hip hop too and come out with it, it's really next level esoteric hip hop, and those are the people I really want to gravitate towards. And Ascension Records is one of the things that I'm attempting to really take off the ground right now. And then the slogan for it is music from the next dimension,
Yes.
And I feel that's what you got right there, brother. So we're going to do some amazing things together.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Much love.
Thank you, brother. Okay, we'll talk soon.
All right. Peace, guys.
Amazing. Michelle, so we do have 10 more minutes between speakers. So why don't we have some of the hosts come on? Joan, if you're there, Dr. Victor, Omar, Rob, let's have a little discussion here before we go into Geraldine, who's going to be coming up next. So any of the hosts that are around, if you're still around, come on. And what I'm going to do is just really quick while I'm waiting for the hosts to join, I'm going to let you know what is in store for the rest of the day. So in about 10 minutes from now, we have Geraldine Orozco coming on. I'm going to put this in the chat room as well. Geraldine Orozco, next level awareness when it comes to extraterrestrials, hybrid awareness, DNA, human DNA and the evolution of that DNA. And then overall, definitely the cosmic element, but through the avenue of extraterrestrial awareness. And then Joan is coming on again. Joan of Angels is coming on to do a bigger presentation. It's going to be around 50 minutes long. Following her, we have Carolyn Corey, who has a new movie that's come out. I think it's called Terror in the Sky. And this one has William Shatner as one of the stars of the movie. And basically, it's pretty much next level awareness of the fact that we're being visited, UFOs. They even filmed in the movie. She showed me the trailer at Conscious Life Expo, film of a wormhole, basically occurring in space in regards to actually a UFO being there. So she's going to come on and be interviewed by Alan Steinfeld. Following her, we have Emily Gosh Harris, and then myself, and then D. Phil Gruber will be joining us. And after him, we have Yvonne Smith, who has been doing a lot of research and also creating support groups of people who have had experiences with extraterrestrials. So in regards to contactees and experiencers. So she's going to be giving a little presentation about some of the research and experiences that people have had. And then we're going to close out the day with Laura Eisenhower. And I'm going to go ahead and post this in the chat room right here. There we go. And again, if any of the hosts want to join, but why don't we start with you, Dr. Victor? Why don't you tell us how you're feeling, what you felt about the last speaker?
You know, it's fascinating to me how I've always been a word person, similar to yourself and to Tarek, and the way the words come so beautifully and naturally and flow from soul and flow from center and flow from source is just, it warms my heart in ways that I can't even explain. I think I had started when we first introduced ourselves earlier in the program, a line out of a song from 1970 by the Moody Blues called Question. And I was 17 when that song came out, and there was something about those words by Justin Hayward, the singer, the lead singer of the group, and the author of that song, the lyricist and musician, that engraved itself into my heart. And if we have 2 minutes, I'd love to share those lyrics right now. Is that okay?
I'd love for you to do that. Go ahead.
It starts out, why do we never get an answer when we're knocking at the door with 1,000 million questions about hate and death and war? It's when we stop and look around us, there is nothing that we need in a world of persecution that is burning in its greed. Why do we never get an answer when we're knocking at the door? Because the truth is hard to swallow. That's what the war of love is for. And then it goes into a soft refrain, and he sings, it's not the way that you say it when you do those things to me. It's more the way that you mean it when you tell me what will be. And when you stop and think about it, you won't believe it's true, that all the love you've been giving has all been meant for you. I'm looking for someone to change my life. I'm looking for a miracle in my life. And if you could see what it's done to me, to lose the love I knew, could safely lead me through. Between the silence of the mountains and the crashing of the sea, there lies a land that I once lived in, and she's waiting there for me. But in the gray of the morning, my mind becomes confused between the dead and the sleeping and the road that I must choose. I'm looking for someone to change my life. I'm looking for a miracle in my life. And if you could see what it's done to me, to lose the love I knew, could safely lead me to the land that I once knew, to learn as we grow old the secrets of our soul. 1970, Justin Hayward.
Oof. Love that one.
Who is that, Victor? Who wrote that?
Justin Hayward, The Moody Blues, 1970. The album was called Question of Balance.
Oh. And the song is called what, you said?
Question. It was the lead song of the album, the title song, Question.
Question of Balance. Okay, beautiful. I've heard that song, but the way you sang it or said it, it goes deeper.
It became my personal anthem in 1970.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Joan, you want to jump in here? You're muted.
Hello, everyone. Just been getting ready for my presentation, as well as just listening to some of this. I've been blown away. I'm still back on our pre-Earth planning and what we're learning today about how to anchor in these energies. Alan, are you talking to yourself?
Yeah, he's out somewhere, so he's probably talking to someone.
Got it.
Joan, you were saying? Say that one more time.
I said this is just such a pragmatic day. It's like we're taking all of yesterday, which was such high ascension. And today we're really learning how to anchor it in and finding our soul purpose and healing our hearts. It just feels very grounded to me. And so it's giving me a lot of insights. So it's so interesting. My own presentation is changing as I'm hearing everyone else's input into the day. My morphic field is changing.
Yeah, it's so interesting to just watch all the Ascension Conferences we've done and how the energy shifts every single time. The first online one that we did, I feel was super etheric, right? October 2020. And the energy of this one has been extremely more grounded and a lot of emotions on the forefront, and I think that, a few of the speakers even said that they've really been emotional lately, and even like we're happy that the speaker before them spoke about the emotional state. And there's a lot of energies going on right now, right? There's so, as we spoke about multiple times through this event, all of these different alignments that are occurring. But ultimately, look at everything that most people have gone through in the last couple of years, right? So now is really a time to reflect on what we truly want for ourselves and what we want for humanity. And part of that is an emotional state. Michelle had mentioned earlier today that, well, we had a little conversation. We're talking about the fact that we can't really inherit this new world unless we process the baggage that we were carrying with us. And part of that is these emotions and these unresolved things and repressed energy. Some of us aren't even experiencing it because it's so repressed. We need to come out to the surface to be experienced. Some of us may not even know that it's down there, but it's in a cellular memory. We're just acting it out through patterns and belief systems. So part of what I feel is happening through this unity consciousness, love-oriented gathering here is that we really have to reflect on what we have suppressed and how to bring it to the surface and to have conversations around it so that it can be expressed harmoniously, and healthy in a way that doesn't create more division,
Right. No, absolutely. And it's just the most perfect timing. The stars are aligned. Okay, they say that to go through into an ascension process, you have to get rid of all that weighing us down. And so we're doing it collectively. That's why it feels so intense. Okay, all of us together. And gosh, I can't wait till I get to share what I'm learning from this. But we're going to hear more from Geraldine. I see her in the background there.
But I just want to add one thing, Joan. It's a collective and individual, and we are all helping to raise each other by reflecting each other. If someone does something that bothers you, we have to look at, well, why did that do something to me? What is it that I'm still holding? Right, Michelle?
I am really feeling this right now because we're watching it in real time. We're watching it play out. And it played out in my home this week with, two people on the opposite sides having a different perception of a situation. So we look at things through the lens of our own perception. And sometimes our need to be right might be greater than our need for peace. And I think we're all being gifted the opportunity to look inside ourselves and see where we sit with that. Is our need to be right greater than our need for harmony, for peace, for love, for reconciliation, for forgiveness, and where does that need to be right come from? Within us. Right. And so we're being given the opportunity to really step into that. And what I believe Portal to Ascension is doing for each one of us is helping us transmute these energies by being it, by living it and dreaming it into being. And there is so much love here that when there is anything less than love, if there's guilting or shaming or blaming, then it's getting into this cauldron, right? And it's being stirred up. But what we can do is transmute it with our love, with our compassion, and hold it there. But we don't have to give energy to these little dramas that are playing out, that we just don't have to give them energy. We give them love.
Michelle, to your point, this last week, there was an effect that I call the Tower of Babel effect, where conversations were just mistaken. And people would say one thing and someone else would hear something else. And it led to conflict. But the conflict, thankfully, was resolved. So
that is what we're being given the opportunity to do right now. And I see it. And I think it's what we can do if we are asking ourselves, what can I do? What's my role in this? I think what we can do is say our role in it is to witness and observe not only everybody else, but ourselves. How are we responding to this situation? Where can we bring more love to this situation and more forgiveness to this situation so we can harmonize the field through us harmonizing what's happening internally?
Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you for being the reflection and the reminder of that. You know, the need to be right sometimes is over the need for peace and harmony. That just penetrated my soul right there. Yeah. So I'm gonna hear from you, Rob, before we move on to the next speaker.
Absolutely. I agree. That was a very profound statement. And one of the things that I see 9 times out of 10 for myself, and I can only speak in the I, is these responses, these emotional responses we have to certain things are programs, and our brains have been so externally stimulated from all of these different areas that kind of guide our subconscious into what we believe is either the right or, basically it creates a modality for us. And once we go into these conceptions like PortalToAscension, and we start to figure out that program can be shed, we can create our own sort of subconscious to really bring in that love, and that love always trumps everything. And we don't have to walk in those specific lanes anymore. We get to be able to create our own lane, and that is the enhancement of the individual, but also the collective as well. And they go hand in hand.
100%. Thank you, brother. All right, so let's move on to our next guest. Alan, you want to jump on here? He could be surrounded by many people. So here we go. Hey, Geraldine.
Hey.
Geraldine.
Hi, Geraldine.
Hi, beautiful souls.
Geraldine, we're missing. Are you at the conference here?
Yes, I am. I'm so excited to come down.
You're in Phoenix? Well, I'm sitting right here in the conference room, so come on down.
Beautiful. I can't wait to connect with you. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be here. I love everything. I've been tuning in the past couple days. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Neil and panel, for everything you're doing.
Well, I was just a little distracted, Neil. But Geraldine, welcome to this amazing portal we are opening here this weekend. And you have been a part of that Ascension wave. So I'm really excited by what you have to say here, and welcome, and just tell us the latest from the world of the divine feminine and the awakening of the connection to the cosmic others, as J.J. Hurtak would say it. Okay.
Wow.
It's all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alan, for that warm welcome, and everybody in the chat and everyone here. Thank you very much. It's such an honor to be here as always. And there's some things that have been really, really coming into the collective over the past couple months, especially the past couple weeks have been very busy in regards to downloads and understanding of where we're at right now as a collective. It's a very exciting time. It's a very special time, and it's an important time because we are moving into some changes. And right now, one of the most important things that have been coming down for me is to take a look at our future. What does our future look like now that we have had this incredible opportunity over the past 3 years to kind of stop, reset, and take a look at ourselves so that we can understand what we need in order to create a new society. So this presentation that I'm going to share with you right now, I'd love to share with you some concepts, some ideas of what it would take to create a new society. Many people right now are being called to create a new society, communities, conscious communities, groups, connections. We are literally coming into the embodiment, into the physicality of the whole aspect of what unity consciousness actually looks like. And there are different steps that I would love to share with you, and I'm going to share my presentation now. But this is what I would love to present on today. So some of you that have not met me, my name is Geraldine Orozco. I'm a psychotherapist, and I am primarily working with something called DNA reprogramming, which focuses on the deprogramming of false belief systems or negative and limiting belief systems in order to help the human, this complex organism that we are, embody its highest expression. And one of the things that we're experiencing here, we understand many laws of the universe that help us understand the structures of how things function, is that we are fractals of infinite consciousness. And in order to embody this new way of being in this new society, we have to understand the mechanics of our reality and the mechanics of our physical body. So what would it take to create a new society in our world today? Couple of things that I have jot down just as a focus for us as the humans, as the individuals, is multidimensional awareness of ourselves. If we don't understand what this organism is, if we don't understand how it functions, the world around us is utilizing our awareness, the structure, the understanding, the intelligence of ourselves, in other words, and inverting things in order to create this hologram. And it's very interesting, the reality that we live in right now, because if we take a close look at the systems of, let's say, systems of control, systems that are managing the different areas of our life, whether it's our food systems, pharmaceuticals, our politics, our society, religion, culture, all these things have been very carefully designed from the inside out since the beginning of time. And if we understand the origin of who we are, what we are, and how this system functions, those that are unaware, unfortunately, become victims, in a sense, and they become parasites, not only to themselves, but those around them. And so this is the natural cause of the cause and effect of the experiences that we're experiencing here in this dualistic expression. Now, beyond that, once we understand how this physical body works, how it functions, how it can be expanded and contracted, how it becomes creative and counter-creative, we want to understand how each one of us are fractals of one another. There is really a unity consciousness. We are mirrors of one another, and therefore what we are is a collection, a communication, and a grouping of consciousness in order to experience this greater. And the next is unconditional love, in terms of unconditional love not being simply just emotion or a state of being, but really the embodiment of unconditional love is an activation of ourselves down to the very cellular molecular level. It is a state of incredible creation that we can tune into. It is understanding all of the above and all of the below on this list, understanding how matter functions and how we control matter. Now, the next is the understanding of the function of matter. When we understand how things and what this hologram consists of, how it functions, how we as the organism in a state of awareness can affect matter, we can begin to change many things in our reality, in our immediate experience and in our external experience. And what we're moving towards now in the future, in the next couple of years, especially until 2024, is the embodiment of this, the application of this in the self, in our family nucleus, in society, and in the collective. And of course, our DNA hologram, which helps us understand a more integrated look at what we are experiencing, why we experience what we experience, and perhaps even the purpose of each individual soul here on this earth. What are you here to do? Why? How? And what are the things that don't allow us to move forward in that? And finally, the new generation, which is our children. The focus right now, especially for me and my projects that are coming up in the next couple months, are specifically, exclusively focused on children, because we are here to create a new society, not just by setting an example in the embodiment of the highest expression, but holding space for children that are the next generation. And the children that are coming in are already the embodiment of a lot of the things that we are trying to deprogram and begin to embody. So it's almost as if we are, as we are evolving collectively into this awareness, state of awareness, in order to experience collectively, we are moving with children and holding space for this next generation, which is incredibly powerful. And I will kind of explain why. Now, there are different levels of creation. We're going to start with the first part, the awareness of ourselves. How are we co-creating in this reality? The different levels of awareness of where we are creating, whether we are totally at effect, which means that we are basically abiding by the laws of cause and effect. And that means that we are usually hypnotized by the things around us, manipulated and easily controlled because we are completely unaware of the physical body. Our first three chakras, which manage our rooting in the physical body, our exchanges and sexual energy, and then our third chakra, which manages the emotions, right? So these become manipulated and they easily can become entangled in many different timelines by the choices that we're making. The human body is an organism that is fragmented into infinite potential, infinite fragments, and we are living all of those things simultaneously. But in this one embodiment right now, we are choosing whether we are at cause, which means are we creating, or are we counter-creating and just being the effect of the cause. Now, the second level of this is a constant state of needing to protect. You're kind of aware that you can, things are happening to you. And so we embody this need, this desperate need to want to protect ourselves. And this is where that competition, that punishment, which is what you guys were just talking about a minute ago, how we come into these concepts of separation and judgment. This is the second stage of awareness. And so this chart to me is one of the most powerful charts because it really helps us understand where we are still stuck in our perception of reality, where we're still operating from. And the idea is that us as a collective humanity begin to embody and become aware of where we are creating on this scale. Okay, the next is power. Okay, so we begin to understand how cause and effects function, but we are now embodying power. We believe that we are controlling something, but our logical mind, the reptilian mind that is in survival mode still, is the one that's in charge of action. So a lot of times it's about the protection, ambition, money, all these things. So this is what we become. We become this ambitious self. And we see this a lot in the corporate world, unfortunately, because basically the system understands all of these levels. They understand how to manipulate emotions through everything from music, vibrational frequency, to food, to society, to pharmaceuticals, to education. All of these things are very carefully structured in order to invert our understanding of our expression. And so normally for the normal masses, we believe that power is the highest state of being, right? The one that accumulates material goods and has the ability of mastering and manipulating that. So let's go to the next one, which we come into peace and compassion. Now, in peace and compassion, we begin to understand a little bit more solution-based. We kind of begin to think that because of the things that are happening to us, we want to affect them in some way. And this is where we begin to come into unconditional love. Okay, so this is, I think, this is the base level that we want to be at a society in order to begin to co-create a new reality for us, a new state of living and expanding. And what we become is caring and peaceful. Okay, so go ahead and check in this entire scale. Where are you creating from? I want you to check in to see that. Now, number 5 has to do with reflection and communication. Now that we have understood the awareness of ourselves, we're taking time to reflect. We go inward, and this is really the most powerful state of where we begin to manifest, because this is where we begin to become clear in our communication. What are we expressing? What are we creating? And a lot of this is where higher levels of consciousness begin to have postulates and decrees. We're kind of decreeing, we're beginning to taking baby steps into the manifestation and the mastery of verb, word, vibrational frequency, sound, and light. Okay, this is where we begin to master this language of the universe. And this is also where we begin to manifest. Okay, so this is really, really important because we begin to kind of come into these higher levels. Now, the next one is the level of awareness. Now, we have transcended just the cause and effect aspect now. We are beginning to have full total awareness. And in a sense, we enter a state of complete state of consciousness and presence in the moment. And this is where we follow truth. Those of you that are on a path for truth are beginning to embody, beginning to question, asking the questions, not just any questions, but the questions necessary in order to understand yourselves at a very depth of everything that you are, your programs, your limitations, your fears, your belief systems that are no longer productive to the creating. And this is where we start entering a level of seer and prophet. So as you can see, each of us are fluctuating probably through any of these sessions at any given time. But the idea is that we become aware where we're at every moment. Now, creation, the 7th level, is where we start to experience miracles. And this is where we begin to become alchemists of our reality, alchemists of creation. This is where we begin to experience the ability to master and manage matter around us. And we are pulling into our inspiration. We literally become a co-creator. And this can only occur by coming into a heightened state of unity with all things around you. This is kind of where we see Jedis, for example, from films like Star Wars that talk about Jedis. This is a wonderful example of something that every human is capable of achieving by the mastery of their mind and the hologram in which we live in. The highest level which we want to attain as a society is pure knowing, pure consciousness, pure light, pure love. This is enlightened awareness. And this is the highest state of unity in which basically form begins to dissolve because we become light beings. You see yourself as light and you see others as light. So if you take a look at all of these different states of consciousness, we have been in history, historically, and are currently ascending, you can say, evolving through these different stages of creation. And each one of these stages of creation define down to the atomic level, the people, places, things, everything that makes up our reality. So when it comes to creating a new kind of state of living, we are moving through, in and out, all of these multiple dimensional planes that consist of all of these potential realities. But we are essentially, the way that the universe is actually functioning is these contrasting and expansive energies. We are involving and involving. And the powerful thing about understanding this is that our physical body is a fractal function of the way that the greater universe functions. The greater universe also functions in this infolding and enfolding manner. We are literally moving through white hole, black hole, which means it's contractive energy and expansive energy. And at the center point of these points, we are reaching a singularity point, which is essentially that state of light being. And then again, we begin to go back into that scale of evolution on a higher note now, higher range. So everything in our reality is moving in and out of these beautiful, you can say, braiding of energy, of expression of consciousness, of self-organized awareness and intelligence that allows us to understand what we are. Now, this movement is true for the universe, and it's also true for our physical body. Within our physical bodies, our DNA also functions in this way. It is a braiding that creates the expansion and contraction of this energy. Everything in the universe has dual expressions. Everything in the universe has this feminine and masculine aspects to it. And even our DNA, even the way that DNA is expressing its geometric expression, it is designed by the information that is encoded within your physical body. And what is inside the physical body, what is inside this data, is everything, all of that infinite potential fractalized down to the physical body, which we call our physical body, the vessel. Everything in our body is designed to mathematical perfection to match this this golden ratio, even our DNA, even the movement, the expression, the measurement of the sequence of DNA is designed in this way. So what I find the most beautiful about this information is that we find the golden ratio in all things in the universe, everything from nature to leaves on a tree, to clouds in the sky, to weather patterns, to the way humans move collectively in society. There was a study that was done looking at how people, masses in shopping malls or in large areas where people gather, they seem to always flow together in some mathematical movement, some mathematical arrangement that was able to be mapped out. So we have this encoded down to our genetic level into the subconscious collective of this organism that we participate in as a whole. And that means something. That means that there is an intelligence to what we are participating in. Now, every single individual that is here partaking in this human experience has a certain vibrational signature. And their vibrational signature is based on their genetic data, their DNA. And this DNA has a very unique geometrical structure to it. This geometrical structure will define the evolutionary cycle that the human is in, and it also defines the kind of life and experience that it's going to be having. Everything in the universe is functioning in this way, including how energy is moving through your body. So if you take a look at how our energy is moving through the body, just like this lattice type structure of energy that moves through, we also have a way to maintain balance and health in the organism that we call the physical body. When this energy doesn't move in a fluid manner, when it gets stuck, when it becomes stagnant, this is where we begin to counter-create. Again, these are the functions of the universe that we're understanding in a physical body. When we have negative thought forms, when we have limiting beliefs, when we have stagnation of emotions and energy, they begin to solidify. Why? Because they are lowering in vibrational frequency. Why? Because frequency is a wavelength, and the wavelength movement, the way that that wavelength is moving, it can either be really fast or really, really slow. And the slower it is, the heavier it is, the lower density it becomes, and it becomes more of a solid, slowing down the natural movement of your body, which is matching the rhythm of the universe if it so chooses to do that. The way that it chooses to do that is with awareness. So let's take it to the next level now. We are a manifestation of these conscious organisms that are participating in this collective. The geometric structure that is our DNA is made up of these incredible platonic solids. So you can say that the platonic solids, if we combine them, if we read them in our genetic hologram, you can understand where you are from, your history, where you are from, meaning all of the different bloodlines that have been combining to create who you are. And what we're seeing and what we're beginning to understand is that we are a collection of genetic lineages. We are a hybridized race. Now, I have been a contactee my entire life, but in the experience of contactee, I had participation in the hybridization program. And one of my biggest questions with that was, what makes humans special? What makes it so that humans are participating in a hybridization program? And as I went through many different cycles of understanding, layers and layers of unpacking what this human structure looks like because of the ability to see the multidimensional body, is that we are a cocktail of DNA. We have been genetically modified since the origin of life on this planet. And even beyond that, because again, there is no time, everything is occurring simultaneously. But the incredible thing about that is that your human body right now at this moment is a collection of these genetic structures. And each one of them have a different atomic structure to it, a different shape, you can say. So you are made up of all of those things. It's kind of like a musical, like a song. It has different notes in order to create a certain sound, a certain song. And you are that. You are that expression. You are the expression of vibrational frequency that is designed specifically to live the life that you have. If we look at all things in matter, if we begin to expand our vision now from our physical body to all things around us in this hologram, we essentially are projecting from our holographic DNA, our environment, everything that we're going to be experiencing, seeing, feeling, now and in the future, in the past, in all simultaneous timelines, are an expression of these platonic solids. What do I mean? The way that light bends, source, infinite consciousness comes down through these different dimensional planes, becomes fractalized at every dimensional plane. And in a sense, light is bent in a certain way in order to create certain geometric forms. On the highest dimensional levels, we are experiencing beings that are light beings. They don't need the physical body anymore. They are just these harmonic frequencies that make up what they are. And we also embody that they are a fragment of ourselves, our future selves, you can say, if you would like to kind of conceptualize this simultaneous linear timeline, non-linear timeline. But within our hologram of our genetic structure, so this is a picture of a DNA helix, and what you see here is that it was spliced in the middle so that you can see all these geometric structures. All humans have these different geometric structures to them, but when you look at the hologram in the crystallized form of your DNA, that's where you begin to notice that every human has a different vibrational frequency. They are also writing in vivo the information that makes up the physical body. We are literally writing the physical body, and everything that we're experiencing is kind of that is the whole purpose of our existence. It is to experience. It's not so much that we are necessarily having to evolve from A to B, but everything that we experience here and our fragments experience are experiencing individually and collectively. So the way that we are moving, the way actually that the entire universe functions, moving in this spiral, vortex-like projection, and this holographic projection of a spiral, which we are moving through in this current time, we are going from the 13th aspect of this spiral to the 21st. What does that mean? Right now, we have access to our 13-dimensional planes. We have 13 chakras in the body that we have access to. Each one of these 13 chakras allow the vortex entry into each dimensional plane. That means that all of the ET beings that we're coming more into contact with here, it's becoming very mainstream contact. People are remembering their hybridization experiences. People are understanding their children as remembering their hybrid experiences and their living on other planets. I mean, when we say the veil is thinning, what that means is that we're reaching a very heightened point of vibrational frequency collectively, because through this movement in the universe, we are reaching the center point of this movement, of this spiral that we're moving through. And as we evolve, let's say evolve, meaning that we are activating more strands of our genetic data, our hologram, so that we have access to even more of that. But now the interesting thing is that most of us now on this planet Earth have gone through 2 years of major awakening. And that awakening has helped us, and we're going to go even more through an awakening. This month is going to catapult us into the next 12 months of major awakening for the collective. So we need to take time during this incredible opportunity in our reality so that we can begin to understand what we need in order to, let's say, experience the most positive outcome in this collective shift. Because of the way that we're moving through things, we're going to have to experience a heavy kind of leaving of this contrast that we're experiencing. So there's a lot of wars that are happening, a lot of control that wants to be implemented into society more than ever now because of this awakening. And that means that we have to get very clear of what it means to be sovereign individuals. What does it mean to be self-governing over this vessel? It means that we have to learn how to activate these 13 chakras, but what that means on a more practical manner, more grounded manner, is that we have to embody complete awareness of our physicality and our non-physicality. Because your organism, the majority of your organism is actually non-physical. The part of us that is experiencing the physical is a tiny little fractal, tiny little fragment, and only one of infinite potentials. How Source moves from its origin down to this physical dimension, it is choosing to experience, which is very important to remember. Everything is an experience. Our negative things that happen to us, positive things that happen to us, experience, nothing more. So if we begin, just like in that chart that I showed you at the beginning, to shift our perception from being at cause and effect or victims, or someone is doing something to me, or I am helpless in this situation, whatever it is that you're experiencing in your life, it can be a family relationship, it can be the war that we're experiencing. We need to shift out of the feeling and identifying with these experiences into a complete awareness that everything is just a temporary experience. And that will help us lessen the fragmentation that occurs. In this matrix hologram that we have chosen to experience at this time, at this nonlinear simultaneous time, we are here that every time that this soul, this vessel experiences trauma. How do we define trauma? Trauma is any time that we feel helpless. Any time that we feel helpless, overwhelmed, helpless, don't know what to do in that moment, we literally are soul fragments into fragments. And these fragments create timelines. They suspended timelines in this net hologram, which we are in, this net field, and they become reference points to which we become attached to. Those reference points from the earth level create these identifications, these personalities per se, this kind of identifying, and it's a very limiting concept of our expression. So we have to try to move past that so that we can begin to understand. How do we do that? Reintegration of those fragments, okay? Each of the fragments that become aware of themselves in those timelines now activate DNA, they release you, they shift the chemicals in the body as well, because everything is recorded down to the muscular, down to the every single layer of the body. The skin is a layer which functions like an antenna, the muscles, the cells, down to the cellular level. We are all constantly storing massive amounts of information in our body. And what happens is that when we're in a constant state of survival, the way that this matrix is kind of set up is that we're utilizing the laws of exchange. So whoever is in a state of self-hate, self-rejection becomes a parasite, not only to themselves internally because they manifest illnesses, but externally, we also become this parasitic exchange and embodiment. And the way we experience that individually is the exact same way that this entire system, which we can call this matrix, is a manifestation of this dualistic exchange. So our awareness in that sense needs to move us from the place of being victimized, separate, into the internal alchemy, the marriage, the internal marriage of the feminine and masculine within. There are these beings, these entities, you can call them, this consciousness, that is an expression of any parasitic consciousness, that really does feed off of this, because when we become parasitic, we forget that we are our own source of fulfillment. And therefore, we need from outside in order to fulfill us. And this is where things start to kind of go out of balance, because not only are we depleted from our life force, just the way that our society has created very parasitic systems like the work environments, capitalistic designs of society, all of these kind of structures, even our education is completely inverted in such a way that creates more confusion and very specific compartmentalized way of looking at society. All of these things are constantly drilling into the brain separation. And we want to move away from that because we are inherently absolutely not separation. Now, let's take it to the next level when we're talking about the terrestrial, but interdimensional. This is a question that I get a lot, right? So let's say the interdimensional aspect, what happens when we get up to the higher realms? The same way that we experience the process of awakening in our current lifetime, we have to experience that same spiral because everything is functioning in spirals. And I'm going to show that to you in just a moment. But because everything is cyclical patterns, self-similar cyclical patterns, until we break those cyclical patterns, and it's not so much as breaking, it's becoming a new frequency. We become, through resonance, we shift our frequency into another way of seeing. We are also doing this in the higher realms. And our dream time is actually one of the most important levels of the subconscious mind, because this is where the human is most active. And the dreams that we think are just, maybe silly dreams, maybe it can be something very abstract, like you have a dream with I don't know, a dog playing with a ball. You would be surprised that oftentimes the meaning behind these dreams, when we really connect to our internal self, actually has incredibly profound meaning. And all that we're looking at is just the rational mind, the human mind trying to conceptualize very profound concepts from higher dimensional planes. This is what dream time is for. So on the next aspect of that, when you begin to move into the astral plane, you are now navigating. Your astral body is now leaving the physical body and navigating in the astral plane. And as it begins to navigate in the astral plane, it comes in contact with itself. Okay, why do I say that? Because I really would love, in order to create this new society, for us to move away from the concept of separation in such a way that we begin to understand that everything is a reflection of us. You and I are a reflection of each other. Collectively, our human race is a reflection of other aspects of our creation, like these beings, like these different dimensional beings, which are nothing more than manifestations of vibrational frequency. And they are a projection of our genetic hologram, what is the genetic hologram? It is a database of creation. It's a database of infinite possibility. It is the fragmentation into the physical realm of infinite source. So all of these beings that we can connect with in the astral plane, when we have ET contact, are aspects of ourselves, perhaps future selves, if you want to put a timeline to it. But really, it is an evolutionary aspect of ourselves that we are meeting. And because of the way that information unites in this matrix multiverse, it's by resonance. So you yourself were born into your family, okay, based on all of this genetically modified lineages from the beginning of time, the beginning of this multiverse, which again, it's not linear, it's simultaneously all of your aspects of yourself are merged together to create what you are. You are a product of that. It's like a genetically modified organism. In your system, you have all of this alien DNA. And the alien DNA is what your entire family, ancestral lineage is going to be experiencing. Depending on the different modifications that it's made, changes. Every participant in that ancestral lineage that wakes up and that becomes aware, activates their DNA, it creates a shift in the collective ancestral lineage, which means that it's moving in and out of different dimensional timelines. It is moving out of different vibrational frequencies of species, because the species are more a spectrum of vibrational frequency, and they're also organized in the body anatomically by frequency. So when we're in the gestation process of our mother's womb, we are beginning to gestate all of these aspects of ourselves, and everything that we come into energetically and emotionally, where we feel the mother, we feel the father, all of that encodes and programs the organism that we are. And it dictates the life that we're going to have. And it dictates the contact we're going to have or not have. It dictates the trauma that we're going to experience or not experience. So if you see, in order to create a new society, this is one of the most important steps, in my opinion, at the turn of this next 2 years of the shift that we're going through. It is an education of parents, the ones that are holding the new soul in the body, because the cultivation of our emotions, the mastery over our emotions, over our ability to manifest and create reality, begins with the mastery and awareness of our vessel, the education of that vessel. And we are literally holding space for a new life that comes in, which will be programmed. We actually participate in the indoctrination and programming of our children because we are unaware of our own emotions. And so this is something that is really important for us to take note, to those that are expecting mothers or planning to have children in the future or have children already, that we begin to understand how we can begin to deprogram these very heavily rooted systems of programs and beliefs that we are embodying and we are inheriting and we are hosting as parents in our experience. And the child, when the child is born, we have all these incredible hybrid children being born that are highly activated. They already have all their 13 chakras completely open, which is why they can remember. They can remember their past lives. They can remember past lives being simultaneous lives. They can access information from their higher dimensional fragments, which are their ET hologram from their genetic code. And all of this begins to inform what the physical vessel has the potential of experiencing. Now, in all of this information from the highest dimensional plane down to the physical body is fragmented through the dimensional plane, because as the planes become denser, less light moves through them, which means that only specific amount of information can be processed through those systems. They are self-similar systems of information processing, but only certain frequencies of information can be processed through those dimensional planes. And our organs of our body are one of the most important aspects that help process the chemical component of the processing of data. That means our experiences. So if we're in a constant state of survival, we're going to be processing heavy, heavy chemicals that cause stress. And ultimately, of course, all the reactions of that chemical reaction begin to excite the lymphatic system on overdrive, and we begin to have all kinds of immune system problems, imbalances. It is important that we educate ourselves on how this functions, because this is our understanding to health, vitality, longevity. The ability to hold space for this next generation has to change to a level of awareness that is unprecedented from before. It is time to embody this wisdom, no longer just conceptualize it, but live by this wisdom in the way that we are handling ourselves in our everyday lives, our thoughts, our emotions, our actions, our choices. All of that, moment by moment, is affected and is informing the collective experience. And these children that are coming wide open become programmed with our fears that we inherit into them. And then we bombard them with heavily vibrational frequencies that are designed to destroy this harmonic structure, this structure that we are, this signature, vibrational signature that we are. It interferes in the development of emotions. It interferes in the connection of their intuition in their body in such a powerful way that the children become enslaved by their emotions because they don't know how to manage them. So the education of these emotions is essential to the future of humanity. The education of the mastery of the self is essential. Now, our matrix, what we call matrix, was created and designed by a red bloodline, which was shown to me to be a center of the earth bloodline, which they are the masters of the physical matrix. They are the architects of matrix. They design everything from the inside out. How do they design it? Because they understand how this genetic structure hologram and how information is fragmented from source into this manifestation experience. And what that means is that the system outside of us knows us better than we do. And so this is the thing where we really need to wake up consciousness at this time. Okay, if something outside of us that is parasitic knows us better than we know ourselves, obviously that's not going to go so well, and it hasn't been going so well in the past few centuries. However, in the greater picture of all of this, everything is harmonizing because we are here to experience duality. And this is something that is really important to remember, but I will get to that in just a moment. The second bloodline that was shown to me that seeded life is the draconian reptilian bloodline, which makes up our reptilian brain and the primal function of our genetic structure. Everything that is survival in the human mind, everything that is a representation of how to navigate a dualistic separation expression of experience. All of this is encoded within our genetic structure. We are, because of the kind of frequency that we're moving through, not only in the greater multiverse, but we are trying to learn how to work with this, how to control this, how to manage this aspect of ourselves. This is the key. If this draconian mind, if this aspect of ourselves is highly active in us, we are oftentimes in war, we are in separation, we are in fear, we are in survival. Okay, so it's really, really important. If we're constantly in that state, we're causing illness to ourselves and the connected. We are the parasitic aspect. The third bloodline is the Pleiadian bloodline. Now, they are quite interested in the hybridization program, but this is where the humanoid structure of this hologram is designed from as well. And from there, of course, from all of these three main bloodlines, many different species were created, many millions. But in this current timeline, we have access to 13 main archetypal expressions of frequency, not species, frequency. And the way that we see them on these alternate planes is what we are projecting from our DNA. So if we have a lot of Lyran Pleiadian genetics in us, we're going to have a lot of contact with Lyran Pleiadians. Okay, and usually this runs in the family. So usually our parents will have the same thing. Pay attention to the kind of craft that you're seeing, because all of that is a manifestation of what we are experiencing. Now, what makes the colors of our DNA, and what does it say about us? And the color of your DNA represents a vibrational frequency of your biological structure, but it's also our harmonic signature. Okay, and so this signature is based on one of these platonic solids. Has more of a certain platonic solid. So the red bloodline has more iron molecule, for example. The green bloodline is more chlorophyll. And so all of these, for example, we have them existing in our Earth. We have them existing. But we have these genetics because we all have the same base genetic code for all living beings. We're just a couple little genetic codons away from monkeys and even fish or whatever it is, all these other organisms, we are all coming from the same genetic code. It's just turning on and off certain aspects of our genetic code that create the output of this form that we are. So that being said, when we begin to activate consciously our DNA, we begin to activate these aspects of ourselves, and it will change our entire human body. When we get to the higher realms of the 21st, that means we'll have access to 21 chakra system. That means that we have access to 21 dimensional plane beings. And this will help us understand moving out of the limitation of the dualistic expression into a more expansive way of being, managing, dealing. And each one of these dimensions that manifest this is a very powerful secret code that I was shown years ago when I did a hypnotherapy of a language of the universe. And in these platonic solids, in the way that these structures are created, we have communications in our nature. We have crop circles that show up with these specific shapes. If we read and we look at these specific shapes and create them, design them mathematically into these platonic solids, if we understand how they're made up of these kinds of shapes of light and sound, they will tell us where the species are from, or I should say frequency of beings left behind, what they left behind, what is being communicated. And this is true for our human language, just like light language. Light language is a geometric expression. It's a holographic vibrational frequency that we are emitting. We can only see in the visible spectrum, we can only see this very, very little range of colors. But when a lot of contactees are able to see colors that they can't even imagine, they begin to see colors that are these incredible ranges of colors. And we wouldn't know how to explain them here, okay? I've seen them in my contact, and in my groups, I hear it all the time. It's a color that I cannot describe. Why? Because when we raise the vibrational frequency, when we activate the DNA and we have contact, we have access to higher range of frequencies. We can see more. We are seeing different ranges of colors and waves. So we are an expression of all these things. Now, our human body looks like this guy right here. Every single one of our chakras is projecting outside of us, and the movement and the merging of our chakra system creates it's like a screen for the projection of experience that we're having. So everything that's encoded in the chakra system, the traumas, past lives, ET contact, all of that is being processed and projected into the screen that is the experience that we're having. There is nothing outside of us. This is the thing that's the hardest thing, because we see a table, chairs, we see a room, we see a desk, and we think, wow, these things are separate to me, they're outside. But in fact, we are literally projecting every one of those things. Just like the film The Matrix, when they begin to master and realize that it's a hologram, they can begin to affect matter. And this is where we begin to come into the deeper, higher knowledge of that. We want to learn how to affect the external, but more importantly, the internal. And what is inside the physical body is programs and programs that are inherited in this cyclical patterns, self-cyclical patterns that we're embodying. So the more deprogramming we do of these limiting belief systems, the more we activate DNA, the more the organism expands, which means that it becomes aware of itself as all things, past lives, extraterrestrial aspects of yourself. Your body literally looks like this. This is how you look. When I see a person, this is what I see. I see themselves and their fragments, their attachments, their cords, everything in their body. And so the idea is that we begin to reintegrate the fragments. What does that mean? You become one with everything. And essentially, we become universes in this way. It depends on how our vortices are spiraling around us and how we are expressing. So the most important part of this is that we are becoming one. It is the merging of these two dualistic aspects, the marriage, this alchemical marriage of our dualistic aspects that creates this incredible human. And for the future that we're creating, we need to activate these tools so that we can begin to communicate with the universe in this way, telepathically. We begin to utilize quantum non-locality in order to move illness out of the body, transport, connect in higher dimensional planes. The faster your vortex is spinning with less blockages, less limiting beliefs, the more you are creating. You become that heightened state of expression, and you begin to match not only Earth, but the higher movement of the universe. And this is what we want to try to move in towards as we teach our children to also embody this. This is so important. I see a lot of kids at school that are just constantly depressed. They're hooked onto their little music machines or their iPhones and their computers. And there's such a severe cut between the energetic system of their body and what they're able to generate. Okay, they are even more powerful than us because they have the ability of moving through blockages in their field faster than we are, because the less amount of programming that there is their take. So all of this really affects the states of consciousness. And this is where we want to begin to understand that we have to educate ourselves as a whole and begin to embody. It's about embodiment now. Now until 2024, we are trying to, we are cycling through things. It's not that we're breaking cycles necessarily. It's that we're moving into the next cycle of learning. This learning never ends. It's a never-ending cycles of experiences in new ways, in new forms, until we reach the highest of all. And essentially, we no longer need to embody this physical vessel. We just become this whole light being. And all of us have access to that as now. So how do we move forward as society in order to embody our highest expression? There's many different ways that we want to do that. And I talked about some of them today, and I hope that this presentation inspires you to kind of take action in what you're doing, take awareness, take consciousness, allow this spiritual embodiment to take precedence over anything else in life, because we understand that life is a product of everything that we are believing and experiencing and embodying. And this system that we're a part of is such a beautiful creation. It's a delicate manifestation of perfect balance. Everything that we're experiencing in the universe is operating just as it should, because again, the purpose of our existence is simply to experience. And there really is no limitation to what we can experience. Now, if you would like to work with me, this is the end of my presentation. You are welcome to work with me in hypnotherapy. I am a clinical hypnotherapist, and I'm also doing DNA reprogramming, among other things. I also host a contactee support group, which is really wonderful group where we dive really deep into these topics and talk about everything from hybridization to contact experiences and DNA. And let me just stop my sharing. So yeah, I just wanted to thank you so much for listening to this today. And I hope that it inspires us to hopefully come into this unity consciousness and begin to join forces. I know that many people are being called to create these conscious communities and create these societies. So if you guys are interested in doing that, definitely connect and let's make that happen. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Geraldine. And just to let you know, I don't know if I've told you, but I'm actively looking for land to create a community, and I just came up with a team. We're doing a whole retreat in Mexico with some high-level people to really, to fine-tune this. But let's have a conversation, because if you're like in support of this, maybe we can talk about how to do it.
Well, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing next week, Neil, going to Mexico, looking for land for the exact same reason. So let's definitely collect. And I'm actually planning a retreat down there myself. So
okay, I got some information to share with you. But
okay, awesome.
And I just want to say also, because I know a lot of people on the panel probably have something to say, but I love just the whole concept of us being here to experience just takes off the burden of this darkness, And not only that, it's like, like what I've been saying a lot lately and really resonates with me is that the singularity, the cosmic egg, the infinite potential bursts into countless possibilities, bursts into duality, good, bad, evil, all that stuff, right? All came from that singularity. So the duality that came from the singularity is not separate, and the singularity doesn't weigh one part of the duality as more than the other. It's not like the singularity manifested duality and said, oh, I choose this side of my own self, you know?
Right.
So in the eyes of the grand scheme of source and cosmos, both things are valid, because ultimately experiencing yourself only as positivity is only half the experience, you know?
Exactly. This is the thing, because sometimes we're like, oh my God, if I'm not positive, I'm doing something wrong. But this idea that we're just experiencing just helps you understand, come back to that neutrality, because that's actually where we enter a state of creation and unity with all things. That neutrality, it's not a matter of going to either side of that. And it allows to have balance in the body. The entire organism begins to function properly when we come into this neutrality as well. So there's so much to learn, so much to talk about. It's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, Michelle, Joan, you want to comment before we go on?
What a grounded presentation, Geraldine. I was really looking forward to paying attention and listening to you today, because I haven't experienced your work yet. And wow, you give me hope for the future. So thank you so much for what you brought today. I really, really appreciate it. And you're so special. I can't wait to dig further into what you're doing, how you're helping more people.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited. And to anybody that wants to connect and collaborate, I think we should probably have a meeting about that. But yeah, so if you want to work with me, please connect with me at my website, GeraldineOrozco.com, and then my YouTube, Geraldine Orozco. Thank you.
I just loved your presentation, Geraldine. So many different aspects. The fact is, the human potential is very vast. And I think the bottom line is, like, we can change our DNA, we can change our timelines. And we all came down here as part of these programs. I love that you were able to show us the bloodlines and the programs, and you do it in such a conscious way. You are so effective as a teacher.
Oh,
so
thank you.
I really tell you that.
Very glad to hear that. Thank you so much. It's been such an honor to be here with all you great people. I can't wait to hear your presentation, Joan, later.
I can't wait to hear it either.
Awesome.
Real quick, one more thing is we spoke briefly about doing a weekend mystery school series with you, and you said you were interested in it. So I'm just going to throw it out there that it's in the works. We just got to figure out the details. But pretty soon, a weekend retreat with Geraldine online, multiple hours, because there's just so much information, So give you the opportunity to really peel things back and go deeper.
Love that. Can't wait.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Love you, Geraldine.
Love you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Wow. Every speaker is so powerful today, Neil. As if yesterday wasn't powerful enough.
Mm-hmm. We're only halfway, too, for the whole 3 days. So we got a lot more digging, a lot more depth that we're going to be experiencing. Michelle, you want to bring on our next amazing guest?
It's really building. I do want to bring on our next amazing guest and tell her to put her microphone closer to her mouth. I think
I'm going to rip it off.
I didn't hear you as well this last time, so.
Okay, I just had to rip it off. There's just sounds around. The wind is howling. You'll just have to love me with all our sounds.
Well, when you moved the mic to your mouth right before you took it off, it sounded better.
It did sound better,
There's
Joan.
all the static now.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're only hearing static?
Well, we hear you, but there's just a lot of background sound, too much.
Yeah, we have high winds here in the desert. You'd think that Yahweh is talking.
Joan, the sound just stopped, so now it sounds perfect.
It does? It sounds better now?
Yeah.
It does?
Yeah, how about for you, Michelle?
It's still really loud on my end, but
Victor said,
well, loud is better.
No, bring it down.
Yeah.
That's what I figured.
Okay, how's that?
Still the same. Bring it down.
Still bring it down a little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay. You know what it is? I can barely hear you guys. That's so weird. Okay, how about now?
I actually think, Joan, based on the way I'm hearing it, and I think the way Dr. Victor's hearing it, it's the same. If you put the headset back on and you just put the the microphone closer to your mouth, I think it will be much better on all of our ears.
Okay.
Much
Okay.
better. Much
We'll
better.
plug it in.
Better?
Well, I didn't plug it in yet. Okay.
Oh, wow. I am just,
All right.
I'm so impressed with Geraldine, and I guess we've had such great building of energy with all of our different speakers. So how are you feeling, Joan? You feeling revved up and ready to go?
I'm so excited. Michelle, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm just so excited. Yes. And I'm in the groove.
Super. I was telling Neil earlier, after the way that Victor introduced you this morning, I'm like, I have to introduce her and read the same thing. He was so professional. But
just say what you think about me, or your interactions, or your heart.
Since he already did, give all your credentials and everything, what I'd like to do is share with our audience that from the minute I met Dr. Joan of Angels, she has inspired me and infused me with just such an uplifting energy. And I think, all of us here that listen to you, Joan, we all feel that you bring us to new levels of understanding ourselves. And you show us, you just model what it looks like to be an intuitive guide and an oracle and a spiritual luminary. And your art is so inspiring. I haven't gotten this framed yet, but I still have a painting I bought from you at one of the Star Knowledge conferences, and I'm like, I feel the transmissions through your art. And I just thank you so much for being a miracle on earth and a miracle in my life, and for everybody here. I can't wait to hear what you want to present. I'd really like to get to it. So it's an honor.
And we will.
It's an honor and a pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Joan of Angels. And I'm going to sit here and watch the whole thing.
Michelle, I love you to the moon and back and to all the stars. And I've had the same feeling about you since I met you. And thank you so much for your heart and your heartfelt intro. It's exactly what I wanted. We had the professional, now we have the heart, and now we have source. I love you. All right. So I do have a lot of things to say to people today. And, I always think that it's me that's going to do it. And so I say to myself, oh, what am I going to say that's going to be so profound to everyone and make a difference? And then I woke up today, and when I went to bed, I started channeling everything else. It was like, oh yes, we need to consult spirit, and spirit knows exactly what you want. So we're going to start off today I'm going to read a card that I pulled a minute ago from my Earth Power deck. And it is, I have power and it is real. And that is actually the basis of my presentation today. You have power. You are sovereign. You were born for this. You were born uniquely, fully empowered with everything you need to be authentically you. And so I got so excited when I saw this. I create my destiny. So I want to begin with that, and we're going to end with that. I have power. Affirm it. I create my destiny. I carry the greatness of my ancestors in my body and my soul, and so it is. All right. So I have a little presentation for you today, and I'm excited to share it. I've been inspired, of course, by the fact that we are in the craziest of times. Sometimes they may seem frightening. Sometimes they may seem like weird and bizarre what those earthlings are doing. So I'm going to invite you to come with me to a special place that I take all my clients to, which is, we're sitting on the mountaintop. Okay, they're telling me it's in the Himalayas. Some of you will resonate to the Himalayas. And so we go to the mountaintop, and from there we're going to sit and have our chai tea, and just look down upon that planet over there. And so we're going to awaken what I call the rebel gene and your intuitive genius. So are you an intuitive genius? That's the first question. And I'm about to prove to you, you probably are, but an intuitive genius is, number one, an original thinker. In other words, most of you are here because you think outside the box, and that is why you are here. Makes sense to me. Your adaptability is an intuitive genius. An intuitive genius is one who says, oh my God, if I go to the left, actually I have a feeling I won't, it's blocked. So I think I'm going to go to the right. Yes, why not? So it listens to their gut, follows its cue, sees opportunity, even in the desert. One of the most amazing thing about living in Coachella Valley Desert is that, you know, you think the desert is really barren, but it's not. So full of life. And even after every rain, we have beautiful, beautiful flowers. So that is quite exciting. Okay, so we need to start to learn how to trust that voice within, and also the art of what we're going to call the shifting timelines. And this is upside down, if you notice, because the timelines are actually shifting. So the rebel gene is that which chooses to be a unique, individualized soul, or an acts both on its own and within a structure. And you could even say that's a cancer within the body is actually a rebel gene. It's choosing to overproduce and not kind of talk into the rest of the body. But it also comes from a deep sense of knowing who you are. So for a human to say be a unique collective, a conscious rebel gene, or not one who is part of a hive mentality, you need to know who you are. And I've noticed the last few months on Miracle Monday in particular, which yes, it's on Mondays, it's on my YouTube channel, 5 p.m. Pacific, but I've noticed I'm talking about becoming sovereign and confident in your choices. Why? Because there's so much pressure on the outside world. In other words, the world is upside down like this image on the screen. So there's so much pressure on the outside world that we need to know what's on the inside world. So I want to say, first of all, I'm so happy that we have all arrived on planet Earth. Yes, yes, yes. And someone this morning said that only for every 3 souls that say, I want to get down to Earth, he said that, only 1 out of 3 souls make it. So now we know that it's even more of a celebration to say you've arrived on planet Earth. You're a magical being. You came down here with your mission and your purpose. You did not come down here unprepared, because you've been working on this soul plan, and we've also listened to that this morning as well. Learn it, your pre-arrival, you already knew you had a toolkit. This person has 30 clipboards, because that's how much information for all those lifetimes. You have everything you need to do. So you got to check what's on your clipboard. So a timeline, because we're going to talk about timelines. A timeline is a representation of the passage of time, which of course, yes, we know it's arbitrary. Yes, we know several timelines could go on simultaneously, but nevertheless, we need to have some representation for Neil to say, to everyone, hop on, we start at 10. What the heck is 10? Well, it really means nothing unless we're on a timeline. So a timeline is a graphics and gives us sort of an identity as time and space, okay? But now what happens to our timeline? And I never really knew about timelines until the early 90s when I went off to Dom and Her, and Dom and Her's based, Falco, the founder of Dom and Her, based part of Dom and Her, or Dom and Her itself, the philosophy is based on altering timelines, altering the global timeline of the planet so that it didn't descend into chaos and lower vibrations, fascism and war, and that it would go up this way. Well, obviously, we are still in another timeline that is working and is coming to a shift. So what changes our timeline? Well, you'd think, okay, if I as a human have to work on my karma and I'm going to evolve to spirit to ascension, isn't everyone on planet Earth working with that? And are we ever working together? And what about the planet? Well, the truth is that there are portals and lower vibrational energies, lower vibrational frequencies, lower vibrational interdimensional beings as well that are here to block your personal fulfillment of your timeline. So it's true. So there you are. And you are just sort of innocently going about your life. And wham, bam, there's an object that literally obstructs you. This obstruction, which is kind of interesting, is something that's exerted into that timeline. And you either have to go under it or over, around it, through it, alchemize it, or make it so it doesn't exist anymore. But what happens is that, now remember, I took us up here on the mountaintop, so we're looking there. So we're looking down at that person now who is, whistling along their path, and an issue, a problem. And if it's a false memory or a false image, which they usually are, then somehow that begins to control us, or it could be a false belief, like the belief that women were slaves. Women were really slaves to their men. Women weren't smart enough to be independent. Women couldn't control property. Women couldn't vote. Those were belief systems that emotionally manipulated, kept women impoverished, and of course, not independent, and was a physically an emotional manipulation. So we can clear these implants. Of course, first we have to recognize them. So it's kind of interesting that if we're sitting here on the mountaintop, how do we recognize those implants? And the image my guides are giving me to make it simple. So I've learned how to edit film this year. I'm very proud of myself. So with my shows, I now learned how to go into iMovie, simple, but edit films, and then a few other programs. And I noticed that some of the programs have this little cartoon thingy that you could write words in it and insert it in a clip in your video or in your film. So I'm looking now at this pathway that I see you on, and here is that timeline shift, okay? And you can see it as this little comment up here. It's like, Joan's about to go on a timeline shift. Let's see what she does. Abort, fall apart, forget, go back to sleep for 1,000 years. A lot of things can happen if we forget and haven't cleared it. So if we're sitting above here, we can recognize when that person goes back into a fear timeline. In fact, you can label it up, fear timeline right here, anxiety timeline, false memory over here. Now, where else do we get false memories? By the way, we get false memories because they're inserted in our consciousness by our governments, the media, other people, even our families that want to brush things over and make things look good. Like, I think I've probably mentioned it. My brother was adopted by my father when he was 13. I might have been there, but we were told it was something else. And we were the only people in our family who didn't actually know that my brother had been adopted. So we had a false timeline in there, an implant, and literally had to go back and heal that. So, okay, so now when we talk about timelines, we also need to know that humans are time travelers. Yes, we can focus our mind on how we want to see the world. We want to evolve.
So there's been a lot of stuff on the web recently about these two alternate timelines, the more positive one of ascension and the other one that's of those lower frequencies, hateful, destructive vibrations of war and all those aspects of humanity we're not proud of. We don't want to go there. And so as we're on that timeline, we actually can visualize that the alternative, the road less traveled, is kind of like what Robert Frost says. You visualize yourself and then the waves of humanity going on this new timeline of ascension. You, along with the waves of humanity. And I repeat that because as we build this timeline, when I started working on this timeline a week ago, I saw it as a very, very tiny little timeline. It was like, oh my God, how will waves of humanity find it? It's so tiny. But I have been talking about it for a week, actually almost a week. And today, as I'm feeling into it, my guides are showing me that that timeline is large. That alternate path, because of this constant reinforcement now of this new path, it is growing. It is growing. So that literally by projecting into the future what we want to see, we can influence and shape time and that collective consciousness. So yes, we can also go back and clear destructive records or negative impacts. In other words, if in your memories, there are times that you were less than your perfect, loving, kind self, or you acted in ways that you're ashamed of, you can literally walk back. Now, because remember, we're sitting on that road, a mountaintop, looking at the highway. We could backtrack a little bit to that log jam, right? And see what happened. Oh, and then we can insert a new memory. So there's a healing rather than a loss, or maybe instead of going, out with your friends, you instead finished the book you were writing and now you're a published author, because that is how you change that timeline. So there's so much hope in changing our DNA and in shifting where we're going. So also, as long as we're sitting up here looking down, if we see other little negative entities running around, we can actually clear them. And I sometimes use a magic wand to do that, or Archangel Michael's sword to do that, so we can shift and put light on that timeline. So many things that we can do, but we're reclaiming pieces of our soul. So reclaiming those parts of us that were splintered off from trauma, splintered off from lack of knowing, and are being called home. Ascension is going to require a fully integrated, authentic human. So each of you are actually going to have these experiences of, how do I call back those pieces of my soul? Or, by the way, what pieces did I lose, and how do I start to call them back? And so when I talk to people about the soul awakening sessions that I do, well, those are about recalling bits and pieces of your big picture, sitting up here again, looking down, of actually why you came here and what's on that clipboard that you have. And we're going to talk about that a little later. Oh yeah, and you notice, how did I do that? There it is. Human, God-like man, God-like being here on the planet. So again, there's the God-like humans that we are. So once we remove the negativity, we erase the past, those memories from our past, they don't exist anymore. And I'll never forget, NLP has a wonderful process where neuro-linguistic programming, which I learned when I was training as a therapist. I have a master's in counseling in addition to my doctor of chiropractic. But as we were learning this process, so what happens is you think of something that brings you such joy, that made your heart sing, and you put it as a picture, like this little white frame thing here, and then you suddenly flash on the thing that you want to erase from your memory. the time when you were hurt, that you were beaten up, or that your family didn't listen to you, something that's very, very painful for you. And you look at it and you begin to shrink it smaller. You put a big X over it in your mind's eye and you make it smaller. And then you jump back to that picture of the happiness factor, that which made your heart sing, and you made it bigger. You jump back to the other one and you continue to make it smaller. So we can remove and erase that which is our past so we can alter our future timeline. Also, we alter it for the ancestors behind us and the generations behind us, so we can change that timeline back and forth. Kind of cool. So so here is a straight timeline. Okay, it goes straight like this. However, most of us don't really go on that kind of timeline, because what will happen is that maybe you've decided you're going to go straight here to there's an image I like to use for considering ourselves a knight in shining armor. Okay, so the knight has instructions to get the blue diamond with sapphire sprinkled in it in the big toe of the baddest, meanest dragon in the galaxy, far away, in the most hazardous place you can find. Okay, and that is your mission. Well, that mission, although it is your mission, there's a lot of adventures or things that happen while you're on that mission. You stop at the town here and you fall in love over here. You get drunk over here. You have to beat someone up over here. You rescue a damsel in distress over here. But all the time in the back of your mind, you know where you're going. And guys, all the way in the back of your minds, even if you're going like this, where you feel like you don't know your soul purpose, or you feel like you're lost, you are not. Because back here, encoded in your cell memory and on that galactic celestial clipboard, are all your instructions. It is only a matter of removing those impediments that are keeping you from remembering or seeing it, or keeping you from going on the timeline to where you're going. So if we decide that the mission is too hard and getting drunk and drinking beer seems like a better alternative, you will shift off of one of those timelines into another timeline. There's nothing bad or good. Spirit doesn't judge and say, what a bad person. No, they'll only say, well, they'll be coming back again. And if what we know is true, only 1 out of 3 people get back here. Now I have cause to think about this. How do we accelerate our timeline? Because I don't know about you. I accept being here. I am Joan of Angels. I know who I am, and I'm here to wake you up to who you are. But do I want to keep coming back and doing it over and over and over and over again? I don't think so. Oh, no. There's other planets, other places. And, those lower frequency vibes they impact everyone. So I feel we all ought to get off our you-know-what, and we're going to do this together. So shifting timelines, make a decision that is different than what you're doing. If you're not happy with where you are, by the way, then it means that you've put yourself on a timeline of unhappiness, a victim timeline, or whatever you want to call that timeline. Us sitting here can look down and go, oh my God, she has that broken heart timeline, that one that's going to always get a recurring broken heart over and over and over again. Or there's that other one who's people always take advantage of her. She's got that victim timeline stuck in it. So this is something that once we make a decision to change our life, yes, we can. So I loved this little slide because we can imagine alternate visions, alternate versions of ourselves, and our dreams are really viewing, what our other selves are doing. And I know I have had many times when I have been here meditating and my consciousness is on a ship far away in another universe and things are going on. And, you know, which one is reality? Or in a dream state, when that dream was so real that we know it was real. Or the you know, those dreams that you have when you're just lucid dreaming, they're real. So now, we want to still talk about how do we get rid of these false memories, because what's happened if everything is peachy keen, like I'm saying, what's the issue? Well, the issue is we forget things and we have false memories. So we do it to ourselves or the society does it to us. So for instance, when I've lost my keys, if we were in a person, you know, in person, I'd say, how many of you have lost your keys and can't remember where you put them? Okay. Well, all of you would raise your hand. Me too. So sometimes when I've lost my keys, I'm convinced, you know, where I think I've put them. Okay, so I want to tell you a story. Years ago, 2010, I was living with this partner, and he was an intimidating personality. And one day we were moving things, and I was kind of intimidated. So I took this tablecloth that was on the table we were moving, and I put it on top of the refrigerator, okay? Because I said, surely I will look on the top of the refrigerator. Okay, we move all the tables, and then he comes out. It's like, where's the tablecloth? Swear to God, I could not remember. And and I wanted to please him so much that I created up a false story of where in the world I put the tablecloth and never found it till the day I moved out. Okay, so false memories are so true, and we put them there to protect ourselves, but also to help us, you know, prevent us from making accurate choices. Really, I was convinced. Okay, now I have a better strategy. When I lose things, I talk to my fairies. Fairies are really good. They love poems. So if you say, fairies, help me, please. Those keys of mine are lost in space. Help me find this way so that I'm not erased, whatever. And they don't care if it rhymes or not. I'm trying to make it rhyme for you, but rhymes they love. And then go outside and then come back and shift that timeline in a certain way. Now, there was a guy who used to come to Conscious Life Expo named Ron Omatron, I think it is, something like that. And he used to talk about timeline, like, you know, the last slide, little things getting inserted into your timeline, which he said accounted for 15-second losses of your memory or forgetting when you leave the room. So there could be, again, as I said, these false memories, and they can affect you. And so what happens is that this could actually cause people to go off the beaten track in the wrong way, or guess what? We could also create false memories of positive behaviors. So affirmations are a way of impacting behavior with new memories. I wouldn't say false. I think I'm going to have to go in and change the slide, but I'd say if we create new memories that are of positive outcomes and we are affirming the positive. So whenever, instead of getting sick, whenever you have strawberries, you might say, my body loves strawberries. Every time I eat strawberries, I get smarter and smarter, healthier and healthier. So you can start to do that. All right. So also, it's enough on that. So previous research also says that if you're hearing false memories being planted from the outside, like any false news stories, and so some of you know that that has been what's going on, what happens is the more you hear it, first time you hear a story. Now, let's say you are a person who has discernment. You've learned to listen to your intuition, and you recognize, you go, oh, that just doesn't sound right. And you have a weird feeling about something you're being told by an outsider here. Just a weird feeling. But over the next few days, you notice that more and more people are agreeing with that theory of what you had read. So for
for a while you were kind of 90% certain it could have been wrong, 10% it like might be possible. Over the next period of time, it's now 20%, 30%, 50%. Suddenly you're believing it because the rest of the world believes it, which is how we actually lose our consciousness. You know, if we came in with that rebel gene of being our expressed, distinct, unique personality, before you know it, when we have these memories being implanted or these false expectations, or, you know, you're supposed to do it this way because you're a girl and that way because you're a boy, then ultimately the society and or you become to believe that it's true. So if it was false in the beginning, you now think it's true. And of course, if you had a father like me who tried to beat out any independent thought you had, and his claim to fame was, well, if 99% of the people believe that this is true, then it is true. And he tried to use force to make me believe it's true. I guess I'm here to tell you that there's certain things you can't stamp out of a person. What is a sovereign person? A sovereign person is one who has come to terms with what they believe in, not what anyone else is telling you. So a sovereign person would read that lie and go, well, you know, this doesn't sound right, and proceed to research, you know, into certain places to confirm or disconfirm, but to build upon their own internal knowingness. So a sovereign person knows that they can trust their gut, trust their intuition, trust their own clipboard, their own superpowers, their own skills, or if not, trust them, learn where to build them up so that they become impeccable. So that you can hear something and go, oh, God, what a bunch of crap. And then notice when other people are believing it. You see, part of it is that because so much false stuff is being put out there, and so many people are what I call headblind meaning they are not magical, or they don't have a connection to their intuition, their intuitive voice, or their guides. In other words, they don't have a source of downloads like you do. Headblind people don't rely on their intuition. They rely on fact checkers. They rely on the news. They rely on their mothers. They rely on other people. They rely on their boss. They rely on their logical mind. I don't know how many times, without going into it, am I going to tell you that if you look back in your history and you see all the times that you had a chance to listen to your intuitive voice versus your gut, you'd know what I'm talking about. So one of the things I challenge you is look back on those times you didn't listen to that voice inside, and where did it bring you? In my case, and I think some of you have heard the story, when my guide said, don't put your tax returns in the trunk, I thought my guides were crazy. And I did put the tax returns in the trunk, and they blew away, just like that voice said. But the point of the story is, if you start looking at all the times you said to yourself, God, I should have listened. I should have listened to that voice. Why didn't I? What a mess I have created for myself now. And you did a journal of that, you would be surprised. And that is a very healing session. That's actually one that teaches you that you need to really work on your intuitive gifts. So we all have the skills to do what we came here to do. You would not have been sent down here to this planet. You would not have even chosen it. You would not have been in that 1 out of 3 that got here if you didn't have those skills to do exactly what you came here to do. And I'm so excited because I get to work with people to help them remember what they came here to do and why they came here to do it. And it is big. Many of you have missions that are to bring in new technology, or many of you have missions to be healers.
And some of you have missions to do what I'm doing, activate people's realities and DNA activations, or to even do more of what I do, which is to go around the world, raise vibrations, raise frequency, and inspire you to be you. Now, can you imagine we live on a planet where we actually need inspiration and permission to be ourselves? I think that's actually crazy. Because why? Because we had an agenda, like say you had an agenda that you were going to be a leader, but your family came in to destroy, to give you false memories like that you're a loser because you hired them to do that for you so you can get strong. And then you go to college and you start drinking and you go down that other path. Well, you always have a moment where you can actually be remembered. There is no such thing as a lost soul. You came down here with activation moments to wake you up. And I truly believe that those of you who are on these Portal to Ascension conferences, on the Watchers Talk, on some of this very deep dives into your these galactic activations. There I am trying to make new words. You're here because your soul knows. All right. Your soul knows. So, knowing that we're in a frosty time, all right, here we are waking up. Thank you, God. And this is an amazing program to wake us up with. Then we also need to recognize any of the false stories that were implanted over time. Okay. And I do want to point out that those in the religious places, and I probably put a few other things that, how do I explain this one? But yeah, so we're learning to think for ourselves. Rebel DNA, intuitive geniuses, sovereign beings, a unique soul being are those who have learned to recognize misinformation, okay? Recognize falseness of what is fake, what is being implanted in your soul, so that you can recognize who you are. Good, I have a few more minutes. This is great. So one of the things that I've been looking at, and this is a different story, but I have been actually looking at history and how it has changed, the difference between good history and bad history, and how they have actually changed a lot of our history. And I'm only throwing up to you right now things that have made me wonder. And so when I have questions about things that make me wonder, one of the tools that I use is dowsing. I'm a dowser. I use my pendulums, or I sit down and I'll talk directly to my guides. So this could either be one of those plateaus, they have those mountaintops that are cropped, straight across, right there, a butte of some kind, or if you walk around it, is it a fossilized giant tree? Well, it's hundreds of feet tall. If it was a fossilized giant tree that was cut down in a perfect horizontal slice, how big was that person? And how could they even, hide all of this wisdom? And this is everywhere. That has to be a tree. Okay. I don't know about you, but that looks like a very giant tree to me. But I am just on this process of exploration. History is a great place to explore. And look at this picture. This is in Wyoming, a giant root system. So there's no way this could really be a mountaintop, Devil's Tower. Instead, it's a giant root system. I mention this not because, this is the most critical thing I could tell you about, but I mention it because when you actually understand that everything we read around us, most of it is deceptive, then what does it do to our very soul? We don't know our history. When a family or a generation or a planet doesn't know its history, they are fractured and traumatized. They can't function to their highest potential. It becomes difficult to step into the highest vibrational frequencies. And so now, guys, it is up to us to not only reclaim our memories. Yes, to start to discern the truth and the lies. And what about this? You know, often I drive around the mountains. I love driving around, and I see rocks that look like people. You can be, especially in Sedona, Thunder Mountain. I just fell in love again with Thunder Mountain, and I could see the face in that mountain. And look at these faces. Well, this one's not in a mountain. This is a half head in a body that's somehow in that earth. They're fossilized. Yes, they are fossilized, and that has to be an ET on the left over there. Fossilized beings of some kind. And when the mainstream tries to tell you you're crazy, or that you're a conspiracy theorist, you tell them I am a coincidental theorist. Okay, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I am a coincidental theorist. And I am. My favorite book, and one of my favorite books happens to be Gulliver's Travels. And he talked about, and I think now it's a true story, because he talked about landing in the world of the little people, and then he ends up in the world of the big people. And then when he comes home, they put him in a mental institution because they think he's crazy, until his wife goes home and she's frantically looking through his papers. And there in his papers, she finds a little 5-inch goat that she brings to the mental institution that frees him. So I do believe that stories like this have been suppressed, but are a part of our truth. So how do we find our truth? Well, we find our truth by learning how to trust ourselves, okay? By learning how to trust our intuition, and how we can change our DNA through art of visualization, through affirmations, through developing our intuitive genius, through our creativity, through meditation. These are all ways. Now, one of the best ways I would say you can change your DNA too is, taking pictures, printing up some pictures of DNA and putting them under the largest, most beautiful programmed crystals that you have, that you're asking to program your DNA with new traits of courage, with intuition, with guidance, with connection to your 12th, 15th dimensional frequencies. All right. So some people say, well, now I've been intuitive since I was born, but honestly, I shut it off because they told me I was crazy. They told me everything I was thinking was wrong. Okay. False memories. And I've had to learn how to trust myself. And that's why it's a passion of mine. When I was in school to be a therapist, one of the things we learned is that we became therapists so that we could therapize ourselves, okay, and learn. So everything I teach you, I have had to learn myself. Okay, so our subconscious mind can and does change our DNA. And every word we speak, words I have really, I used to say words are thoughts, or thoughts are words. They're very concrete, just like if you're in a movie program where you're creating your movie and editing it, you could insert words, you can insert a little cartoon here, all sorts of things. We can insert in our subconscious mind what we want to insert in our DNA. We want creativity. All right, make up a sticker tonight or a little index card. Increased creativity, increased intuition, increased knowingness, increased awareness, increased compassion. We can actually change our field as a product of the things that happen to us. And so the funniest thing today is that I put together my presentation before I went to bed. It was complete, and then I couldn't sleep last night, so I woke up 3 times, channeled new information. Then I woke up saying, okay, let's hope it's complete. And then I'm channeling new information. And then 3 speakers this morning, 4 speakers, all talked about how things can change when our DNA shifts and our timelines shift. So nothing like being in the field, my guys. So what is this rebel DNA? Well, a rebel is someone who goes against the authority, goes against 99% of the people, not because they want to be a bad person, but they actually know the truth. Okay, they actually have something inside themselves that understands that 1% and also understands when knowing that 1% is important. So when is knowing that 1% important? Well, you don't need to know it to beat up the heads of all the headblind or the 99%. You need to know so that you can live your life in full authority, so that you can live your life confidently, knowing how powerful you really are, knowing how to stand up for yourself, knowing how you yourself are like a nation state, walking among other nation states, walking your path as a fully authentic, empowered being. So one way we can change our DNA is to picture happiness on earth. Yes, and we can picture those who we see as having been part of that 99%, the head blind, being at effect of what they're hearing. We can picture them happy. So the activated gene here is picturing happiness wherever you're going. And guess what? You are able to change the field when you change. You yourself, when you're embracing it, are like clearing the fog in the room when you are raising the vibratory frequency. So you can reframe your past. You can let your heart sing when you're doing your personal challenge. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about my little workshop, not such a little workshop. It's the post-workshop for Monday. Can intuition save your life? Yes, it can. Because let me just remind you that when you walk in a frosty situation, like waking up every day because we don't know what is going on, you need to be able to discern whether you're going to pay attention, whether this impacts you or not, or whether this is truth. Or whether, I can just see that there's a guy with a gun over there and you're talking to your logical mind going, oh, I don't think he'll hurt me. Oh yeah, now wait, I had a boyfriend, now that I just remembered this, who threatened to kill me, and I didn't believe him. I literally used to say to myself, no, he loves me too much. There's no way he could do that, until the day he tried. Okay? So your intuition, I would tell you to start listening to your intuition. So this class is about helping you learn how to listen to your intuition. And even all of you empaths out there, all of your intuitives out there, the biggest thing we can do is learn how we use our intuition and how we can improve on it. So in this class, literally you're going to come away with a journal that teaches you, that you're not just clairaudient, by the way, or clairsentient or clairvoyant. You're a little bit of everything with maybe more of one or two. So I help you look at all those skills so you can actually determine which ones are appropriate to you and then how you yourself use them. And we do a few guided processes to take away your fear of actually connecting 100% of the time. So I thought she was cute. She's a cute little superpowered young woman, but this is how we master what we came here to do. Because how could you know what to do if you don't hear the voice of your intuition? Excuse me, but if you can't connect to your guides, how can you even understand what you are doing? So your intuition is your superpower, and we are going to register right here on PortalToAscension.org. And this is actually what you are going to learn. So you were born for this, my darlings. I am hoping you step into your highest of powers so that we can do this together. Woo! There. And this is going to happen on Monday from 10 to 12 Pacific, but guess what? You can then access it 24/7. And
for the rest of your days.
For the rest of eternity.
Always. Yes.
That's a portal for you. It's always there.
That was amazing, Joan.
Really?
Oh my gosh, I loved it. You did such a great job. Oh, I was resonating with so many of your slides and the things that you were saying. And the intuition piece was so big, especially using the car scenario. For me personally, I use my intuition. I drive my cars for like 200,000 miles, and they tell me when it's time to, it's like, okay, this is it. Like the transmission's going to go, or it's, it's starting to really cost a lot more money to keep it. The last 3 cars I've done that with. I drive my cars forever. So,
well, I want everyone to know we were born for this. So guys, you can find me, by the way, at joanofangels.com. On my YouTube channel, everything is Joan of Angels.
And Miracle Mondays.
Miracle Mondays is on Monday. So
and it's
5
on your
p.m.
YouTube
Pacific
channel.
On YouTube or Facebook. But, I'm really growing my YouTube channel. I have a Telegram channel that I put in all things that I kind of dump on that. So I raise my frequency by just leaving it there so we can process everything.
So awesome. And
thank you, Neil. And I love all of you guys and so honored to be here.
I just want to say that Dr. Joan, every time she speaks, it puts a smile on my face. With this warm embrace to her energy is just phenomenal. And the work that Dr. Joan does is just incredible. I've had the privilege and the honor of being on one of her shows with Omar, and it's so enlightening when you have these back and forth conversations. But that presentation hit home on so many different ways that I'm still reeling from it. I'm processing for sure.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Joan of Arc Angel has been coming in the house. These are the times to embrace your courage, your freedom, the memory that we've done this. This is humanity all together now, arising. And we are that powerful together. And so it is.
So it is. Thank you, Joan. All right, we're going to move over to our next presenter in a moment here, Alan, but I just want to go ahead and just make a quick announcement. I just want to give a shout out once again to Star Family Wisdom, headed by Jenna Layden, who helped sponsor this event. StarFamilyWisdom.com, next level platform of starseed awareness, and really tapping into just the cosmic nature and our galactic ancestry. And they have full-on courses, sacred geometry courses on starseeds, extraterrestrial races. Check it out, StarFamilyWisdom.com. And also WishAlliance.org, the sister organization of PortalToAscension, the community in which we are, sending as many people as possible over there to be a part of the weekly gatherings that are no-charge events that you can not only listen to presenters, but you can ask questions and engage. Michelle Anderson has been a host on the Monday events, I believe, for a while. And also there's a directory on there where Sheila Seppi is creating a directory of all these people that are doing some amazing work around the entire planet. So if you're interested, sign up on the website, be ambassador at wishalliance.org, and you're going to see a lot more collaborations. We do 3 events together: the hybrid conference, the walk-ins conference, and the Starseed conference every year as a co-production between Wish Alliance and Portal to Ascension. So do check it out.
And New Realities, aren't we doing that? 3-way collaboration?
Yeah. Oh, and New Realities, of course. Yeah. So Alan is definitely one of the 3 producers of those events. But then on top of that, Alan and I pretty much collaborate on almost half of the Portal to Ascension events the whole year.
We do. And it's really fun. And it's so great to see your evolution. Don't you see it, Michelle? Don't you see Neil's evolution in his being?
I do. Yeah. I'm so inspired and uplifted, and I just see all of us really stepping in a whole new way, and watching all of the people who show up are really getting so much out of everything that the co-creation is bringing forward.
Great.
Definitely. Thank you.
Joan's really smiling there, and thank
beaming like a beam of light.
Let's bring on our very special honored guest here. There she is, Miss Carolyn Corey. Unmute yourself so we don't miss anything. And Carolyn, I think, is one of the leaders of our field because, we're all talking about the ET topic and bringing that into consciousness. But I think Carolyn is reaching the mainstream with her last movie, A Tear in the Sky. A Tear in the Sky. I thought it was a tear in the sky, but it's a tear in the sky. A Tear in the Sky is her most developed and high quality film to date. She did the Superhuman film, which was fantastic, looking at those kids reading through blindfolds, playing ping pong through blindfolds. And the movie before that was E.T. Contact, which was also a breakthrough. But this film, she directs it to the science-minded person, and that's what we need. We're great talking about walk-ins and ETs and starseeds, but we want to speak to the mainstream so they understand our language. And Carolyn, in this last movie, A Tear in the Sky, has made that bridge to those people out there that want to understand what are we talking about. So thank you, Carolyn, for being here. And we'll show a little trailer for the film. But what else do you have to say?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me.
Hi, welcome.
Hey, Michelle.
You know Michelle, yes.
Yes, Alan, always good to see you. I love you guys. So thanks for having me. Yeah. So thanks for the intro. I'm so excited about this new movie. I mean, A Tear in the Sky. And I don't mind when people call it A Tear in the Sky because it was a double entendre. You know, it's kind of like maybe on purpose. It's spelled
the same way, T-E-A-R. It's tear or tear.
Yeah, it's meant to be a tear, you know.
I know.
And so the more I make these films, Alan, whoops, is that me? Sorry. Oops, sorry.
It's probably William Shatner calling you.
Yeah, Bill, get off my back.
We call him Bill. He's in the film, Michelle. I mean, that's a great cameo for people like us who grew up with him on Star Trek.
Yeah, I'm going to show the trailer in a second, but I'm so excited. And the more I make these films, the more I realize my purpose, I feel, in filmmaking is really to bridge the gap between woo-woo stuff to real stuff, from, paranormal to normal. I want to make the paranormal normal because there's way too much evidence. There's way too much. I don't know how to mute all these people calling me now.
That's okay. It's okay.
It's real life, right? So I really I feel that. And how do you do that? Like, how do you bridge the gap? You have to speak a little bit of the language of the mainstream, which I feel is science. And so, of course, we all know that science is very, very limited. I mean, they say that themselves, that they only know 5% of the universe, 10% of the brain or whatever. So, but even with that, there's still a way to speak to the mainstream while at the same time keeping the integrity of the real information we are talking about. So in Superhuman, I did that to demonstrate the connection between consciousness and the physical world. And for those who have not seen it, you have to see it, because like what Alan was saying, it's no longer talking, like talk about mind does this and consciousness does that and intention does this. And we know this, but how do we show this is what I attempt to do in my film. So I did that with Superhuman. And with this new one, I did it on the phenomenon of UFOs, which, as you know, is very timely. Hello. So with everything that's going on right now in the mainstream, the Pentagon just releasing this 1,500-page document report, and the UAP report last year. So it is happening. So I feel my contribution is to bring that scientific approach to the phenomenon. Because we see stuff, we know there's something going on, but how do you go? Whoa, there's some feedback now, something happened. How do you go about doing a scientific investigation of the UFO phenomenon? So that's what we set up to do in this film. We said, let's not analyze stuff that's already out there, because we don't know how that was captured. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know. Let's go out and start from scratch. can we capture something in real time? And not from one angle, but when you want to do something scientifically, you want to do it from multiple angles, from multiple, with multiple devices, with multiple correlations. Now you're starting to talk science. You know, when it's one camera, even if there's like a whole group of people, but it's one angle and one wavelength. When it's a regular CCD camera, it's one frequency. But when you capture something from a CCD camera and a night vision and a FLIR camera, which is a whole different infrared spectrum, and correlated with other events such as a spike in gamma rays or whatever, all correlating at the same time through triangulation, now you are talking scientific. So that has never been done before, certainly not in film format. So because of that, I'm just so excited to be presenting that sort of a way to approach the UFO phenomenon from this perspective. And we did catch some things, but I think I want to show the trailer first. What do you think?
Yes, show the trailer because we'll get an idea of what you're talking about. And then me and Michelle and whoever else will interview you about.
Okay.
And make sure you click optimize for video clip and share sound.
Sorry?
You have to optimize, when you share screen, optimize for video clip and sound at the lower left-hand corner.
Okay, I'll do that. Let me know, text me if like you're not hearing or
We'll
something.
just let you know.
Optimize, share sound, optimize video.
Yes. Yes.
Share. Okay, let me know if you see my screen.
Yes, we see it. Can you make it bigger? I'll make it bigger on this. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Or you see.
Well, it's bigger on mine. Can you make it bigger on yours?
Yeah, I'll make it big. I think it's that lower right hand click with that little square.
I mean, I did it on mine. It's
yeah,
still
I see it full screen.
Okay, good.
All right, here we go. Let me know if there's a problem. Here we go.
What has made mankind is an insatiable curiosity. Insatiable. What is that? Nobody knows. The phenomenon.
Nobody's ever done this as far as I know.
It's a huge amount of work, a huge amount of data and equipment. That has never been done.
Whatever this is more complex than we could ever imagine.
This is a first in the field of ufology.
The variety of devices we're bringing as a team to study the phenomenon covered an entire spectrum of different technologies in real time.
That moment shook me to the core because I knew my life was about to change again.
I think we're going to have like a couple of really, really good spots.
When I hear that you've assembled a team of top scientists using state-of-the-art equipment, I say to myself, it's about time.
This is an unidentified, unclassified new phenomenon.
Wow, Tic Tacs. Navy Tic Tacs.
Maybe.
Caught on our cameras.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Crazy. It isn't crazy, it's crazy. It's crazy.
We can go from body heat to very cold, like about -62 Celsius or -80 Fahrenheit.
Wow.
We will be transmitting data up to 800 terahertz in frequency. Our highest technology is up around 500 gigahertz.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to seeing what you've uncovered.
We're triangulating and converging at 2 points, the same object.
It's fading.
It's gone. It's gone. It's friggin' gone.
Saw something over Catalina. We need you up here.
We could be heading towards the biggest "see I told you so" in history.
That's what we need, the smoking gun that'll clinch it. That once and for all will settle the debate. No ifs, ands, or buts. And in the process, rewrite all of human history.
Oh my God, you guys. Is this the wormhole? It's insane. There you have it.
Wow. I saw the film. I want to see it again after seeing the trailer. What'd you think there?
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Is
just
that
wondering.
me still talking?
Oh,
sorry.
That's okay. It's the thing. What did you think, Victor?
All I know is that when I'm 90 years old, I want to look as good as William Shatner. That's all I know.
Right.
Hi, Caroline. We interviewed you a couple of years ago.
Oh my God, yes. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you for this so much.
Michelle, what about you? What's your response?
I just had goosebumps all over, and I just feel like now is the time. I'm so glad that you're at the forefront of doing this in this particular window of time. We need this right now. So thank you so much, Caroline. It's really inspiring. I'm feeling all tingly.
Awesome.
Neil, what did you get? Did you see that for the first time, Neil?
Carolyn was on my panel that I facilitated at Conscious Life Expo, and right before the panel, she showed it to me, and I just think it's incredible. Carolyn's so amazing, and everything that you've done, all your documentaries, and I just see how it's just been building more and more momentum, and you've kind of just been peeling the layers back and just proving, even with the super. The last one that you did basically was showing that, we have these innate abilities and gifts, and really bringing it out to the mainstream. And now this one is perfectly timed for us to really own that this is happening, because there are those out there that will still deny it, right? And by looking at a documentary like what you created, it's just giving people more of an opportunity to embrace the reality of what's going on. So just like my hat's off to you. You're just doing such incredible work.
Thank you. That's exactly what you said, Neil, is exactly the point, is to just give it more validation, more credibility. It's like, stop questioning. Let's just look at the phenomenon, from a professional scientific perspective. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out what it is, instead of all this like, no, it's not real. It's this, so that's what I'm attempting to do. And then, William Shatner, it was interesting. It was a last minute thing, actually. We were brainstorming, and all of a sudden, I worked with him before. And so we thought, well, if it works out, that's great. And of course, it just fell into place just like that. It was so easy. I had a sponsor, it just happened. And so I thought that he's a perfect kind of bridge to the mainstream. And more people in the mainstream are now opening up to it because of that. They see a familiar figure associated with the phenomenon. They see the science, they see the investigation. So that's what I was hoping to do with that as well.
Yeah. And the fact that you just took a chance, you didn't know if you would even be able to photograph or videotape these objects, but because, and I know your story because you put it in my book, you're connected, Carolyn, to those beings. So if you asked them to show up, and you did, you put all that money and equipment, they showed up for you in spectacular ways. Don't you think your consciousness was connected to, the punchline at the end where you saw the wormhole, right?
Yeah. So by the way, we did find incredible things, but before that, I was like, wait a minute, and you all saw the production value of this film. This was an expensive production. We used high-end, cameras. We had 10 cameras running at all times. It was a massive production, and I wanted it this way because, again, how do you bridge the gap to the mainstream? Stop, like just doing little things here. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying it's part of presenting this phenomenon in a credible way. So going back to the investment, I was like, I really want to do it at that level, but that's going to cost this much and this, and I'm paying the bills, right? And I'm thinking, oh my God, like, how do you limit it to how many UFO expedition you've done where like nobody shows up? And so I was also, I have to say, the crew that I had, I'm talking about the cast, the scientists that were part of this group, came as a team, and they are not into consciousness. They're like, you cannot utter the C word. It's like, and so I'm dealing with this type, which is okay in terms of what we were doing scientifically. It's fine. Let's stick to science. But in terms of like, you know, as a team, how do we create this from that higher consciousness? I was on my own. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to talk about it, but I know how this works. So every day in my hotel room, I was like, okay, you guys, please, please, please. We're only here in 5 days. And so we filmed in July, and I just knew July 14th was the day. And this is exactly when we captured the most significant things on camera from these multiple locations. And also we discovered, as you will see, other phenomena in the sky that nobody can figure out.
Well, it was Bastille Day, right? Isn't that?
Yes.
Aren't you French? So doesn't that work?
Yeah. Interesting. I was like, okay, whatever that means.
Liberation. That was the liberation. Bastille. Yes. They stormed the Bastille. So that was. So you had, just to describe the film a little bit, you had two sets of cameras, one on the mainland and one on the what was the island there? Catalina.
Yes. So also some people. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You talk.
Yeah. So some people ask, like, how did you know where to go? That was another thing about the guidance, you know, don't tell the scientists I did that, but I was like, you know, but in terms of storyline, we ended up working with the Navy guys who were on the ship, the Nimitz encounter. So they were firsthand witnesses of those Tic Tac videos. And so, and, you know, for all those who know, they were the first ones in 2004 that reported this incident. And then later on, the USS Russell, the USS, Omaha, also in 2015, 17, and 19, they were all in the same area. So even from a storyline point of view, it's like, let's just go back to that same area and see if we can capture what you guys saw. So
and Catalina Island is known for its UFO sightings.
Exactly.
There's books about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how we picked the location, and we wanted to achieve triangulation, like I said. So even though triangulation could be achieved in different ways, I mean, you could be a mile away and still achieve triangulation, but we wanted different types of triangulation. So the main team was on the mainland. Then we had the satellite team on Catalina, and then we had one vehicle that had also camera that we could, like a mobile satellite team that would go off and position themselves in different spots. So that way we would have 3 angles at all times.
Right. And so these guys, I mean, not to give too much of the film away, but they did feel vindicated because no one sat down with them when they saw those objects from the USS Princeton, and they were actually censored for even speaking about it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's not, I mean, some of them just lost their careers. You know, they were ridiculed, they were embarrassed. And so it was huge for them to go back to the same location, capture similar objects, which was crazy. I mean, we could have captured other stuff. The fact that we captured similar looking objects traveling, you know, against the wind in the same pattern, it's crazy. It's insane. That's why you hear Shatner saying these things, because I mean, he's a riot. That's another conversation. But so at the end, those guys who were ridiculed, who lost their jobs, careers, their family, all of a sudden to see that coming together in this tangible, provable way was huge for them. I mean, Kevin Day is like in tears. I mean, he's like, yeah.
It was a nice emotional element to a film that's sort of technical, but you have that human side. And you know, it showed how important this phenomena is to understanding ourselves, our relationship to the cosmos, but believing in who we are. And even if someone says don't talk about that, we know it's real. So your film is speaking to everyone to come out and say, this is real. There's something happening here, and we want to know what it is, and we don't care what the government says, basically.
Yeah, I think what we've done is validate these objects, like with no question. You know, we're still investigating, obviously, what they are, the technology is ours or not, whatever. But what's never been done so far is prove that one same object is captured from multiple angles, from different wavelengths and different correlations, and have all this data, you know, like the speed and the angle and you know, all of that, that I feel is a breakthrough. And it's bringing validation that it's not just this one guy with one camera. You know, this is real, captured from all of these angles and technologies at the same time. There's no question. Like, you can't question it.
Right. Do you want to talk a little bit? I don't want to give too much of the film away because I want people to go out and see it. It premieres. Tell us about the premiere, and then I'll ask you the question, like where we can find it.
Yeah, they can already pre-order right now, but it will really, they will get the film May 3rd. May 3rd. Right. Everybody should put that on their calendar because I really think it's, you know, it's just bringing so much validation to them, you know. And then, you know, for those who are not specifically into UFOs, you know, what we're demonstrating here is, again, the paranormal, the woo-woo. You know, we're showing how a way to validate these concepts. So people who are just into consciousness or communication with extraterrestrials or whatever, you know, it just helps them, empower them to see that we're out there in the mainstream now, where we are bringing this sort of validation to what they believe in. So May 3rd, put it on your calendar and go to eteerinthesky.com. eteerinthesky.com. They'll see all the information where they can buy it, rent it, and so on.
And it's totally. Do you want to talk about the actual tear in the sky?
Ah, yes.
I mean, do you okay, because when could it be, and this is not really a serious question, but could it be a natural phenomenon, or is it actually somebody creating a portal?
Okay, so for those who you will all see the film, don't forget, and I'm glad, these were hardcore scientists. So in a way, it works in our favor because they're not going to just look at something and say, oh, it's a portal, you know, it's just like, but no, they're going to analyze the heck out of it. They're going to be like, what if it's this? What if it's this? What if it's this? What if it's that? They also, the first thing they check is you know, some sort of atmospheric event or something like that. But they also check, for example, with NASA. So with Fermi, with Ernie, with all these organizations that are mapping the sky and capturing phenomena. So when we do capture something, which we did, and people will see that in the film, you know, they will say, we have the angle, we have the size, the dimension, exactly where it's located. We see is it moving? Is it static? Is all of that we collected all this information. And then we say, and then it matches an extraordinary burst of energy exactly at that time. So one of the things that they looked at, if it's some cloud formation, whatever, check. No, it's not. Then maybe it's some sort of solar flare creating, because this object, which is kind of like an opening, basically, it's an opening. It's like a cloud that opens and closes, basically. You know, then they notice that there are physical objects in there. Hello. So because the radar bounces off of objects, not radiation. If it was radiation, which also they check with solar flares and everything else, nothing checks out. It's not radiation. If it's radiation, then an entire area is bombarded with the radiation. It's not this one little spot. That doesn't make sense. Why would radiation go in this spot, open and close? That doesn't make sense. Plus, radar picks up reflective objects. What do you make of that? You see? So that's why, it's something that's not just an atmospheric event. That's the first thing they checked, of course. So it's fascinating. And like I said, because these are scientists, they're not going to just say,
Well, it's more than just fascinating, Carolyn. You discovered something that was unknown to science, and it is science because it's not just someone. Oh, I think I had aliens talk to me or something.
Yeah,
this is science. Where
it's measurable. We have data.
Yes.
We have. They were able to capture the size of the object. I mean, we can measure exactly where it's located. This is data. This is trigonometry. These guys. One of the scientists, Kevin Knuth, he's an exoplanet expert. All he does is discover. They know how to look at space. They know how to measure. That's why we get scientists. Matthew also, he's a dark matter expert. All he does is study energy in space. So he's going to know the difference between, if this is radiation gamma burst or a different type. You see what I mean? So we have those scientific experts who are going to tell us this is an anomaly. We don't know what this is. All we know is there's objects showing up there, in this particular spot that opens and closes. Tell us what it is. Crazy.
Well, that's how science moves forward, by saying, well, that's interesting. Doesn't go about by proving anything, is by discovering something new. So we have a question from Rick in the chat. Do you wonder if the UFO crafts captured in the film around Catalina Island were Earth, government, military built? Could this account for why objects look mostly the same over the decades as opposed to different ET types visiting from different ET craft? I have an answer for that, but what do you say?
Just in that area? Is that what he's asking?
Do you think it could be basically military? That's what, as opposed to.
Oh, yeah. ET. Oh, I'm 100% sure that some of it is military. Some of it, and others is not, because of the way, it's almost like we know, and of course it's we don't talk about that in the film, but some other anomalies that we've captured, we were communicating with them. So and it's a consciousness based. It's has nothing to do with hard technology. It's malleable. So some of those things are definitely non-human.
Right. And I don't think we have the technology. Of course, I don't know. I'm not inside the government, secret military machine. But I think they don't have the technology to create a portal that will allow objects from maybe another dimension to come in. Because don't you see that they're on the film that they're solid, coming from sort of a place that wasn't there before? Basically, they've opened something there.
Yeah. So what happens is that you'll see the kind of the before and after. And so we don't want to give the whole film because and it's not to be secretive. It's just to discover, it's fun when you discover the film,
Yeah.
But what happens is that we have the few minutes before and the few minutes when it happens. And before, there's nothing there. It's the exact same angle, this exact same everything. And then exactly at that time, this sort of cloud, we're calling it cloud, just kind of opens, and then these objects appear, and then it closes again. Right. And then there's nothing again. So what is that?
Right.
So that's why going back to technology, I don't think we have technologies, for example, to do something like the PTAC, I want to say, similar. We have technology, there's all sorts of technology, drone technology that look like formations and stuff like that I know. But this portal thing and this other thing, no.
No, it's fantastic. Yeah, Victor, please jump in.
When Bill Shatner saw that image, did he say warp factor 1, Mr. Sulu?
He didn't. This is where we were having, it was hilarious filming that scene, because this is where he goes, it's crazy. It's insane. We spent like 10 minutes saying insane and crazy. And, you know, he didn't say specifically that, but anyway, we had a blast, because what I love about Bill Shatner is he's actually, I want to say, more into the mysterious and the paranormal than the actual hard science in a way, because he also believes that science knows so much. So he's like more into like, could this be some sort of potential anomaly that we don't understand? You know, he's into that sort of mystery. So when I showed him this thing and I explained what he was looking at, and he was talking to me about, well, that's in the film where he says, you know, a portal, you're basically crossing time and space and collapsing time, space. And so he said, so you can use it for remote viewing, for teleportation. So we got into this whole, it's not in the film because it's not relevant, but he has that mind. He has that opening to what could these potential discoveries be in terms of our human potential, which is really fascinating.
Well, he's been teleported more than most people, as Kirk. So, but I wonder, has the government not come after you, but kind of said, Carolyn, what did you find there? Have you gotten any of that from government agencies?
Not officially, but I know that we've been kind of, you know, like looked at. And so we interfered with in one, you know, simple way, like not like in a kind of a 3D way. We were transferring DVDs and hard drives and stuff, which suddenly disappeared, like nobody could trace them. You know, stuff like that. And like, for example, this hard drive totally like we couldn't track it anywhere from any carrier. And then we had the signature of a person that doesn't exist, you know, in that company. So it was like strange things like this, but nothing, like I didn't see any black, men in black show up at my door. Not yet.
Not yet. Well, it's going to be out there for the world to see. And,
yeah, I mean,
and you know, I just have a million questions for you, and we're going to do a special. I'm going to do a special show with Carolyn, and I like some of the people, the guy who works with black holes, and the other guy you mentioned who's looking at outer space. What was his name?
Kevin Knuth.
Yeah, I think I saw him in a Tesla special. I think he was like on the History Channel looking for evidence of Tesla's technology, but really interesting. Those are the kind of minds we want in our field who are open to this. They're not saying, no, it's impossible, like our friend Neil deGrasse Tyson said. No, it must be an artifact on this video screen or something. But no, these are scientists that really are for evolving our awareness of the bigger world. So where do you go from here? Like, I know you just got birthed this film, but do you have another thing that you're like in your mind that you do? I thought.
Oh my God, I have so many ideas, especially after this one. Mm-hmm. Like, it's crazy what the implications are.
You mean crazy?
Crazy. The implications are insane. And so I have many ideas, but I really want to see what's going to happen out of this one. So I really hope that people will, first of all, watch it for themselves to be empowered and really just like get on board. Just like, let's not question anymore. Let's talk about all the paranormal that you believe, just call it normal. And so I'm hoping that will happen. And also everybody can help us spread as much as this information to the world, to the mainstream as well, so that we get more of that momentum, so that by the time we talk about the next subject, you know, which I'm going to leave for now.
Okay. I got the feeling you're going to combine, this is just my sense, you're going to combine the technology and discoveries with your previous film on E.T. and superpowers. And then I'm excited about, because you're sort of connected to the ETs anyway. So I think they're working with you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely. Like even this film, it's crazy that I was actually going to do another film, which is the sequel of Superhuman. But it was kind of creating, it was having its own momentum. And then one day I woke up and I was like, no, I have to make this film. And it was definitely being guided and divinely orchestrated, because everything started to fall into place so easily. I was able to turn this around in 1 year. Yeah. I mean, in filmmaking, especially that quality production takes a lot, so because it was so orchestrated, there's no way. It's like it didn't come from that sort of support.
Victor, yeah, please jump in.
As I shared with you when we had our interview, I was an experiencer and a contactee in the 1950s as a young child. And I just want to say, on behalf of all of us who've held this in our hearts all these years, and we're told that we had an overactive imagination, that we were crazy, and other types of insults and put-downs, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for sharing. I so appreciate, and that's exactly what I was saying. I want this film to start empowering you to just let go. That's why you literally see Kevin Day break down how much this affected you. I do these conferences sometimes, with History Joe, Alien Con, and the room is packed, 3,000 people at a time, talking about experiences, not what the government's doing this and blah, blah, blah. And people are in tears. People know something happened. So are we all crazy? So let's pretend that we're all crazy, okay? John Mack is crazy. So even if John Mack is crazy and we're all crazy, it's an important enough phenomenon to find out why we're crazy. You know what I mean? So let's let go. Let's just let go of our questioning, empower ourselves, just be out there and just say it as it is.
And if we're not crazy, then maybe there's phenomena that we have yet to understand. And and I think that's the government's hesitation. How do they justify a defense budget against something they don't know what's out there? I mean, if there's greater technology, what are we defending ourselves against,
Right. And to me, the most powerful technology is consciousness.
Yes. Thank you.
Because consciousness, we've done these experiments, Alan, we showed them in Superhuman, but I've done that with other scientists in labs where your mind can literally affect a computer. You can shut down a computer with your mind. So the scientists who don't believe in this, tune out. It's fine. You don't have to worry about it. But those who believe there's truth to what I'm saying, if I, with your consciousness, can affect a physical object, therefore my consciousness is more powerful than the technology, the human engineering that people think is so powerful.
And that's what quantum physics is talking about, the observer effect, that observing something affects it, and thoughts are things, and we create reality by looking at something. I guess we'll wrap up soon, but I mean, it's great to just have you here. But someone asks, will the film be issued in worldwide release to art houses? I mean, I guess theatrically? And also your specific channel, people can rent it and buy it there, right? A
Yes.
Tear in the Sky?
So
yeah.
So it's released worldwide. And so the way they go about it, first, it's released on platforms like Amazon, iTunes. So people can just go buy it there. They can get the actual DVD, actually, if they want, also from the website, atearinthesky.com. And then eventually it goes on streaming and other platforms. But so I don't have control over that. But for now, it's definitely on Amazon and iTunes. So, and it's the kind of film that I think it's better to own, because you're going to want to watch it again, because there's a lot of data. It's not just like a romantic comedy where you know the story, you know the ending. It's and so for that cost to really understand and share it with your friends, it's worth it, I think, for $14 or whatever it is, you know.
I'm just thinking we should present this to science classes and have students watch that together, and you can lecture and they can discuss what they're really seeing and what science is really about, which is discovering the unknown. That's what science is so good at, and we should be progressing in that field. So thank you, Carolyn, for your enthusiasm. I love watching you in the film because you're like a little kid, so excited about the next thing that's coming down on the film. So
you know, to be honest, I didn't even want to be in the film because I was directing, producing, writing, you know, but I felt like, you know, because we had all these guys and, you know, military and I'm like, we need a balance of, you know, the experiencer, the observer, the researcher. And that's why, and I think it ended up working well.
No, you were great in the film, and in a way you've come more alive, I think, since doing this film. You're much more out there, accessible, you know, excited about the world, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying. Well, because you now have more ammunition, more validation, more data. There's hundreds of hours of data that was collected. So I'm very, very excited. Everybody, May 3rd, write it down, atearinthesky.com.
Well, A Tear in the Sky, Neil, is the portal to ascension, I think.
Yes! Oh my God! Yes, 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 yes.
It really is.
Neil, but please keep up the work that you guys are doing, providing these platforms. Neil, Alan, everyone, thank you so much. I mean, you guys are also helping so much putting this information out there. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say Carolyn's going to be part of a special series I'm doing on disclosure and contact, and be happening in June. And it's going to be on a special channel that Portal to Ascension is going to be sponsoring. So you can look up Making Contact series and you'll see the details there. I'll put that in the chat too. Any last words before you go? Neil, were you going to say something before?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just wondered if Carolyn wants to leave us with any inspiring words.
I thought I was inspiring.
You were.
Same thing. Yeah, same thing. Again, you know, like for me, this is another a tool that this audience can use to feel more empowered and as a validation to help themselves and others. Like, hey, look, this is real. We are in this together. And let's just keep looking at the solutions together instead of dwelling at where we're stuck and this and that. So that way we can keep creating the momentum together and adding to the conversation. So I'm very open for people who will watch the movie and have more and more feedback so that we can collaborate and move this whole event together.
Space is not the final frontier. The truth is the final frontier.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Consciousness is the final frontier. Yes.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. It's all consciousness.
It's all consciousness. It's all consciousness.
Well, and, you are incredible as ever.
Thank you, guys. Love you.
Love you too. Thank you so much. And Carolyn's going to be at our conference, our live conference, in exactly 1 year and 1 week from today, ascensionconference.com. So you can check her out there in person. And I'm sure you're going to have some updates, maybe some new projects by then too, right?
Yes, for sure. It will be my next adventure. Bye.
Talk to you soon. Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
What a great burst of light there, Neil.
Yeah, definitely. It's just so amazing because just over, I would say over the last 8 years, has been a solid a bunch of information, whether it's documents, realizations, scientific breakthroughs that have completely validated and confirmed what we believed in the esoteric communities for decades, right? Even like people were speculating about this, you know, in the 60s and beyond. And everything from non-local consciousness, right? The double slit experiment. And we spoke about this, Alan, like the fact that we're all vibrating frequencies on the subatomic level, but we still see each other as physical beings. That in itself is a smoking gun to make you realize like, whoa, what is exactly happening here? And Geraldine spoke about it so amazingly that basically it's like almost like a organic holographic projection of consciousness. And once we transcend and realize that and embody the truth of who we are, this frequency that we are, what is possible? And that goes into like Carolyn's Superhuman movie, right? Like once we tap into the understanding of the way this reality works and what we're really made of and consist of, we can transcend and start doing magical things. And we're seeing that right now with the UFOs. Like something that comes to mind was when Lou Elizondo came out and they first started saying that, oh, these UFOs are doing things that are not possible. They're not possible. That's why we know they're not from Earth. And then a few months later, they changed the narrative. And they said, well, actually, they're doing things that we know are possible in theory, and we've been able to imitate on the subatomic level in the labs, but we're about 1,000 years away from this technology, right? So completely saying like, well, we know it's possible. We just didn't know anybody could do it yet. Right. And that is what we're really discovering now. And this could be the technology and the awareness that really takes us from this age and kind of like makes us jump ages into a whole new level of consciousness. But that's just the technology, right? Because there's two things here. There's the technology and there's the consciousness. The technology and consciousness don't have to go hand in hand. The evolution of consciousness needs to occur for us to be able to utilize this technology consciously. Why do you think it's all the military officials and the DOD are the ones behind all of this stuff? Because that's kind of the consciousness we're at, this war, this division kind of consciousness. So I just want to like,
no, that's a really good point, Neil. It's something I thought about. We'll never understand the technology unless we understand the consciousness that created the technology. And that's what a lot of people think, oh, we'll just take that apart and figure it out based on old laws of Newtonian physics that have, you know, run the world for the last 400 years, but it's 400-year-old technology. Yeah. We're moving into the quantum physics realm that we have yet to understand. That's the thing about quantum physics. How could consciousness affect reality? And obviously it does, but they haven't been able to mechanize it. So as we develop our consciousness, we'll be able to tap into the quantum field to develop technologies that are reflective of consciousness and work with consciousness. That's my feeling.
Yeah, 100% agree. So your series is going to be awesome, really diving in and bridging the two worlds together. When does that come out again?
Wait, I lost you for a second.
I'm saying, when does the series begin?
Series begins in mid-May. We're going to kick it off with, I have to talk to Grant Cameron, JJ Hertak, and Grant talking about and Desiree Hertak talking about the overview of the phenomena. Maybe I can pull up a flyer here for this series. I'll find it, but and then we go into the discussion, the intellectual discussions with Whitley Strieber and Linda Moulton Howe, and we look at the philosophical implications of, here, I'll just show you a little flyer from the scene there. Okay, I'll find that. I'll be right back, Neil. But
yeah, you want to show it later after the next presenter, or
just show it now for 1 second? But yeah, they're just calling me to go downstairs and give my talk. But
okay.
All right, here. This is it here. Do you see that? This is the series. You can go to Making Contact series and sign up just to register your email because it's still developing. We're actually going to put on most of the series in June. So it's just an idea Deborah Giusti and I have thought of, but I really want to go as deep as I can into these special episodes. So it's in June, and if you just send me your email as well, I'll put that in the chat, and then we'll send everyone else the link to the whole series. So thank you, Neil.
Thanks, brother. Have a good presentation.
I will. Yes, I'll see everyone soon.
Sounds good. And yeah, and PortalToAscension will be affiliated with the Making Contact series on some level. So stay tuned.
No, totally supporting. Totally, you're a part of it. You're showcase. You're one of the major sponsors. So you're part of it.
Yep. So it's gonna be awesome. All right, everybody. So we're gonna get into our next guest now, and our next guest coming up is Emily Gosh Harris, and I'm really excited to be bringing her on because I actually connected with her on Instagram, saw all of the posts that she was making. I think the first podcast I really saw of hers was the one with Mary Rodwell, and just started following her on Instagram and her work that she's doing. Really wanted to connect, and I was on her podcast, and now she's here being featured on PortalToAscension. So I'm really happy and excited to introduce you to her because you're probably going to be seeing her a lot more on PortalToAscension. And a little bit about Emily. Emily Gosh Harris is an intuitive guide and multidimensional business mentor, here to help humanity reconnect to the divine gifts, remember what it feels like to love themselves unconditionally, and return to unity consciousness. She's the founder and the CEO of Soul Media, a company focused on elevating conscious companies and spiritual entrepreneurs through digital marketing, holistic consulting, and intuitive business practices. Earlier in this incarnation, Emily received a master's degree in business and spent 15 years in the business world. Her personal path of self-discovery has drawn upon a deep love for astrology, neuroscience, psychology, and energy work, all of which have assisted her in her own embodiment journey and inspired her to combine spiritual tools and business principles in order to create a blueprint for greater energetic flow with the universe, which she shares through one-on-one sessions and in group settings. Eternally curious, Emily is the host of the international spiritual show, The Soul Collective, featuring interviews with inspiring individuals who are dedicated to serving humanity as we collectively ascend and raise the consciousness. Hey, Emily.
Hey, Neil. Wow, thank you. Yes, thank you for that beautiful introduction. It's so exciting to be here today. So excited. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yeah, go for it. So are you going to do a little presentation or back and forth?
Yeah, I would love to. I have a presentation, or we could.
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to be talking about creative alchemy today. So everyone joining, please feel free to share in the chat something that you are calling into creation, something that is on your heart right now, so that we can all be inspired by one another. As Neil mentioned, I am an intuitive guide, a spiritual alchemist, and a studier of evolutionary and galactic astrology. And as we step into this cosmic gateway of creative alchemy, I know many of us intuitively feel like we are on the brink of even greater transformation. And there's many indicators of this change. And it's been, predicted and prophesized that the next 10 to 25 years are going to be a potent time of alchemy and transformation. And some believe that, the Aquarian age is already here. The Aquarian age connects us with higher ideals for humanity. But I really believe that we are on this period of integration and embodiment of coming into the Aquarian age. And, one indicator of this is Pluto. And as Pluto makes its way through the signs, it really brings everything up to the surface, all of those shadow qualities that are really ready to be looked at. And so, we have an opportunity for healing. And simultaneously, amidst all of this change and upheaval, we're also experiencing a tremendously significant ascension cycle where more and more beings on Earth are becoming aware of their multidimensional nature. And this is really profound wisdom that's been hidden from us for centuries. It's been, passed down in mystery schools and ancient wisdom traditions, but now it's really becoming more and more accessible through, amazing sharings like PortalToAscension and, so forth. We're being able to connect with, these abilities that we have. And so it's important to connect with the truth that we each hold a very important puzzle piece, and it's activated by our own remembrance. So we are remembering ourselves as infinite creator beings. We're remembering the codes and the keys within our divine architecture. We're remembering that periods that are sometimes looked at as chaotic are also ripe with potential. And so much like, the seed that dissolves itself to become a tree, or the caterpillar that, dissolves itself to become a butterfly, or the phoenix that rises from the ashes, we are in a similar period of rebirthing. And so I'm going to just be talking a little bit about the planetary energies supporting this transformation. I'm going to be, also sharing about the body and the chakras as a vehicle for creation, and providing just some really practical tools for using our consciousness as source to create our own reality. So, let's look at just some of the astrology that's happening right now. Just a few days ago, we had this extremely potent transit. We had a conjunction between Jupiter, the planet of expansion and flow and unlimited possibilities, and Neptune, the planet of spirituality and mysticism and dreams and illusions. And they met in the sign of Pisces. And the last time these planets met in Pisces was in 1856. And so this opens up a portal of creative transformation for us. And it's really such a potent time to be able to connect with those seeds of dreams that we're looking to birth into physical form. And I think it's also, so fortuitous that we are gathering here together on the full moon. We have a full moon in Libra today at 26 degrees. And what I think is significant about this full moon is that, we have the sun in Aries, the moon in Libra, and Pluto in Capricorn forming a T-square. And a T-square in astrology is about tension, and it can be creative tension. It's all about how we use it. And so this tension is inviting us to look at some of the ways that we're maybe giving our power away, and how we can come back and connect with the power within. And, Libra is also the sign that rules, Venus is the planet that rules Libra. So this full moon is all about relationships and intimacy. And we know that, intimacy starts with the relationship that we have with ourselves. And so a couple other, just key transits that I want to share. Much has been shared about the U.S. Pluto return that was exact at on February 22nd. But when Pluto makes a return to, in this case, where it was in the U.S. chart when the Declaration of Independence was signed, it brings to our awareness these, sort of, in this case, it being in Capricorn, it's about looking at patriarchal structures and outdated systems that need to be released. It's about looking at the use and misuse of power. And we know that we are so collectively connected here on Gaia and beyond. And so, of course, this has a ripple effect that's going to be felt for quite some time. But perhaps, one of the most significant transits during this time is the nodal axes shift that we, entered into this year. The nodes were in Gemini and Sagittarius, and in this year they moved to Taurus and Scorpio. And the nodes in astrology have a very important significance. They are helping to move us forward evolutionarily. And so when you look at the South Node, it's about what we are invited to let go of, what we're invited to integrate, moving into the North Node, which is about our collective destiny, our evolution and growth. And so for this particular nodal axis between Taurus, which is an earth sign, and Scorpio, which is a water sign, it's about really, looking at action, how we're doing action in the world, which is Mars, one of the rulers of Scorpio, and looking at where that is out of alignment, right? And then looking at perhaps where we're giving our power away, which is Pluto. And as we move into Taurus, we are connecting with our value in the world, our sense of worthiness. And that comes from really a sense of self-love, which is Venus. And Venus is the ruler of Taurus. So these are some of the themes that we're going to be talking about today. But really, when you're looking at, these transformational times that we're in, one of the most powerful, potent, medicine, I think, is to look at the goddess energy. And Kali is the goddess that is associated with Pluto. She is the goddess of transformation. She helps us to let go of some of these attachments to, whether it's fear or addictions or ego attachment that we are ready to let go of. And what I think is so interesting and so helpful about ancient goddess traditions from all around the world is that they simultaneously hold these qualities of ferocity and pleasure together. And, we have been sort of taught that these qualities are taboo or that they're immoral. But if you look at nature, nature has a ferocity to it. It has a sense of pleasure to it. And so that is what goddess wisdom, can connect us with. It can help us, understand these elements and embrace them as alchemical processes for inviting change into our lives individually and collectively. And it's about really a balance of energy, integrating divine feminine and divine masculine, and returning to nature, returning to the wisdom of our bodies. So just a couple of things that I want to point out about Ascension. There's so much that's being shared about this weekend, so much potent wisdom, but, a couple of things that I think are really significant is that we are descending our divinity into our physical bodies. And in, previous ascension cycles, we may have looked at, ascended masters, leaving the physical bodies, but really this ascension or inscension cycle is all about descending our divinity into our physical body and getting in touch with that divine architecture that resides within. And so, as we activate this, a lot of that dormant energy is stored within our Kundalini, within our DNA, and it is a remembrance that is oftentimes activated through our heart chakra that we're able to, connect with all of our multidimensional aspects, all of these dormant spiritual abilities and gifts. And so as we move into higher dimensional bandwidths of consciousness, that correlates directly with our chakra system, which we're going to be, talking about a little bit today. And that is, just a couple things about the chakra system that I think is so important is that, you know, our chakra system basically has multiple functions. It increases the life force energy throughout our physical body to the organs, through the physical body to our auric bodies. It also, our chakras function as doorways to higher dimensional conscious awareness. And each of our chakras have a unique spiritual and psychological function. And so basically, you know, you can think about this in terms of the way that our chakras are converting subtle energy to physical energy and physical energy into subtle energy. It's the way that we're communicating with the universe. And it is the way that we're bringing things into physical form is through this divine architecture. And, you know, that we have multiple chakras. We have 7 in the body, and then anti-particle chakras that are called morphogenetic chakras that exist outside of the body. But we're going to just be exploring a little bit about, you know, the main 7 chakras as a vehicle for alchemical change. And, you know, at the top of, you know, our crown, we have, you know, our crown chakra, which connects us with the Godhead, with God consciousness. And the third eye is in, you know, the forehead, which is our connection with universal wisdom and intelligence. And we have the throat chakra, which is in the throat, which is our unique and authentic sound signature and vibration. And then we have, you know, the lower 4 chakras, which correspond with the 4 elements. So we have the heart chakra, which is air. We have the solar plexus, which is fire, the sacral, which is water, and then the root chakra at the base of our spine, which is connected with the element of earth. But before we go into 2 of the chakras as a vehicle for creation, I just want to share a little bit about, you know, a glimpse of why connecting and exploring our divine architecture is so important. And whether we're consciously aware of it or not, we are contributing to Gaia's blueprint and beyond. And this is because our chakra system is a personal hologram of the universe. So the more that we can attune to our own inner energetic ecosystem, our own personal hologram, the more that we can go beyond perhaps what we even planned or thought of in this incarnation. And this is really exciting and interesting to really think about because, you know, we have so many facets to our blueprint. We have, you know, our physical elemental blueprint. We have our ancestral blueprint. We have our astrological blueprint and our soul blueprint. And so you think about it in terms of the soul really, you know, intentionally connecting with the intentions and lessons that you want to explore in this incarnation. But when you look at these blueprints holistically, they're really much more fluid than what we would maybe originally think. And so we have the ability to continuously communicate with these through our inner environment. And just a really, really basic example of this, there was a study that was conducted years ago by Ellen Langer, who is a Harvard psychologist. And she took, you know, individuals that were in a nursing home in their 70s and 80s, and she brought them into a completely different environment. So instead of, you know, being, you know, kind of cared for and in this, you know, environment of assisted living, they were all of a sudden transported to this environment that was evocative of joy and pleasure and youth. And they spent just a week's time in this new environment. And what's interesting is that they measured the effect on their internal vital system and all of their, major biomarkers and indicators were affected positively by this experience. And on average, they aged backwards by 7 years in just a week's time, just by simply changing the environment. And I think this is so significant because, we can think about it as our external environment, what we're surrounding ourselves by, but also our internal environment. And that is, how are we talking to ourselves? Are we talking kindly? Are we showing ourselves love? All of these things actually affect our DNA. And so this is why the research by Dr. Bruce Lipton was so important, because he found that, the cells communicate actually, DNA is shifted on the cell wall as opposed to the nucleus, which was previously thought. So it's really about that external environment and how it's communicating, which can actually change our DNA. And I'm interested in this, being a twin, you can think about twins, they share the exact same astrological blueprint, but the way they choose to express, of course, we know we have free will, and, how we determine what is our reality, how we're, creating our environment, of course, is going to affect how our blueprint is manifested. And so we each have a third dimensional template, but that continues to expand, multi-dimensionally. And I want to really share here that the heart is truly a superhighway to higher dimensions of consciousness. And we can go from a deep sleep state to a full awakening through the heart, through connecting with our conscious awareness and intention to make consistent change in our lives. So we're constantly, creating. We're constantly creating. And I want to go back to what I said in the very beginning about, this next 10 to 25 year period, because we are essentially creating that change in every now moment. And so that's really powerful when we connect with all of the possibilities. So we're going to be, exploring this heart sacral, or also, called the womb chakra connection. We have likely heard about, the heart-brain connection, but I want to really invite us to explore this connection between the heart and the sacral chakra. And I think it's really important for a multitude of reasons right now, because of the change that we're moving through as a collective, because, as I shared, we have the ability to really shift our blueprint through the opening of the heart. But also, what's really significant is when, I talk about the nodal axes between Taurus and Scorpio, that is, Venus and Pluto are the rulers of those signs, and they correlate with the heart chakra and the sacral chakra. So those are really areas of the body, of our divine architecture, that we're being invited to look at, to explore. And if you look at some of the themes that are facing humanity during this time, we can understand why these are such potent areas to look at, and also to help us as creator beings to activate our fullest potential. And so, the heart is located in the center of the chest. It controls our circulatory system, our blood, the breasts, and the thymus, which is the high heart, actually relates to our immune function. But from a spiritual level, the heart is truly the epicenter of our existence. It's the seat of the soul, and it's our ability to really connect with the divinity that resides within all of us. And again, the ruling planet is Venus. And so if we are experiencing imbalance with this chakra, this might manifest as an inability to let go of previous relationships. It might be an inability to trust yourself or others, a difficult time making decisions and forgiving other people, and just an overall feeling of loneliness. But when we're in balance in our hearts, it evokes a feeling of empathy and compassion and love and the ability to recognize truth and see the divinity with ourselves and all beings. And so I want to just share a little bit about why the heart chakra is so significant for this time of creative alchemy. Because the heart center helps us to feel and discern what is truth. And because there is so much manipulation that is happening at this time, it's so important that we are in our heart centers so that we can know and feel what is truth for us individually. And so also, you know, we are letting go of this outdated system of power where there are all of these hierarchies and saying, wait a minute, we're all equal. We can all learn from each other. We have so much to learn from the plants and the trees and the animals and the children and the elders. And there's no, you know, system of I'm better than you, you're better than me. But the heart is really the key to help us come back into this greater sense of harmony, of seeing ourselves all as equal beings. And then also, you know, the electromagnetic resonance of the heart can solve problems beyond our linear comprehension. And this is already being measured to a certain degree. But when we come into greater heart coherence as a collective, we'll be able to solve problems that previously seemed unsolvable. And also, I want to share that without self-love, we'll always feel that sense of separation or duality. So the heart chakra really brings us up into the fifth dimension, into unity consciousness. Okay, so talking a little bit about the sacral chakra now, which is our center of creativity, our center of pleasure. Our sacral chakra is ruled by the planet of Pluto, because Pluto has the ability to transform and to bring things up to the surface to be looked at. And so that might be emotions that we're holding on to, whether it's fear or insecurity. It almost acts as a propeller to bring this film up to the surface, and we can look at it with soft eyes of awareness, with compassion, with self-love, and all of a sudden that those filaments really become they dissolve, they're transmuted. And this is coming into transparency. So out of balance, we'll experience a lack of creativity, a lack of desire, a lack of connection with pleasure. It might manifest, you know, if we have an imbalance in the sacral chakra, it might manifest as addiction or self-sacrificing tendencies. But when we're in balance, we have this connection to our own vitality, our own power, our own creativity. And I want to share why this is so important to us as a collective going through this period of creative alchemy, because creativity is one of our greatest resources, in my opinion. And, you know, our current education system, which will probably be recreated or, you know, reimagined, there is such an emphasis, there's such a focus on linear left brain thinking. And it is the ability to tap into that wellspring of creativity that all of a sudden we can find new ways of solving our problems as a collective. And so also, if we look at a lot of the problems that are expressing right now in humanity, they are what you would consider sacral chakra problems. problems of power, imbalance of power and greed and sexual misery programs. We've actually been taught and conditioned that pleasure is bad or immoral, and therefore we're disconnected from our bodies and nature. And through this period, we're really being invited to return to our bodies, to return to nature, to return to the feeling of joy and pleasure that resides within. And so this energy center connects us with our own personal power and sovereignty and allows us to create with freedom and joy. And so when we consider this connection, I just want to invite everyone, if it resonates, to perhaps put one hand on the heart and one hand on the sacral or the womb chakra, just taking a deep breath and feeling that connection, that deep connection between the heart and the sacral chakra. Feeling what are the dreams and the stirrings of your heart. What are your dreams for humanity? What is it that you are calling into creation in this now moment? And the womb really empowers and deepens it. It activates the desires and the intentions of the heart. And how that works is that we're able to bring up those creative desires from this energy center to the heart, and we're able to crystallize these desires into form through sacred geometry, through converting subtle to physical matter. And, we are truly the micro of the macro, because we have a womb, a sacral center, as does Gaia, as does the cosmic womb, is the cosmic womb of all. And so we're all so deeply interconnected through this energetic connection. So again, in prior incarnations, ascended masters really left the physical body, but that's not what we're doing. We're really connecting with our divine human nature, with our divine architecture, and descending that into the physical body. We basically are able to connect with this higher intelligence. And, there are so many people on Earth that have such profound levels of higher dimensional awareness, but there's so many people that aren't well located in their physical bodies. And, I see this in, some of the communities that I'm a part of, is just a resistance almost to being fully embodied. And, perhaps that's from previous, prior imprints. But, reconnecting with the pleasure of our bodies is one way that we can, that goddess wisdom of finding, the beauty in our physical temples is so important during this time. And, many of us may own a car, and, a car comes with a driver's manual, right? But we have this miraculous divine architecture that's exponentially beyond, a physical car. It just unlocks so much. And we need to create our own way of connecting with our bodies. And so that's how we are really going to receive this cosmic intelligence, is by first feeling it in the body. And, as technology increases, we see, so many technology advances in the world. But it's really not technology that's going to necessarily solve all of our problems. It's you know, a shift in consciousness. And you know, we have the opportunity to really connect with the unified field of consciousness, with nature, with the elements through the physical body. And you know, I'm just going to share a few like practical tools for this that are, you know, coming up. Is like, it might be movement, whether it's, you know, Kundalini yoga or Tai Chi, or, you know, connecting with sound, you know, chanting or singing or playing an instrument, ecstatic dance, right? Many people right now might be called to change their diet or drink more water. All of these ways to nurture and nourish the body in a greater way during this massive time of transformation and change. And, you know, I want to share about the symbolism of the lotus, because I think it's such a profound symbol of these times. You know, the lotus blooms in muddy water, right? And it has the ability to withstand the amount of resiliency that a lotus flower has is incredible. And it really relies on its own roots for survival. And we see this similarly in nature with animals. You know, if there is a storm coming, you know, animals get in their body and they get close to the earth. And I feel like that is, you know, something that we're being invited to do during this time. And, you know, because we may see much more change. We may see, you know, shifts in, you know, currency, for example. We may see, you know, continual shifts in resignation and realignment of vocations. We may see new systems being rebirthed during this time. But when we're well located in our physical bodies, we're able to deal with that change much, much better. So just a couple final, you know, thoughts on co-creating with the universe. We have the ability through connecting with our divine architecture for greater energy, for greater intelligence and love to flow through us as creator beings. And we're able to build this circuitry as we connect with and realize the fact that we are consciously creating. And, you know, if you are experiencing resistance or difficulty with this, it's helpful to notice. You know, we can look at the chakras for answers oftentimes. You know, we can look at, okay, where am I in this situation looking for, you know, power outside of myself? Where am I being called to perhaps, you know, give myself a little bit more self-love? And we can create with the seasons. You know, nature is such a beautiful reflection of how to create. You know, spring, which we're experiencing right now in the northern hemisphere, is a great opportunity to connect with what we're consciously calling into creation. Fall is a great time to look at rebalancing, reharmonizing. Winter is a great time for rest and integration. So we can always look at nature for showing us ways of, you know, creating with greater grace and ease. And I want to mention Chiron, because Chiron's been profoundly helpful in my own healing and growth journey. And Chiron is an asteroid which is often referred to as the wounded healer. Barbara Handclough has an amazing book called Chiron that I highly recommend, but she basically describes how Chiron, you know, interacts with different signs and different houses of your natal chart. But there's always medicine there waiting for us when we integrate the lessons from this deep imprinted wound and how we are able to move forward through that process of healing. Again, we know that everything even our thoughts have a chemical reaction, and this has been, tested and measured. And so, thoughts that are negative have acidic effects on the body, whereas, thoughts of gratitude and love and compassion, they have an alkalizing effect on the body. So being consciously aware of how we're thinking, how we're creating, and spending time actually visualizing can be such a powerful tool. I just want to share like a quick, fun, manifestation. In October, I was on a plane and I was flying out to Oklahoma, and I was just, kind of thinking and creatively, drawing. And at that time, I didn't know Neil, and I didn't, I had a limited understanding of Portal to Ascension and the magnitude and profound nature of all the sharings. But I, wrote down Portal to Ascension on that plane ride as, something, that was drawing my curiosity and excitement. That next morning at 5 o'clock, I received a message from Neil inviting me to speak at this conference. And I share that because it's such a great example of how we're all so interconnected through this unified field of consciousness. And so if something isn't appearing in physical form yet, it is in your field. It's just a matter of crystallizing that into form. And so a final thoughts on, really this time of creative alchemy and transformation. If we entered in without any prior understanding of, childbirth, and we, walked in on that process with no understanding of what was on the other side, we may look at that as a truly negative experience, right? Or a painful experience. But on the other side of that is life, is, one of the most miraculous experiences of existence. And so similarly of this time is that we can really look at it from a broader lens of what we're collectively creating and all of the potential that's held within what may be considered chaos. I think that there will be a time in the future, maybe not so distant, when transformation is more of like a creative, artistic process that incorporates music and movement and sound and, more instantaneous healings. And I don't think that we're too far off from that. There is a beautiful tradition in Buddhism, which is the jeweled web. And it's something that I want to share because it is really connecting with the imagery that we are all part of this infinite web, and each one of us is a jewel on that web. And to really honor all of creation, and see the divinity that resides within all beings. And just, for us personally, we're on this constant state of ascension and growth. And so, even if we've made it to a certain part of our spiritual journey, there's always going to be more to discover. And really, not judging what is arising, but really looking at everything as an invitation to grow, an invitation for creative transformation, and really releasing the story can be so profound. So just inviting us all to step into our full power as infinite creator beings. And as we live really more in the vibration of love and harmony and abundance, and as we cultivate that and call that in, we'll see that more and more reflected in our external world. So sending you all infinite gratitude and blessings and thanks.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Emily. Incredible. And I forgot until this moment about you writing down Portal to Ascension and how it all manifested. And those are the the validation of the universe that we're on the right track, you know?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. What really stood out for me, one of the things was, well, a lot of things you said, but definitely the heart-womb sacral connection, you know, as opposed to the heart-gut one that we say a lot. But the womb is definitely a portal. I mean, souls come through it, you know, even like the sacral chakra for the men, right? Both reproductive organs. So it's a portal. So it only makes sense to really connect our heart to it so that we can bring in love through that portal, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Joan, you wanted to say anything?
Your work on the heart resonance, I thought, was really profound and beautiful. This is not used to having a headset, guys. You have to excuse me.
You know, your energy carries this very deep resonance. Of
Volume went
heart.
down again, Joan. I think your headset unplugged.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to take it off again in a minute. But thank you so much for your beautiful presentation. I just want to start with that. And by your clarifying, I think the ways we can use the heart, how the heart connects to our different chakras and our different just ways of sensing the world. And you had a word like heart. I meant to write it down. Heart sentience.
Heart resonance.
Heart, well, besides, there was another, it seemed to me another word too, but it's just extremely powerful. Thank you so much, Emily. And I just loved that you had written it down and the next day you hear from Neil. That is truly the way we work here.
It's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much.
And also the potential within the chaos. I love that too, because, you know, the chaos isn't bad, even though it sounds bad. We've given a negative connotation to the word chaos. But ultimately, like, there was the singularity, right? The cosmic egg, the infinite potential. And when the cosmic egg or the singularity burst into countless possibilities, that was the beginning of order and chaos in the duality expression. So the infinite singularity burst into countless possibilities. So that chaos is the experience of source in so many different ways and forms, right? It's just energy. And it all depends on how you kind of utilize that energy to cultivate your experience, right?
Such a great point.
Mm-hmm. Emily, thank you so much. Do you want to go ahead and let everybody know how they can find out more from you and also about your podcast and whatever else you have coming up?
Yeah, sure. So my website is emilyghoshharris.com. And I also have a live show that I co-host with Brooklyn Rain, and it's called Unity Live. And that can be found at opentotransparency.org.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Emily. We'll definitely be seeing you quite a lot more, hopefully, on Portal to Ascension.
Thank you so much.
Okay, take care. All right. What do we have next, Michelle?
Let's see.
Aren't you up, Neil?
Aren't you up, Neil?
Yeah,
I'm up next, yep.
And I see my name right there.
Well, I think I had Michelle there, but you can both do it.
Good. Well, I thought you did too, but then let's both do it. Who's known you longer? We'll start that way.
I don't know. Didn't we all meet about the same time?
Yeah, actually, we did within 2 months, because Michelle was at my event in 2012 that Joan was. So it was like within 1 month of each other. We've known each other for what, like 11 years now, 10, 11 years.
Wow. So, okay. So let's see. Let's take turns with a sentence, Michelle, like they do it.
How about we start with Neil being a heart-centered collaborator who embodies unity consciousness.
And who provides tremendous opportunities for growth, for self-mastery, growth, and awakening by allowing this amazing material to be disseminated on all levels of consciousness.
I love that. And another thing that I love about you, Neil, is that you, as you present all of the presenters, what I've witnessed happening is you're growing and cultivating your own speaking platform and gaining the confidence to carry it because you have the wisdom. You've always had the wisdom, and you've always highlighted other people. But now it's time for you, Neil, to step into the light and to share all of your gifts. I love your poetry. I love your heart, the way that you just really embody this unity, we consciousness, you know. And I want to, what are you speaking on?
So I was going to do a presentation on the Epic of Gilgamesh, but I just realized, because I was with Alan a week ago, and I gave him one of my computers, and the computer I gave him has all my presentations on it. So I just literally created a presentation of poetry. So I'm going to do that, I think. I'm going to talk about the story of Portal to Ascension, how we got to where we are today, and then go into some poetic breakdowns. Like, it's kind of like a lecture in itself.
Perfect.
And I just want to end up with one thing, is that you have created a mystery school. I mean, if you think about it, you have created a huge mystery school, calling in all of us that have been together in other lives to do this work. So I'm so happy to be, first of all, happy to be one of the three that were fighting for my position on the planet. And then one of those souls that get to be part of this mystery school of awareness. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
All right.
I think it's time for you to take it away.
Yeah, let's do it. I also want to acknowledge Tanya, who's in the room right now, who is, Tanya PTA support, says right there. And she has been assisting on the back end, emails, customer service, posting links. And I met her the same time I met Michelle and Joan. So we've been in this for a while together on different levels, had all types of collaborations over that period. And now, Tanya is definitely helping out hardcore on the back end. Sometimes when you get an email from the customer support, email, you might think it's me. She's actually doing a lot of the work there and just making sure everything runs. So huge acknowledgement and gratitude to Tanya for sure.
She's amazing.
Definitely. All right, everybody. So as I said, I'm going to do some poetry, but I'm going to break it down. And I literally just created this presentation like the last 30 minutes. And, but first I want to kind of tell you about, the story of Portal to Ascension. Some of you may have heard some of my interviews, so you might know kind of, how we got to where we are today. But let's start at the beginning, shall we? So I was born and raised in England, and I was 12 actually, so technically only half of my childhood really raised in England. And I moved to California when I was 12. I was born into a Hindu family, so I pretty much just did what I was told, never really had any firm beliefs. When I was 18, graduated, went to high school and college. Went from high school into college. In year 2000, I started writing all this spoken word poetry, and it was like sci-fi poetry, planets, extraterrestrials, wormholes, black holes. And I wasn't into this awareness at that point. Little did I know it was a self-fulfilling prophecy of what I was going to eventually be into. Started listening to all types of music, and I started looking up vocabulary to add to my poetry. And as I was looking up this vocabulary, I also had a thought in my mind. And if I could boil it down to one question that started Portal to Ascension back in 2000, the question was, what is the root of all religion? Okay. I was raised in a faith where I wasn't told my religion was the only religion. I was raised understanding that Jews probably exist. Islam was probably legit. Christianity was probably legit. All of these different religions in the world, there was no one telling me that this is the only way to God. If anything, from a little bit of research on my own, I found out that the scriptures that I was raised in was saying that there were many pathways to the same destination. That's a quote from the Rig Veda. There are many pathways to the same destination. And that is the quote in which there is no way to convert into Hinduism. You know the Hare Krishnas, right? The guys with the ponytails, they have their own sect of Hinduism. Do you know why they're the Hare Krishnas and not just Hindu? Well, there is no formal way to convert into Hinduism. So they created their own faction that basically can follow certain Christ consciousness, Krishna consciousness techniques, right? But they couldn't really convert into anything. So something was created. So since that was the case, I grew up watching King of Kings, celebrating every Christmas, believing in Jesus, but I was Hindu. So I wanted to know what the root of all religion was. Very quickly in 2000, 2001, I started seeing that there were all these similarities within religions. And if there were so many similarities, there must be original source. There must be a root to all of this. And why is it that we talk? This is my second thought now. Why is it that we focus so much on what divides us when we can just, through a little bit of research, realize that there is some sort of common source, right? And so where's the division coming from? Why can't we all just realize that we probably all came from the same kind of religion, belief system? I started digging a little more. And as I was digging in 2001, well, I was 19, 20 years old almost, I found the Sumerian scriptures, the Sumerian tablets of creation. I was at Panera Bread in 2002. I had the Quran, I had the Bible, I had the Old Testament, I had the Sumerian tablets of creation. And I was highlighting with my friend at that time, I was highlighting all these similarities. And my mind was being blown. Plus, I was also into Jim Self, Jordan Maxwell, Nassim Haramein, William Henry. Those individuals really helped me get a full spectrum understanding of everything that was going on, especially with Jordan Maxwell and the Sons of God from ancient Sumer. All of a sudden, I started seeing all these things within the Sumerian scriptures that were just like in Genesis 1:1. Something that really stood out to me was the quote, "We were created in their image, in their likeness." Well, that sounds very similar to the Old Testament. We were created in God's image and God's likeness. But the original text was saying "their" in plural. And the original text was talking about these beings from the stars. And so I started going even deeper into this. Like, whoa, what are these beings from the stars? Are there any more connections to other religions? What about Hinduism? Well, maybe these gods are from the stars. What are all these chariots, these golden chariots in space throwing lightning bolts at each other? Is this some sort of galactic thing going on? Why is there a text in the Mahabharata of all these golden chariots in space having a race from Earth to Pluto and back? What is this? So either I could have gone down one route. I could have gone down, wait a second, all religion on the earth is BS. It's all mythology. It doesn't make sense. It's just a bunch of stories. Or I could have said, well, maybe these angels, these beings, these star beings were other dimensional entities. You know, maybe not negative, maybe just more connected to source, or even along the whole spectrum of it all. And could these beings from the stars be extraterrestrials, interdimensionals? So you can probably guess which way I went, right? Did I say it's all BS, or did I say that it was beings from the stars? This started my deep dive into the rabbit hole. I started tracking the bloodlines, 2003, 4, 5, at age 20, 21, 22, 23. I was like deep into bloodline research and tracking the bloodlines from ancient Sumer and even beyond, from the Igigi, which were the beings that were left on the planet by the Anunnaki, the fallen angels, right? Connecting all the Bible stories and all the stories of fallen angels, the giants, the Nephilim. And I was seeing like, whoa, these people who believe that they're in charge, these secret societies, they think that they're from the cosmos. They think that they're the fallen angels from these beings. Are they the fallen angels, or are they a group that hijacked this awareness and completely believes this to be the truth? So that took me down hardcore conspiracies for quite some time. About 2003 to 2008, I was like huge conspiracy factualist, right? I was like kind of in fear at sometimes too. It really was, in my book, we're being controlled. They've got a hold of us. We're victims to them. How do we transcend out of this? I don't want to be part of this matrix. And in 2006, just a couple of years before my shift into understanding the bigger picture, I created an online group. It was called 2012 Consciousness, Mind, Evolution, and Presence. And in 2007, the group's name had changed around 2 times already. And now it was just called Cosmic Consciousness, Mind, Evolution, and Presence. And then eventually I took out the word mind, because I was like, it's not about our mind, it's not about our brain, it's about something else. I called it Cosmic Consciousness. In April of 2008, right, which is 14 years ago, because this is the 14th birthday of PortalToAscension this month. In April 2008, I was at an open mic, sitting there in deep reflection. The first open mic I ever performed spoken word at, which is another synchronicity. First time I ever performed live was this day, 14 years ago. And I was like, why am I so focused? There's so much spirituality in everything I'm uncovering, but I still don't feel at peace. And in that moment, I had a realization of the bigger picture. And the bigger picture was the darkness is working for the light. that we came down here to experience this, and that all the chaos, all the division, all the duality, all the hardships are literally experiences to help us remember in a world of amnesia when we have complete forgetfulness of our connection to source. And how beautiful is it that we're moving forward in this reality, remembering who we are when we don't even have full remembrance of who we are. And that realization shifted me from hardcore conspiracy factualist to unconditional love realist, if you will. I was like, I ended up shifting my anger, my hatred, and resentment towards those who have done this to me, to love and acceptance, and not in a way where I just let them continue doing it. When you get to that point of realization and you stop acting out emotionally and reacting to them, you're able to do something even beyond that, which is transcend the duality, transcend the polarity, and actually make informed action and make decisions based on that place of neutrality and understanding of the bigger picture. So when I had the understanding, 2 weeks later, I'm driving in Irvine, California, and I'm just reflecting again. That night I go to sleep, which is basically 14 years from a few weeks from now. And I had this dream, and the dream told me, change the name to PortalToAscension. And that's when I changed the name to PortalToAscension. At that point, you had to email Facebook to ask them to change the name. So I emailed Facebook and I said, please change my name to PortalToAscension. This group's in alignment with the word cosmic consciousness. It was my fan page. And they agreed, and boom, PortalToAscension was born. And at that point, a couple months later, I did my first event 14 years ago, and it was called Hypno Creativity, which was a hypnosis event to unlock your creative potential using binaural beats. And then I started doing small meditation events. And as the small meditation events were sound healing events, I then linked up with Dr. Dream, who was been my biggest mentor, one of my best friends. And I did around 100 events with Dr. Dream in a period of 3 years, where we did them from all over, from San Diego to Vancouver to Victoria Island and back down. We went on tour for about 6 weeks. And when we were on tour, up and down the coast from San Diego to Vancouver and back down to Victoria Island, we only had a couple events booked when we left. But then we did an event every other day, which was sound healing, activation, right frequency machines, Christ conscious Vajas. It was just like epic, training ground for PortalToAscension events. So 2009, 2010, did all those events with Dr. Dream. When I was in Vancouver, I hit up a guy that I know called Brad Johnson, who channels Adronis, which is a being from Sirius. I've been watching him since 2008. So I said, hey, man, why don't you come out to an event? I'm going to throw a little mini conference in Vancouver. So I threw this event in Vancouver, and where I had Miriam Delicado, Alfred Weber, Dr. Dream, and Brad channeling a being from Sirius, a Q&A with a being from Sirius. And that was resonance at first sight. We looked at each other. We were like, dude, we're supposed to do this together. And then after the Dr. Dream tour, for the next 3 years, I toured with Brad Johnson doing channeling events. Every week we did 2 or 3 channeling events. And I did maybe around 200 events with him, from houses to venues to all over, up until around 2011. So that was, and in between that, I did different events, ancient alien events, things like that. But from 2008 to 2011, I'd done around almost 600 events. And these were live events. And it was kind of hardcore, because when I was doing these events, I didn't have money. I did not want to use my degree anywhere. I did not want to work anywhere for anybody full time. I just wanted to do this stuff. And in 2011, I met my ex-wife, and when she got on with me for the last tour, she was like, I didn't sign up for missionary work, because it was pretty much like that at that point. I would only have enough money to go from city to city. And if I didn't have enough money from an event in one city, I would be stranded and not be able to go to the next one. That's how hardcore I was, consciousness unite, I was like, this is it. We need to do this. I don't care about anything else. I don't even care if I have to sleep in my car. People need to know the truth. So that went on until 2012, and 2012 was the milestone. In 2012, I created 2 large conferences. One in 2012, that's where I met Michelle. That's where I met Tanya. That's where I met Joan. I met Joan a few months earlier. And this was the Cosmic Reunion 2012 conference. And I was like, okay, PortalToAscension is getting pretty big. Let me just make this event happen and see if all these ET speakers I'm connected with will come. And it happened. Bashar was my headliner for the first event. 2013 came. I did Cosmic Reunion 4th Density event. And then ever since then, it's just been this, this exponential growth. But I'm going to fast forward to get to the poetry. So a couple years go by, 2015, and I'm like broke, right? And I'm not saying that in a victim way. I'm just saying it real. I was like, man, I can't do these events anymore. This is going to be the 4th time I quit Portal to Ascension because it did not pay for my livelihood. I could not survive, and I was hungry, and I got evicted from my place in 2013 because I put so much money down at that conference that I had no money, and I got evicted and was out in my car. And so then I'm like remembering all this right now. I'm like about to cry, just like remembering the experiences. And 2015 happened. And then in 2015, I decided I wanted to quit everything, that I couldn't do this anymore because I needed to do something that could make me like be able to live and survive, So I got a job as an SEO specialist at some engineering company. And I realized that I was like, what can I do to keep this going? So I said, well, what if I just stopped everything I was doing live and I just did it online? What if I just stopped it all and just try to do something online while I'm working a regular job and do what everybody said? Do your hobby on the side until your hobby actually takes over. So that's what I did. The first event I did was in 2015 online. It was called the Starseed Summit, and it was with Dolores Cannon. And my first event online was Dolores Cannon's last event ever before she passed away. And I just re-released her footage on it. It was the last presentation she ever did. It's on our YouTube channel. We sent out one email and hundreds of people signed up. So many people signed up that I had enough income to quit my job immediately. So I quit my job after 6 months of being in my job and just began doing Portal to Ascension full time. And then 2016 hit. I haven't worked for anybody ever since then. Everything shifted and the online platform started flourishing. By 2017, we're at such a level that I was able to do live events again. Started doing all the events for Michael Tallinger, all the events with Stephen Greer, and many other speakers. Paula Harris took him on tour. James Redfield, author of the Celestine Prophecy. Things just started picking up. And now, this is where we're at. Everything started increasing. The events started flourishing. People started coming onto the platform and realizing the support we have. And I'll just leave this at this before I get into some poetry. One of the things that's really helped us thrive is the fact that 70% of everything that comes into Portal to Ascension goes to the speakers that are on Portal to Ascension. So what I love about, something I love so much about what we do is that I've worked with over 3,500 speakers, probably more, right? Some of them I work with for years constantly, is that we are a resource to assist many different speakers, researchers, yogis, activists in doing their work and continuing their work by coming through Portal to Ascension. So the Portal to Ascension is not just a portal for your ascension, but the Portal to Ascension is definitely a portal to assist all of these individuals worldwide in continuing their work. We funded free energy devices, sustainable communities, entire organizations, nonprofits that needed to get off the ground. And it's become a collaboratory platform where people who even don't agree with each other, right? People don't even agree with each other, come to Portal to Ascension on the same event and have conversations about it. And now this is just, all of that 14 years up until this day has occurred. And it's just really still even the beginning. When I had the download in 2008 on what to do, it was a 20-year download in my head of everything that was going to happen. I had a map up until 2028. Everything that I wanted to do happened 2 to 3 years earlier than I thought it was going to happen. The eventual goal is going to be to create these communities worldwide, and create Ascension communities. And that is the story of Portal to Ascension and how we got to where we are today. So thank you for listening to that. I haven't really said that whole story in its full entirety ever, really. So thank you. Okay. Thanks, guys. All right, everybody. So I'm going to do a few poems now. Let me just make sure my timing here is on point when I'm going to be ending. Okay, cool. I got like 25 minutes. So the poems that I'm about to do are from another album. Like my Earth album is coming out in May, right? And this one is from my Intergalactic album. So except for the first poem that I want to do, because I just want to break it down a little bit, but then the rest of them are from my Intergalactic album. And since we are really going cosmic with this weekend, I figured that I would put some of these poems there. This one's called Political Spirituality. And it's basically about, the Council of Nicaea, Constantine, politics being intertwined with spirituality and Christ consciousness in order to hijack everything. So I'm going to say it through, and then I'm going to do it over again slowly just to break down the concepts. Political spirituality. The sun stops on the 22nd, dies in the skies, reflects over oceans. He walks on water. Did you not see him telling me how to be like he lived? He died for us, but there's no such thing as us. There's only one covenant. Feel me, show me, teach me. Since 325 AD, Constantine made himself a part of divinity, manipulations of Christianity, political organizations creating order from anarchy, making us believe there's only one way to breathe and conform to society. Place me at the bottom of the elitist hierarchy, the pyramids created by the Anunnaki, climbing the Tower of Babel to reach God. Why did you leave us here? We're not separate at all. It's all crystal clear. Human flaws portrayed in a constant with divinity. Is politics intertwined with spirituality? Is politics intertwined with spirituality? Galaxies so far away, we intertwine planetary cosmic stargate to seek. Breach walls of society. Spread word to the masses. Exude gases of volcanic ashes. Cosmic element irrelevant to the reason why we will take over your mind with words of divine originality. Originally deceived, but believed to be one of the free rebels of humanity. It's a fallacy of superficial promises of rules and laws. Find the meaning for a truer cause. Scriptures, prophecies of the second coming of God. Sacred sound, sacred geometry of fourth dimensional lords. The new age will not be as hard. Thousands of years in revelations with us realizing we are God. Negative energy will be gone. The rise in the feminine energy is due to us becoming brothers, one with the terrestrial mother. No more Jehovah, a witness knocking at my door. No more having to get on our knees on the floors. No more someone capitalizing over you because he wants to score. No more pettiness and war. No more violence, media, manipulations, and gore. So until that day arrives, I will meditate and concentrate my thought and my mind on a manifestation of one love, consciousness, and rhymes. On a manifestation of one love, consciousness, and rhymes. Okay, so I'm going to break this down a bit. This is like a poetry workshop. The reason why I love doing poetry is because you can say entire lectures in like a piece of art. And there's so many concepts that take so long to describe. So I love to write like spoken word and hip hop that kind of like, brings it all together. So we go here, the sun stops on the 22nd. So we're talking about December 21st, the winter solstice, the sun stopping in the sky. So when it goes in the sky, it looks like it's stopping for a few days. That is the 3 days of darkness that we've heard through the prophecy, which really represents the sun stopping at a specific angle during the winter solstice. Dies in the skies, reflects over oceans. So the ancients would correlate this to the death and the rebirth of the sun. Hello, rebirth of the sun, Son of God, Christ. The dies in the skies, and then the sun reflects over oceans. So Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the sun reflecting over the ocean, the symbol of Jesus walking on water. He walks on water. Did you not see him, Jesus, telling us how to be like he lived? He died for us, the Son. But there's no such thing as us. There's only one. Control me, show me, teach me. Since 325 AD, Constantine proclaimed himself a part of divinity. Okay, so we're talking about the manipulation of Christianity and controlling and trying to hijack their religion. Manipulations of Christianity. Political organizations created order from anarchy. Yeah, that's like the Illuminati slogan, creating order from anarchy. Making us believe that there is only one way to breathe and conform to society. There's only one way to God. Place me at the bottom of the elitist hierarchy. So we have like this hierarchical structure that started getting created through the Vatican and the church in Rome. Then we go about the bloodlines, the pyramids created by the Anunnaki, climbing the Tower of Babel to reach God, going up the Tower of Babel, saying, why did you leave us here? Gods, why did you leave us here? We're climbing the tower, but we're not separate at all. That was just the illusion. It's all been crystal clear. Human flaws portrayed in a concept of divinity. We portray and project our own human elements and human emotions on the divine. It's politics intertwined with spirituality. It's politics intertwined with spirituality. The galaxy is so far away. We intertwined planetary cosmic stargate to seek. Going through the stargate, the ET races looking for a new planet. Breach walls of society through technology. Spread word in the masses of exude gases, volcanic ashes. Cosmic element irrelevant to the reason why we will control your mind. So we're talking about the incarnation of the bloodlines here. Through the stargate, through technology, spreading word and this doctrine to the masses. And they were attempting to take over our mind, right? They are reflections of us, for sure. But this is the story of the hijacking of the Christ consciousness. With words of divine originality. Originally deceived. So we have like a play on words here. We have the original sin, originally deceived, because when this religion came out, Christ consciousness, which is like had all these Buddhist techniques in it, Christianity did, how it was hijacked and manipulated to deceive us, but believed to be one of the free rebels of humanity, talking about Jesus being one of the free rebels. It's a fallacy of all these, then it became very superficial, these rules and laws that were man-made. Scriptures and prophecies of the second coming of God, talk about the revelations now. Sacred sounds, sacred geometry of fourth dimensional lords. The new age will not be as hard. Now, 1,000 years in revelations with us realizing we are God. The rise in the feminine energy is due to us becoming brothers. We will eventually become one with the terrestrial mother, or remember it. And then the rest of this here is what we're going to shift out of. We're not going to have people trying to preach on our doors anymore. We're not going to have to get on our knees worshiping from the floor like something is hierarchy than us. There will be no more pettiness. We don't have to have war. There's no more violence. There's no media, manipulations, and gore in this reality. Then the ending goes, so until that day arrives, I will meditate and concentrate my thought and my mind on a manifestation of one love, consciousness, and rhymes. So that was just the one I wanted to break down a bit. The rest of these here, I'm just going to go through. We're just going to go on a little journey, everybody, through the spoken word. It was spoken. Uniformation across all intergalactic nations. Incarnate in this world we are facing. Reflections of ourselves. Reminder of the disconnection from source. Governed by the moon, turned to werewolves. Creators of reality and still controlled. Paradoxically living, intuitively gifted, the karmic veils are henceforth lifted. Through the sands of time, I am sifting. Through the vibration, I send my message. The frequency has arisen. The resurrection of the first Christian, not external, but the one within men and women. Split from the original celestial division, the galactic mission has been given. It is simple and clear. Take the wheels of the planet and steer through the nearest black hole in which we will exit out of a white hole. I'm another universe, another one verse, one celestial song, a part of the core of the multidimensional, omni-universal, exopolitical rhymes unequivocally strewn and sprayed across all intergalactic vertebrae. Connection, chakra points that spread eons and biblical days, here to portray the truth in multiple forms. The crystal children are now being born. It is time to terraform and co-create a new cosmic fate amongst the stars and races throughout space. Amongst the stars and races throughout all of space. Amongst the stars and races throughout all of space. It's time to rejoin the Galactic Federation. And then there was one. Life untangled, rhymers undone. Life source drained, vanity explained. Following those with fame, always fight and complain. Answer remains the same. Control with borders untamed, locked up and enslaved, riding the quantum wave through awareness. We are saved. Ascend and fade away and live for today, and don't play games or get erased from this place. One race, one face. Consciousness explained. Galactic alliance remains a true cosmic place among the stars in space, aware now in case reincarnation takes my next life away. So ascend and pray, not for monetary gains, but an escape from superficial ways. Life is just a phase that will one day be replaced by pure energy and an entirely new intergalactic race. Life is just a phase that will one day be replaced by pure energy and an entirely new intergalactic race. Entirely new intergalactic race. The solar system of soul. It's just another day. Sun cast away, hiding in space. New moon appear as to black the sky fades. Pluto in retrograde. Saturn's rings I feel gravitationally pulling as Jupiter is the king, protecting Earth's inhabitants from the asteroid that sings. A chapter of a story. Another one closes. A new species arose with self-awareness, genetically changed, mutated neural networks within the brain to construct limitation of mind. To move away from the God inside, consumed with temptation and bribes, fed greed and lies from the elite who thrive on contractual linear time, blocking the subconscious signs that we are all one. Crop circles or sacred geometrically run universal abundance, moving away from the worship of the sun, leading nations with bombs and guns. We were all victims to our own creation, to the evolution of the Masons, so I'm pacing back and forth, smoking herb on my porch, looking at the skies, contemplating why I chose to come down this time, contemplating when it will be time for all humanity to thrive. As an Arcturian warrior of light, I gave up trying to fight. Now I embrace the upcoming arrival, the evolution of a godly race. No more denial. Now I embrace the upcoming arrival, the evolution of a godly race. There will be no more denial. There will be no more denial. There will be no more denial. It's one time that I remember I was there. In another solar system, through the telescope, I would stare. Light years away, my home base, shunned away by the intergalactic reincarnated wasteful disgrace of the human race. It's what happens when we forget our place in space. Universally laced mental depictions of interdimensional gods, retrench your thoughts and just bow your head and nod, conform to the norms of civilization, facing Masons, tasting the physical, listening to the desires that seep through. I will come and meet you at the gates when you are here. There will be no more living in fear. I will come and meet you at the gates when you are here. There will be no more living in fear. There will be no more living in fear. There will be no more living in fear. The black sun. When the black sun radiates energy from divine immaculate conception, we hold thee as the God we wish to see, some wish to be. Through enlightening their own being with internal peace, anarchy through poetry is just one piece of the oceanic breeze. I will split the seas so we can pass freely to land promised to me by bloodline. We're all a part of the divine. Heaven on earth, constant search to find a meaning to life is only one part of reality. Intergalactic universal beliefs, interdimensional beings, enhanced communication through planetary rings. We speak to the gods and angels who gave up their wings. Came to this place to bring lower frequencies of emotions such as hatred and jealousy. As long as they remain, you can never truly be set free. So they say, concentrate on love, not of the physical kind, the type that clouds your mind. Blind to things in plain sight. Love is different when it comes from above, not in the material world. Believe in her. Fill my conscious mind with ether. I see the door swinging open and closed. Love blocked by pain and woes. When the sky splits open, heaven will show we are all one. No matter friend or foe, it has already been done. The future has already happened through the eyes of the last black sun. Through the eyes of the last black sun. Just gonna break this one down a bit. This one I wrote in like 2002, really early. And the black sun is the central sun, the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy. So what I'm saying here is when the black sun radiates energy, talking about the cosmic waves and rays that come out of the central sun from divine immaculate conception, talking about like the seeding of humanity and the hybridization of humanity. We hold thee as the God we wish to see, some wish to be. Now this is about being created in the image of gods. From my research, from a lot of other people that I've tuned into, it seems like every being that becomes sentient within our universe wants to create in the image. Once you wake up and become sentient, it's like you want to create something in your image. So we hold the thee as the God. Even us, we're awake. What do? We're creating things in our image: computers, AI, hard drives, dimensions, phones, different things that are able to do what we can process with our brains through technology. Through enlightening their own being with internal peace. Anarchy through poetry is just one piece of the oceanic breeze. Now we have a Moses reference. I will split the seas so we can pass freely to the land promised to me by bloodline. Now it's like extraterrestrial bloodlines, lands promised to me, and it's a complete connection here to the Jews and Moses. We are all a part of the divine. So I say to land promised me a bloodline, and then it follows with, well, we're all a part of the divine. There is no only one promised people. Heaven on earth is what we're attempting to cultivate. Constant search to find a meaning to life. Having amnesia, not knowing, our remembering our past lives, our ET lives, our connection to source. So it's like heaven on earth, constant search to find a meaning to life. We're all trying to figure it out. It's only one part of reality, because part of reality is also just to experience it. Intergalactic universal beliefs. So that's like the construct of the intergalactic belief system that we've all adopted. Interdimensional beings, enhanced communication through planetary rings. So this goes into the theory of the Saturn rings were actually influenced by some sort of extraterrestrial race that is utilized as basically an antenna to send signals and frequencies that are occurring in a solar system, like information and data. And, even Richard Hogan talks about this. Other people have talked about it, that there's a base on Saturn's rings and there's some sort of communication, like some sort of huge antenna utilizing the rings of Saturn. We speak to the gods and angels who gave up their wings. Now talk about the fallen angels. They came to this place to bring the lower frequencies, right? And the lower frequencies is just a term because it's not really higher or lower, but we're talking about these dense emotions, hatred and jealousy. So it's like that was all meant to be. They gave up their wings. They willingly gave up their wings to come down to earth, to give us these experiences so that we can have the contrast we need in order to know and remember who we truly are. And as long as they remain, so they brought them and they were meant to be here, but as long as they remain and we don't process them, we can't really transcend and be free from it. So they say, who are they? Spiritualists, right? What say, we'll concentrate on love, but not just of the physical kind, right? The conditional love. Blind to things in plain sight. Love is different when it comes from above, talking about the universal love. Not in the material world. Believe in her, so a divine feminine reference. Fill my conscious mind with ether. I see the door swinging open and closed. So it's like all these opportunities are presenting itself. The door closes, the door opens. When one door closes, another one opens. Love at times on this planet gets blocked by the pain and the woes that we experience, right? It limits our ability to express ourselves openly. But one day, when the sky splits open, heaven will show we are all one. It's just a matter of time. No matter friend or foe, we're all one. It has already been done. So there's no reason to worry about where we're going to end up. We're going to end up where we're going to end up. It's already been done. The future has already happened. All things exist simultaneously through the eyes of the last black sun. Through the eyes of the last black sun. So the central sun, the supermassive black hole, all time exists, all experiences are rotating around it. The seat of the soul. Okay, I think I have a few more minutes here. Yeah, I'm gonna do one last one. Let's just do this one here. So this is called fragmentation. The void. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning. No place, no time, no description, no label, no finishing. Until awareness became conscious of itself. Separation from source. No east, no west, no south or north. Not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical lessons, except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint. Singularity, energy, frequency, raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation of what only the five senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take the anxiety pill full of fright. In my bed, insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus, I stare and recite my cosmic prayers, self-empowered. The fabric of victim consciousness, I tear. The light. You see, everyone? The destination has already been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, realizing it's all a projection of a co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. I took the psychedelic potion, now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word. Fly high, levitate the God inside, I'm free like a bird. Cosmic oneness integrating in my being, a full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined in, ranges of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body for the ether I'm fiending. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body for the ether I am fiending. For the ether I'm fiending. For the ether. We've experienced this expression, and with much gratitude for the experiences, the contrast that we needed to understand who we were, who we are, and what we really want. Now is time for the next chapter of humanity. Now is time for humanity to awaken. And I'm really, really grateful that we get to do it together. My album, again, is going to release in May 2022, and that's going to be the spoken word album called Planet Earth, and it will be composed with classical music in the background. I'll send an email out, it'll be on the website and everything once it gets released. So thank you all so much for tuning in and going on this journey with me. Love you all.
Wow, Neil. Between the story, which moved us to tears, everyone in the audience, and moved you to tears too, because I know so many people out here went through, and even myself, do I give up? Will it work? How could this vision, which came from spirit, be manifest? So, and then your poetry. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thanks, John.
I agree, Neil. When you tell that story, it's a reminder of how far we've all come. I love how authentic you are in your sharing and how transparent you are. And I know I had some moments where I thought this is my time to take an exit. I was feeling very, very sad. And there have been times during this whole, last 2.5 years where I felt that way too. Like, how do we get through this? But then I come on here with you and with all these beautiful beings, and I see Sheila, Sophie, my sister. And it reminds us all of why we are here. That's why you're putting together these Portal to Ascension panels with people that each person has a piece of the puzzle that helps us remember who we are. And that seems to be the theme through every single one of your Portal to Ascension events, remembering who we are and why we're here. Mm-hmm. It's a gift. It is such a gift.
Exactly.
Thank you for bringing us back to our hearts and our knowing.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
My brother, what you share is not poetry, it's souletry, and it's beautiful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, man. Thank you so much. I just want to just one other thing, there's been a lot of emotions I feel through this whole event, but the last Ascension Conference, if anybody was a part of it, was in October of last year. And that was 2 hours before the event started was when I separated with my wife. And I was in between every presentation, I was crying. And like, I had to just show face the whole time. It was 4 days. And it's 2 hours before the event started, right? And even though we both mutually agreed to it, it was like still hurtful. And just that separation from someone I've been with for 10 years. And then today is our anniversary. So it's like, I didn't even realize that the next Portal Ascension was on that day. So it's just like, it's just a crazy journey, you know? And
you know, Neil, you are destined to do this, and we're destined to be with you on the journey. And it's just such a heartfelt example to all of us that, you know, we're in this boat, the sea, we all have our own role. We support each other, and, you know, I can feel the love and support for you because of the love and you support for all of us, even in your pain. So
thanks, John. All right.
Yeah, Neil, you always show up for everybody. You have such an open heart. And the fact that you can push through these types of events really speaks to, you know, the stamina that you carry and the strength of your soul.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right. So thank you everybody for tuning in and allowing me to share. So let's move on. Yeah. Who do we have next? We're going to have Sheila introduce our next guest.
Phil. Is Phil with us?
Phil's here. Yeah.
Okay.
There he is. Ready.
We can count
Why
on
am I
Phil
not
for
surprised? Hey, giddy up, cowboy. How you doing?
Hold on, I got a pause.
It gets better every time, bro.
I mean, what can you say about Phil? You know, I love Phil, and he has he helped me name the Wish Alliance. He's been there in my corner to always support me and to lift me up, to guide me as a friend, as a mentor, as, you know, someone who I can always count on. And I know I don't have your futon like Alan does, but I do feel a connection, and I cannot wait until we're all together, because some of the people that touch my heart the deepest are the people that I've met through these events and who have become very near and dear to me. And I think when we all are finally get together, we're going to have a big hug fest. And I got a super big hug waiting for you, Phil. Thank you so much for everything you do, for your knowledge and the light that you shine on the world. I know you started out in, you know, the acupuncture world, you know, kind of sticking it to people, and you're still doing that with your knowledge. You know, you're continuing to provide healing, even though it may not be with the needles. You're continuing to provide healing with the knowledge that you give to us each and every time and through all of these presentations. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you're bringing forward.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, everybody. Neil, your origin story, it totally blows away getting bit by a radioactive spider. I mean, what an amazing origin story. I tell you, smoking herb on the porch with Neil, looking up at the sky. I can't think of anything better to do. I want to dedicate this particular talk to, in Neil's words, those who gave up their wings for us. And a lot of us are those that gave up their wings. But guess what? In the Hymn of the Pearl, it's waiting for us, that higher garment that maybe we gave up to come down here to be of service. That's waiting for us to put that on again, you know. Some scars are visible, some aren't. But I want to dedicate this to all of you out there, all of you in here, all of you up there, down there. And I figure, how do I make the most of these 40 minutes? Well, I decided to take all of you through the first lesson of Charles Haanel's Master Key. Now, the Master Key was primary source material for The Secret. Charles Haanel was one of the New Thought authors who really brought the our modern understanding of the quote unquote law of attraction to the masses. But this Master Key program, you can consider today the first day of the first week of a 24-week program. This is what the Master Key is. The Master Key teaches us how to control our thoughts. And isn't it true that so many very well-intentioned programs of healing, of personal spiritual development, they don't seem to take root because we can't control our thoughts. This is one of the biggest secrets, universal secrets. It's about Wallace Wattles, who was the primary inspiration for Rhonda Byrne, said we need to think in a certain way. And that certain way implies that there is a way to think, a way of thinking that we can manifest our true heart's desires in service to ourselves, to the world, to creation, to God. So the Master Key teaches us how to control our thoughts. There are many, many websites out there. Thank you, the haircut. I told him not to take anything off the sides, and he heard it like take everything off the sides. It looked like I'm ready to go into national service here or something like that. Anyway, I shouldn't do this. The Master Key was a mail order program in 1916. Every week you would get another lesson from Hanel or Hanel's people. But in 1919, he got permission from his lodge. Remember, all these New Thought authors, all these transcendentalists, they were all male and female members of esoteric lodges, Masons, Rosicrucians, mystical Christian lodges, all sorts of esoteric lodges. This is very powerful information. And there are many, many websites out there that you can download PDF scanned copies of the Master Key. And also this little pamphlet written in 1918 by William Walker Atkinson under the pseudonym Theron Q. Dumont, The Solar Plexus or the Abdominal Brain. There's a lot I can say, and I have said before, and I'll keep saying it about the solar plexus and just how important it is. When you want to access the depth of emotion that you need for true creation, you've got to go to the solar plexus. The solar plexus is the key to making miracles happen. This is the actual pamphlet here, but there are again many websites that you can access a PDF scanned copy of William Walker Atkinson's solar plexus or the abdominal brain, and also Charles Hanel's The Master Key. And if I can screen share just for a second, here it is. Okay. This is the Master Key system. This is Hanel. This is the Master Key system. And what I'm going to do right now, with your permission, I'm going to take you through the first lesson of the Master Key. And I'm very proud to be able to do this. Okay. When you download the Master Key, please, of course, read the foreword and the introduction. I'm going to go right into part one. The words themselves, consider this an initiation, not just into the Master Key, everybody, but understand that the words are the power. All languages, remember, represent portions of the tonal vibration scalar templates that make up the scalar grid of the body's manifestation blueprint. Written language symbols are scalar standing wave guides that translate all word patterns, whether they're written, spoken on the page, off the page, chanted, toned, sung. All language patterns are scalar standing wave guides that will translate into tonal vibration, electrical impulse within the body's scalar template. And the electrical impulses that emerge from oral and written language forms directly affect the functions of the DNA, the physical body, and the perceptual facilities of embodied consciousness. Here's the key, folks. Language patterns translated to mathematical codes within the contours of consciousness and the body's blueprint, serving as operational instructions to the body, mind, spirit system. So just like Neil's words, just like mantras, yantras, mandalas, light language, they will convert into electrical impulse. They are mathematically coded to open up one or more of the various, Kabbalistically speaking, the gates of light within us, to allow light to come in, the effulgence of light, as Mary Magdalene puts it, or as Jesus puts it in relationship to Mary Magdalene and all the Marys and all the circles of Marys. Just imagine if every crystal and microcrystal just is able to hold and radiate that light. That's when you walk the world as a presence healer, like like the Magdalenes, like the Marys. Presence, healing by your presence alone. So here we go. This is lesson 1, part 1 of the Master Key. 24-week program, 1 lesson and 1 technique every week. And I can guarantee you this, after those 24 weeks, the world will be different in relationship to your being different, being who you are, just more self-realized, able to think without distractions, able to control our thoughts. Again, most of these well-intentioned programs of personal spiritual development, ascension, communication with higher intelligence, establishing a dedicated line of communication with higher intelligence, to be able to hold that space, to hold that frequency is the key. So here we go. Lesson 1, part 1 of the Master Key. That much gathers more is true on every plane of existence, and that loss leads to greater loss is equally true. Well, this mirrors Matthew chapter 13, verse 11 and 12. Because knowledge of the mysteries of the kingdom has been granted to you, but to them it has not been granted. So to anyone who has, more will be given, and he will grow rich. From anyone who has not, even what he has will be taken away. Ask any number of these lottery winners who wish that they never won it, because they didn't have, unto them wasn't granted the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of heaven. So even what they got was taken away because knowledge of the mysteries wasn't granted to them. So to anyone who has knowledge of these mysteries, more will be given and you will grow rich. Okay. 2, mind is creative, and conditions, environment, and all experiences in life are the result of our habitual or predominant mental attitude. This has always been the secret, that all experiences in life are the result of our habitual or predominant mental attitude. 3, the attitude of mind necessarily depends upon what we think. Therefore, the secret of all power, not just some of it, all of it, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, all power, the secret of all power, all achievement, and all possession depends upon our method of thinking. There is a method, a way of thinking. This is true because we must be before we can do, and we can only do to the extent which we are. And what we are depends upon what we think. 5, we cannot express powers that we do not possess. The only way by which we may secure possession of power is first to become conscious of power. And we can never become conscious of power until we learn that all power is from within. Now we get to the source of all power. From within. 6, there is a world within, a world of thought, of feeling and power, of light and love and life and beauty, and although invisible, its forces are mighty. 7, the world within is governed by mind. When we discover this world, we shall find the solution for every problem, the cause for every effect, And since the world within is subject to our control, all laws of power and possession are also within our control. 8. The world without is a reflection of the world within. What appears without is what has been found within. And in the world within may be found infinite wisdom, infinite power, and an infinite supply of all that is necessary, simply waiting for unfoldment, development, and expression. And if we recognize these potentialities in the world within, they will take form in the world without. People who steal, people who rob, people who vampire, they are just people who do not realize that all is from within. And they feel that they do not have it within them, when the truth is that they do. And that's the reason people will steal, will rob energy and vampire energy, simply because they don't feel they have it within. We need to teach them and ourselves, first and foremost, that we do have that power within. 9. Harmony in the world within will be reflected in the world without by harmonious conditions, agreeable surroundings, the best of everything. Harmony in the world within is the foundation of health and a necessary essential to all greatness, all power, all attainment, all achievement and success. But what is harmony in the world within? 10. Harmony in the world within means the ability to control our thoughts and to determine for ourselves how any experience is to affect us. 11. Harmony in the world within results in optimism and affluence. Affluence within results in affluence without. 12. The world without reflects the circumstances and the condition of the consciousness within. Yes, I know we all know this, but here's how it works. Here's how it actually works. And understand, this is just the first lesson of a 24-week program in which we learn to finally control our thoughts. 13. If we find wisdom in the world within, we shall have the understanding to discern the marvelous possibilities that are latent in this world within. And we shall be given the power to make these possibilities manifest in the world without. 14. And as we become conscious of the wisdom in the world within, we mentally take possession of this wisdom. And by taking mental possession, we come into actual possession of the power and the wisdom necessary to bring into manifestation the essentials necessary for our most complete and harmonious development. All that we need will be given to us, will be given unto us to fulfill our soul's mission here. No less, don't try to get more than is apportioned to us, and at the same time, don't settle for less. 15. The world within is the practical world in which men and women of power generate courage, hope, enthusiasm, confidence, trust, and faith, and by which they are given the fine intelligence to first see the vision and the practical skill to make the vision real. 16. Life is an unfoldment, not an accretion. In other words, you don't have to add on, just allow it to unfold. What comes to us in the world without is what we already possess in the world within. 17. All possession is based on consciousness. All gain is the result of an accumulative consciousness. All loss is the result of a scattering consciousness. 18. Mental efficiency is contingent upon harmony. Discord means confusion. Therefore, he or she who would acquire power must be in harmony with natural law. Now we get into what natural law is. 19. We are related to the world without by the objective mind. What is the organ of this mind? The brain is the organ of this mind, and the cerebrospinal system of nerves puts us into conscious communication with every part of the body. This system of nerves responds to every sensation of light, heat, odor, sound, and taste. So understand that even the chairs that we sit in, the chairs that don't respect the proper alignment of our spines, doesn't help to put us into conscious communication with every part of our body. Our spines have to be in alignment. We have to go to ergonomics to understand the harmony of the body as it moves through space. Ergonomics. People will ask me, is a chair really that important in terms of personal spiritual development, manifestation, abundance? Yes, just as important as any other factor. If your spine is out of alignment, it's very difficult to be in conscious communication. Now, here it is. When this mind thinks correctly, when it understands the truth, when the thoughts sent through the cerebrospinal system, a nervous system to the body are constructive, these sensations are pleasant and harmonious. The result is that we build strength, vitality, and all constructive forces into our body. But it is through the same objective mind, the brain, that all distress, lack, limitation, sickness, and every form of discord and disharmony is admitted into our lives. It is therefore through the objective mind, by wrong thinking, that we are related to all destructive forces. Here it is, number 22. We are related to the world within by the subconscious mind. And guess what the organ of this subconscious mind is? You got it. The solar plexus is the organ of this mind. The sympathetic system of nerves presides over all subjective sensations, such as joy, fear, love, emotion, respiration, imagination, and all their subconscious phenomenon, ruled over by the solar plexus. You want to change a subconscious program? You've got to go through the solar plexus to be able to access the depth of emotion for true creation in divine right timing, in divine right order, in accordance with your soul's purpose and the divine plan on earth. The solar plexus is the gateway to the treasury. It is through the subconscious that we are connected with the universal mind and brought into relation with the infinite constructive forces of the universe. The solar plexus. And here it is, 23, the great number 23. It is in the coordination of these two centers of our being, the brain and the solar plexus, and the understanding of their true functions, which is the great secret of life. This is mirrored in all the higher teachings. Again, 23. It is the coordination of these two centers of our being, the brain and the solar plexus, and the understanding of their true functions, which is the great secret of life. With this knowledge, we can bring the objective and subjective minds into conscious cooperation and thus coordinate the finite and the infinite. Our future is entirely within our own control. It is not at the mercy of any capricious or uncertain external power. And how do we coordinate these two centers of our being, the brain and the solar plexus? Gratitude, Wallace Wattles, the signs of getting rich, success through creative thought. Gratitude, yes, is giving thanks, but gratitude is the magnetic force that unites the brain and the solar plexus in the heart. And that's where gratitude is felt. That's where that feeling when you come in out of the cold and the fireplace is going and you get that first blast of warm air coming in out of the cold, that's that gratitude. And there is nothing I feel more powerful, more transformational, transmutational than gratitude and forgiveness. You know, for those people that know me, you know, that's how I feel. So again, it is in the coordination of these two centers, the brain and the solar plexus, understanding their true functions, which is the great secret of life. Gratitude, gratitude. All agree that there is one principle or consciousness pervading the entire universe. Now we get into God. occupying all space and being essentially the same in kind at every point of its presence. It is all powerful, all wisdom, and always present. All thoughts and things are within itself. It is the all in all. 25. There is but one consciousness in the universe able to think. And when it thinks, its thoughts become objective things to it. And as this consciousness is omnipresent, it must be present within each individual, within every one of you. Each individual must be a manifestation of that omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent consciousness. And as there is only one consciousness in the universe that is able to think, it necessarily follows that your consciousness, each and every one of you, is identical with the universal consciousness. Or in other words, all mind is one mind. There is no dodging this conclusion. And now we get a little bit deeper. 27. The consciousness that focuses in your brain cells is the same consciousness which focuses in the brain cells of every other individual. Each individual is but the individualization of the universal, the cosmic mind. Here we go. 28. The universal mind, God, source, all that is static or potential energy. It simply is. It can manifest only through us, the individual, and the individual can manifest only through the universal. They are one. 29. The ability of the individual to think is our ability to act on the universal. The ability of the universal to think, hopefully properly, in that certain way, is our ability to act on the universal and bring it into manifestation. Human consciousness consists only, in truth, in the ability of man, human, to think. Mind in itself is believed to be a subtle form of static energy from which arises the activity called thought, which is the dynamic phase of mind. Mind, God, is static energy. It simply is. Thought is dynamic energy. The two phases are the same thing, like yin and yang. Thought is therefore the vibratory force formed by converting static mind into dynamic mind. Take a breath. 30. As the sum of all attributes are contained in universal mind, which is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, these attributes must be present at all times in their potential form in every individual. Therefore, when an individual thinks, the thought is compelled by its nature to embody itself in an objectivity or condition which corresponds to its origin, which is our thought. Like the genie has no choice but to fulfill the wish. When we think, every thought we think is compelled by its very nature to embody itself in an objectivity or condition which corresponds to its origin, which is our thought. Every thought is therefore a cause, and every condition its effect. For this reason, it is absolutely essential that we control our thoughts so as to bring forth only desirable conditions. 32. All power is from within and is absolutely under your control. And it comes through exact knowledge and by the voluntary exercises of exact principles. You've got to want to do this. You've got to want to do this. There has to be the desire. It should be plain that when you acquire a thorough understanding of this law and are able to control your thought processes, we can apply it to any condition. In other words, you will have come into conscious cooperation with omnipotent law, which is the fundamental basis of all things. 34. The universal mind is the life principle of every atom which is in existence. Every atom is continually striving to manifest more life. All are intelligent. All are seeking to carry out the purpose for which they were created. So let's say you have a negative thought. Well, that thought doesn't judge itself. It doesn't judge its origin. It doesn't judge us. Its Purpose, we've given it life. We've invoked it from the void, from potential creation into actual manifestation. So its purpose is to embody itself in an objectivity corresponding to its origin. That thought has no other purpose than to manifest the most negative experiences in our life. Like the genie, it doesn't judge it, only to fulfill its purpose. We give something life, we give it purpose. Every atom is continually striving to manifest more life. All are intelligent, and all are seeking to carry out the purpose for which they were created. A majority of mankind lives in the world without. Few have found the world within, and yet it is the world within that makes the world without. It is therefore creative, and everything which you find in your world without has been created by you and others in the world within. 36. This system, the master key, will bring you into a realization of power, which will be yours when you understand this relationship between the world without and the world within. And this is only the first lesson. The world within is the cause, the world without the effect. To change the effect, you must change the cause. 37, the magic number 37. You will at once see that this is a radically new and different idea. This is 1916, 1919. It's still a radically new and different idea for most people. Most try to change effects by working with effects. They fail to see that this is simply changing one form of distress for another. That's first level thinking. Do it differently. Do it differently. The second level of thinking is, are we doing the right things? Instead of, are we doing it right? Are we doing the right things? But there is a higher order, a level of thinking. How do we decide what the right thing to do is? Decision theory. 38. To remove discord, we must find the cause. And this cause can only be found in the world within. And what basically is the mover and shaker of the world within? The subconscious, the solar plexus. PDF scanned copy, Theron Q. Demont, the solar plexus, the abdominal brain. This will change not only your life, but the lives of those we hold dear, even those we don't. And isn't that the idea? Love is all there is. All growth is from within. This is evident in nature. Every plant, every animal, every human is a living testimony to this great law. And the error of the ages isn't looking for strength or power from without. The world within is the universal fountain of supply. And the world without is the outlet to the stream. Our ability to receive depends upon our recognition of this universal fountain, this infinite energy, of which each individual is an outlet, and so is one with every other individual. Gratitude, gratitude, and forgiveness. If you feel you've been violated, forgive yourself first for being naive or ignorant or just plain stupid enough to allow yourself to have been violated, and then forgive the violator. Yes, there are those whose sins are so great that their redemption may not be found in this world, but in the world to come. But certainly with progressive apology, what does apology mean? Apollo means not many. When we apologize, we reaffirm the oneness. Progressive apology will place us in a position, and this is the Pistis Sophia, of never having been separated from the one. 40, recognition is a mental process. Mental action is therefore the interaction of the individual upon the universal mind. And as the universal mind is the intelligence which pervades all space and animates all living things, this mental action and reaction is the law of causation. But the principle of causation does not obtain it in the individual, but in the universal mind. We are outlets. We are here to be channels, hopefully clear channels, to allow grace to come into this world, right? We are channels through which God, the grace of God, grace not just comes through us, into us, but through us into the world. It is not an objective faculty, but a subjective process. And the results are seen in an infinite variety of conditions and experience. 41. In order to express life, there must be mind. Nothing can exist without mind. Everything which exists is some manifestation of this one basic substance. from which and by which all things have been created and are continually being created. 42, we live in a fathomless sea of plastic mind substance. This substance is ever alive and active. All consciousness is alive, awake, and aware. It is sensitive to the highest degree, and it takes form according to the mental demand, the thought. Thought forms the mold or matrix from which the substance expresses. In the old teachings, they used to call it the unformed substance. There is not nothing here. There is consciousness which hasn't taken shape in our world yet. Our thoughts provide the blueprint or pattern or morphogenetic field that allows that thought to come into manifestation. 43, remember that it is in the application alone. The voluntary exercises of these principles. Remember, it is in the application alone that the value consists, and that a practical understanding of this law will substitute abundance for poverty, wisdom for ignorance, harmony for discord, and freedom from tyranny, especially self-tyranny. And certainly there could be no greater blessing than these from a material and social standpoint. This has been lesson 1, and there are techniques with each lesson. So when you have mastered each lesson, and be sure to download the PDF scanned copies that have the questions at the end of each lesson. 24 weeks, 24 lessons. And here is the technique which goes with lesson 1. Now make the application. We won't do this. We'll do this for maybe just 1 minute. Normally it's 15 minutes to a half an hour. Simply select a room where you can be alone and undisturbed. Sit erect, comfortably, do not lounge. Let your thoughts roam where they will. This is not about controlling thoughts yet. This is about being still, be perfectly still from 15 minutes to a half an hour. Continue this for 3 or 4 days or for a week until we secure full control of our physical being. 45. Many will find this extremely difficult. Others will conquer with ease, but it is absolutely essential to secure complete control of the body before we're ready to progress. Next week, you will receive instructions for the next step. In the meantime, you must have mastered this one. This is lesson 1 of the Master Key. Today can be the first day of the first week of a 24-week program that will change your life. We will know the full revelation of the Christos in our lifetimes. This is the promise of our creation and our true evolutionary blueprint. So God bless each and every one of you. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, everyone. Joan, Michelle, Reverend Dr. Victor. Thank you, each and every one of you. God bless you. God bless you and keep you. We move on to our next stop.
Wow,
so we're going
Phil.
to give you a group from Singapore. And thank you once again. Again, God bless you. God bless you all.
I studied some of those teachings years ago along with Napoleon Hill, and you are so right, and they are so aligned with this ascension process. These are the words of the masters.
Napoleon Hill got into it originally by Andrew Carnegie, by organizing his Gospel of Wealth into systems that could be taught. So there's nothing you find in the Master Key or the Law of Attraction or the Secret that wasn't taught by Lao Tzu, Confucius, Jesus, Buddha, Marcus Aurelius, the philosophical emperor of Rome. You know, these are universal teachings, and they go back to the beginning, to our founders' races. You know, these are universal truth. And again, Joan, it is in the voluntary application of these. We're being given these teachings, and the gift is to use them and to be grateful that we have the ability to use these teachings, that we've been giving this wisdom to use for in service to ourselves, to the world, to God, to all of creation.
So can you read this to us once a week? Because as you read it to me, I'm just going to tell you, I was taking notes, but as you were reading it, I realized, you know, when I'm reading that stuff alone, it doesn't penetrate me the same way.
There are websites that you can download scanned PDF copies of the Master Key, and also this little amazing pamphlet, Theron Q. Dumont's The Solar Plexus, the Abdominal Brain. I'm thinking of doing a program once a week, facilitating each lesson of the Master Key, and realize the truths that are embedded just in that first lesson. And it's just the first lesson of 24 lessons. It's amazing.
Pearls of wisdom.
Yeah, pearls of wisdom, the hymn of the pearl. There you go. Thank you. God bless all of you. Thank you
are
so
so
much.
amazing. Thank you.
You're very welcome. God bless.
Beautiful presentation. Beautiful presentation.
Here it is, Easter Sunday, Day of Resurrection here in Singapore. You're on the eve of it right now. So again, God bless and keep all of you. Thank you so much. Neil.
Thanks, brother.
You're the man.
So are you, man. I love you so much.
Love you too.
Before we go to our next guest, Sheila, I want you to jump on and just do a little Wish Alliance announcement, if you will.
Okay, sure. Do you want me to show the website?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just spend a couple minutes here and do that real quick.
Okay. Let me get my puppy down here.
Yeah, I love what Eric wrote. This is like the best Easter weekend ever. The rising of consciousness.
That made me have a big smile on my face when I read that one.
All right. I am pulling it up. Okay, well, thanks for this opportunity to share. Wish Alliance earlier stands for walk-ins, indigos, star seeds, and hybrids. And someone pointed out that Alliance starts with all, which means it's actually for everyone. And so we are so excited. We're coming up on our 1-year anniversary. But this website has truly grown and taken shape over the last year. I want to show, this is our Alliance members. And I'm very, very happy to say that these are the individuals that are really helping to, shape what is occurring right now within the Alliance. We have so many ambassadors. We started out with just a handful of people, and now we have nearly 100 individuals who are providing services, who are there to assist other people when they're having their spiritual awakenings. We also have a section for our upcoming events. And you can see we also have the 3 conferences a year, the triannual conferences that we do in partnership with PortalToAscension and New Realities. It's coming up is on August the 27th and 28th, Anchoring Higher Consciousness, the Hybrid Conference. And we have a wonderful panel of individuals who will be coming and sharing their knowledge. On Monday nights, we have what's called the Conscious Awakening series, and you can see we started January with Michelle, and this past March we had Joan, and every month I have phenomenal co-hosts who are helping me to, bring on different speakers and really to share a plethora of knowledge. And then every Thursday we have Cosmic Conversations, and this starts at 6 p.m. And if you miss any of those, then you can go click on our past speakers. My computer's just a little slow tonight, but there we go. You can click on the past speakers, and you can go down through this wonderful list of individuals. And if you've missed hearing them, then you can just click on any, and there's Phil. I know we've had a lot of people. Joan is on here, so please try to check it out. If you're looking for services, we have all kinds of service providers. Let's see. Let's just click on this one. Extraordinary and mysterious and the unexplained. So these are individuals that you can reach out to. And let's say that you're looking for, say, exo-consciousness, or like with Viviane, She is actually from, I guess she calls herself a prototype because she's in a prototype body. She's Arcturian, and she has so much information to share. And we also have the artisan station. So if you're an artisan and you're looking for a place to have your art, your music, or your poetry highlighted, please check us out, and you can use these forms that's on our forms section. And so here's our ambassador form, our author application if you've written a book and you'd like to have it promoted. Here's our book reviews if you've if you've read a book that is just phenomenal that you want to share with everyone. Then we have our meditation application, and this is a new one, to share your voice. So if you haven't had an experience that you really want to get out there and you want to share with other people and throw it out there to see if anyone else has had an experience, or if you just want to throw it out there because you want to share it with people, this is where you would go. And so we are continuing to grow and to change, it seems like, weekly. We even have more applications right now that we've not even had an opportunity to get posted this week. So if you have submitted your application, know that we will get it up within the next couple of weeks. So thanks, Neil, for the opportunity to share just a little bit about the Wish Alliance.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, we're new. Joan, you can take it away, bring on our next guest here, but just want to let everyone know we have, after our next speakers, we have Yvonne Smith next that Joan's going to bring up. Then we have Laura Eisenhower. So if you have the old schedule, we shifted things around a bit. So Yvonne Smith is up next. Laura Eisenhower will be right afterwards. So Joan, take it away.
All right, two stellar speakers. So guys, I am very happy to bring Yvonne Smith onto the platform. Yvonne became concerned with victims of post-traumatic stress disorder in the late 1980s and in 1990s, and she received her hypnotherapist certification from the California Hypnosis Motivation Institute. In 1990, when she opened her office, she immediately began to work with PTSD victims, assisting them and encouraging them to work through and cope with their PTSD experiences. Many of her subjects were and are referred to her by physicians and psychologists who believe Yvonne's expertise can benefit their patients. Observing that many of her subjects were describing a pattern of alien abduction and other close encounter experiences, in 1991, Yvonne founded CERO, Close Encounter Research Organization, later renamed Close Encounter Resource Organization, which provides personal attention and remains active and maintains active monthly support group meetings by which Yvonne is able to remain close and supportive. At CERO meetings, PTSD subjects may share their thoughts and feelings about unusual experiences. CERO gained national and international recognition since its founding, and Yvonne and CERO have been favorably mentioned in many books. And I want to just mention that they celebrated their 20th year in January 2012 with a private presentation of Fire in the Sky with author Travis Walton. So I was really fortunate we can turn your camera on, Yvonne, but I was really fortunate to meet Yvonne several years ago and had 2 regressions with her that still are astounding to me. Yvonne, okay, we need your microphone off now, on.
Okay,
Perfect.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for inviting me here, Joan, and Neil as well. I'm very happy to be here. I've only done a presentation on remotely. This will be my second time. I did just return from Denver speaking in front of a live audience, which has been wonderful since we were all on lockdown from COVID. So it was nice to see everybody in person. So I know I'm on now, and when I'm ready, how do I bring on my presentation?
Perfect. So look at the bottom of your screen and see how it says share screen.
Okay.
So you're going to click on share screen.
Okay.
And then it should take you you should be able to see your presentation if you have it open like we talked about.
Yeah, I have. Well, I'll open it now. And it's behind Okay.
Well, click it open.
Okay, just did.
And now we see you and your presentation.
Oh, yay, yay, yay. Okay.
And if you want, you can go to the top and, click play from the start.
Yeah, this is my first slide.
You're doing great.
Okay. So
we'll take it this way.
Let me know when I can start, Joan, and then let me know when my time is up. You'll break in to let me know?
Yes, we will break in to let you know.
Okay. So I can go ahead and start?
Yes, please. We are eagerly awaiting your research.
Thank you, everybody. Although I can't see anybody, thank you so much for being here, spending time with me. And again, thank you, Neil. Love you. Thank you, Joan. I've known both of them for many years. My presentation, I know I have a limited time today, but I'm going to cover the family connection of abductions, as well as the urgency that abductees and experiencers have been sharing with me the last several years. In fact, I heard it so much that I devoted the second half of my chosen book to talk about the urgency that everyone is feeling. And as of now, as of today, the experiencers are feeling that it is accelerating. So Joan mentioned that we celebrated 20 years back when we invited Travis and Steve Pierce and John Goulet to be our speakers for Zero International. But this year, we're really celebrating milestones. I've been doing my work in the UFO field for 31 years this year. And Zero, as Joan mentioned, is celebrating 30 years in existence. So we're very, very proud of that. And currently, Zero members and myself, we are working on the 30th anniversary book. As soon as it is going to be released, I will put it out on my website and my social media pages. We're going to be we're working real hard on this, hoping to get it out in December. So just wanted to make an announcement about that. Okay. Now, many of you, I'm probably speaking to a very sophisticated audience who is very familiar about abductions and contact, but these abduction experiences usually begin in very early childhood. As you can see here, we have the grays surrounding a baby in a crib. And many of my clients remember being surrounded or seeing strange creatures as far back as when they were in a crib. The artwork you will see is from Steve Neal, who's worked with me for the last 31 years. He does special effects, and he's done terrific artwork in the special effects in the film industry. So he did this for me. So this is a compilation of many of the cases that describe way back in childhood. This drawing is from an actual abductee experiencer, and I use these terms, abductee experiencer, interchangeably, because some people feel they've been abducted, they're an abductee. Others feel that they're an experiencer, that they agree to this. And so I want to include everybody when I'm talking about this experience. And it is a process. I don't know if I'll be able to get into all that today, but one of my clients remembers sharing a room with her sister, and she remembers many times a little gray alien being looking at her sister in the crib. So after we did a regression about this, she sent me this drawing. And here's another one that she drew of her other sister. I believe there were 3 girls. 3 beings surrounding the bed. As we probably all know, many times they come in threes coming into your home or your room. They come in 3 ships many times, and we get a lot of triangle marks on the body, which I will show in this presentation. Now, this still is taken from Steve Neal's film that he directed and produced about his own experiences as a child, as a very young boy. And here's in the film, he described, and we did many regression sessions way back in the early 90s, where he remembers a blue-white light shining through his room, and it frightened him, of course, because the child doesn't know what's happening. And sometimes it is very frightening from a child's point of view. Now, he did a film about this called But Something Is There. I know I won't have time to show it at the end of my presentation, but I hope at some point I will be able to show you all the film. It was very well done, and Whitley Strieber is the host and narrator. Another clip from his film where he described seeing the tall being in his room, and as you can see, many times the light is described as blue-white coming through. So this is from his personal experiences. When he first made the film, he went according to the name of Mark before he wanted to go public. Excuse me, allergies. But he decided, you know, it's time. Like many people these days, including myself, it's time to come forward and talk about the truth. Okay, so the next, here's the next clip. And again, this could be any of my cases, any of the cases in the abduction experience. He remembers the tall, spindly being. Now, my own son, my own young son used to tell me when he was about 5 years old that a tall spider would stand in the corner of his room and talk to him. Many, many nights he would come in my room and tell me this. So as you can see, child's point of view, tall, spindly, long fingers. And as I mentioned, this could be any case. Some of you may have already seen Terry Lovelace lecture or has been on a few television interviews. He's part of my group Zero, and we're going to be getting together soon to do some of his hypnosis on this extremely fascinating case that happened to him. This is his book. This is the first book that came out about the incident at Devil's Den. You can find it on Amazon, and he gave me permission to share his story. This is what he said. I am a 64-year-old lawyer and former assistant attorney general. In 2012, a routine x-ray of my leg found an anomalous bit of metal the size of a fingernail with two tiny wires attached. What followed were horrific nightmares, spontaneous recall, and intrusive thoughts surrounding a 1977 camping trip I took with a friend to Devil's Den State Park in northern Arkansas. My friend and I were on a 2-day camping trip. Rather than stay in the campground, we chose to drive deep into an isolated area and set up our camp on a high plateau that offered a scenic view of the wilderness. Late in the evening of our first night in camp, a group of 3 very bright stars in the western sky caught our attention. Remember the 3 that I had mentioned. Arranged in a triangle configuration, we speculated as to what it could be. The area inside the triangle was black, darker than the night sky. It was huge. It descended until it was about 30 feet over the floor of the meadow. It sat motionless. What followed was a horrific abduction experience. We both suffered badly from bruise and dehydration and were hospitalized for 2 nights. I was interviewed by special agents from the U.S. Air Force Security Police's OSI, or Office of Special Investigations. The events of 2012 opened a door to memories about the abduction experience I had long forgotten and had no desire to even remember. In 2016 and in poor health, I decided it was the right time to disclose everything we experienced. The piece of metal in my leg was the genesis of this story. There is so much more that happened. I wanted to, Terry gave me permission to share his family experience. Remember, I said this is the family connection that I'm talking about. I tell people it's a family affair. The next book that I'm working on is about the family connection. Now, this is little Terry right there in front, his mom standing behind him, and his 2 older sisters on both sides of his mom. Excuse me. I was able to interview his sister. Unfortunately, she passed away, but it was really an honor to have spoken to her because she said she trusted me. She said, I am the sister of Terry Joseph Lovelace. I'm 76 years old and I live with my husband in St. Louis, Missouri. We grew up in South St. Louis City from 1959 through 1969. We lived in a house on Pennsylvania Avenue with our mom, dad, and older sister. When Terry was about 5 years old until he was 10 or 11, there were bright lights that shined through his front-facing window. There were yellow and white lights that shined through the windows and lit up the whole second floor. Terry kept his door closed, and my sister and I kept our bedroom door closed too. Even with the doors closed, the lights were so bright, they shined underneath his door, and we could see it under our door where there was about half-inch crack. Sometimes we heard Terry screaming. And it goes on, and this is taken from her, the interview that I recorded, and I transcribed what she said. We never got up to check on him. We never even talked about it between us, and we never talked about it in front of our mom and dad. Sometimes I got up in the middle of the night and Terry's door was wide open and he wasn't in there, and he wasn't in the bathroom either. That happened 4 or 5 times. Sometimes all of us would get up so tired in the morning, it was like we didn't even sleep. I was sent home from school for sleeping in class a few times. Terry had nightmares too and said there were, quote, monkeys, unquote, in his room. We never saw any monkeys, but we saw shadows. We heard strange noises all night too. I hated that house. When I was 16, I was walking to school with a girlfriend and we saw a little man in a tree. It was a big oak tree in the park. We passed it on our way to school. It was crazy. He talked to us, but it wasn't English. We were half hour late getting to school. We never told anyone. We never talked about it between us ever. I had nightmares about the little man, but I didn't remember them. I knew they just scared me. So here is, if you can see on Terry's leg, there is he said it was about a fingernail size square. This is still in his leg, and there are 2 wires going up from this little square object. And I will read you what it said, what he told me about this. And I'll, okay, I'm going to let you look at that for a few minutes. On October 22nd, 2012, I fell because my right leg couldn't support my weight. While at the VA ER, the tech who x-rayed my leg was confused and asked if I'd suffered a shrapnel wound. I told her no. She called for the radiologist who looked at the x-rays and arrogantly said, "It'll be right here," pointing to my lower thigh. I asked, "What?" He said, "The scar. You have to have a scar where it breached the integrity of your skin." I told him there was no scar. He insisted on examining my leg. I asked him, "How often do you see a foreign object under the skin without a corresponding scar?" He said, "Never in 23 years. I have never seen it before." As for the floret pattern below my leg, and I will switch to that slide. Okay, this is the floret pattern he is talking about in his leg. As for the floret pattern below my knee, all he would say was that the symmetry was interesting and the objects are the density of bone tissue, but bone doesn't sprout in the middle of muscle tissue. So I think not. Yes, he argued with the radiologist and said he didn't know how it got into his leg. This is so many cases like this where there's an object inside the person's body and no corresponding scar. I shared this for the first time on a show the other day, that I have an object that moves around near my kneecap. I don't have a scar, nothing, there's no scar around it. It moves around, I'm touching it now. I don't know how I got it. And Dr. Roger Lear, late Dr. Roger Lear, my dear friend, he examined my knee. He said he had another case of a flight attendant who had the same type of object. It's perfectly round, and it also was in the same place on her knee. His colleague took an x-ray of it. Nothing came out. These objects don't always come out on x-rays or MRIs, but the doctor had told me it's not a cyst, it's not attached to anything. So he felt it was something foreign. So the other day on the show, that was the first time I had shared about myself. Like I said, it's time to come forward. Another case, the case of John and Jessie Long. I talk about this case in my book, Chosen. These brothers grew up in Tennessee. They both live there now. Jessie was out here, and I'm in Southern California. He was working in the film industry, but decided to move back as his parents became older and needed more help. But this is, they were growing up, they're 4 and 5 years old, playing in the backyard in their parents' house. Their conscious memory was the same. They were in their sandbox. They both looked up. There was a hill behind the parents' house. Something caught their eye. They both said there was a man standing there. He had, one said, interesting, one said he had an axe. The other one said he had a hatchet. Pretty much the same thing, but they consciously the same thing. Jesse remembers taking his brother John's hand. They walked up the hill, and once they walked up the hill, the man raised that, whatever it was in his hand, hatchet, axe, and started pointing it to the boys, and their conscious memory stops there. Coming away from that experience, and this case is there's so much detail. I don't know if it'll make sense while I'm trying to explain it now, but there's so much detail about this case. Back in the 90s, the show Encounters, you probably remember that show, did an excellent segment on it. They flew me to Tennessee. I had flown with Jesse to do hypnosis with his brother. His brother decided to find out if anything happened to them. So after 30 some odd years, he decided to have hypnosis. I was working with Jesse. He never divulged anything about his cases to John because he honestly wanted to know. He said, Yvonne, I want to know if this is real. So you'll see there's Jesse, and there's an arrow pointing to his left shin. He came away from that experience with an object in his leg that he kept in there for over 30 years. He said it would bother him, as you could see his little socks were folded down. He said if the socks came up and touched that object, because it was right under his skin, it would irritate him and hurt him. So he would keep his socks rolled down. And he said he remembers when his mother would bathe him, he tried to cover that part of his leg. He said, for some reason, I felt ashamed of it and I didn't want her to see it. So back in the late 80s, we had a doctor remove, well, he volunteered to remove it. He was a surgeon, board certified surgeon. This is before Dr. Roger Lear came on board. This doctor wanted to remain anonymous, but as you could see, the object right under the skin, it's like a little tiny object right under the skin on the X-ray. When it was removed, this is what it looked like. It looked like a shard, a piece of glass, but we had it analyzed, and under the spectroscope, it looked like it took on a honeycomb shape, which was interesting. And thanks to Whitley Strieber, we were able to send it to the Southwest Research Institute Materials and Structures Division. That was in New Mexico. And here's with the analysis from the scientist Bill Mello, who unfortunately passed away since then, but he states July 1st, 1996, the results of our various analysis of Jesse's implant have raised many intriguing questions and provoked equally intriguing speculations. I was astonished by the levels of calcium, phosphorus, and most surprising, sulfur in this specimen. No known glass or transparent ceramic was available in the 50s with 6% phosphorus, 22% calcium, and certainly not with sulfur at any measurable level, let alone 24.42%. The scientists also discovered that the object emitted radio waves. So very, very interesting. There needs to be further analysis of the object, but Jesse said it would have to be completely destroyed, and he's not ready to have that done yet. He may not ever be ready. He still has a portion of it. Okay, another example that I wanted to share about the family connection, Erin Riley Montgomery case. I met Erin when I was lecturing in Roswell about 5 years ago. And she came to me for sessions while I was there. She is now a member of CIRO, and she has written her own book about her experiences. And she, of course, she's giving me permission to share all of this with you. The DNA trail, she writes, some people believe the beings are monitoring bloodlines, watching DNA patterns over the generations, but for what purpose? My grandfather had UFO experiences. One story I was told is that he was walking home from courting my grandmother in the middle of nowhere, Texas, before streetlights existed in that area and sporting a good case of tonsillitis. He said a huge light from above shone down upon him. He looked up but couldn't see the source. He ran all the way home, the light keeping pace with him, and even peeked through his bedroom window as he dashed into the house, into his room, and dove under the covers. He said he eventually went to sleep and in the morning discovered that he was miraculously cured of his tonsillitis when he was so sick. Now we think a lot of us know that these beings do healings on particular people. We don't know why they choose a particular people, but they do that. So it sounds like her grandfather many years ago, this is what happened to him. And there's a picture of Erin's father there in the forefront and her grandpa in the back. Her father was also involved with it, with the phenomenon. And there's little Erin with her papa. And here she shares, on my father's side, my father has had multiple UFO sightings and has suffered from depression and other issues most of his adult life. That makes me wonder if he has had contact. My brother, all of my cousins from that side of the family have had paranormal, psychic, and UFO sightings and contact to varying degrees. I seem to be the most vocal, but this isn't something most people want to talk about. My children and my cousins' children also seem to be touched with psychic gifts. I know both of my children have been contacted. Erin has 2 daughters. One of them said, "Thanks for putting me back in bed, Mom," my daughter told me a couple of years ago. She has also fallen into the harvesting cycle, being very late with pregnancy symptoms like me and so many others I know. And here's Erin with her husband, Scott. And I'll talk about Scott's family. And this is from Erin, who says, "Is this normal? I was pregnant, but I am not any longer. I was in a dream state in a hospital room all by myself. I didn't know how I got there. I didn't realize I was pregnant until I felt labor pains. I climbed into a large sink or tub that was very familiar to me. I noted in the dream state, oh, I remember this from before. I delivered a bouncing baby boy. Oddly enough, my husband also had a dream that night that we had a son and we were sad because he was leaving. In the dream, the boy was in some sort of incubator tank full of liquid. I don't think it a coincidence. We both dreamed about a son at the same time. This isn't the first time a baby has been taken from me, and I doubt it will be the last. Hundreds and hundreds of cases I have of pregnancies and extraction of fetuses after about 3 months of the pregnancy. Steve Neal drew this for me. This is a compilation of many, many cases that I've had of the beings presenting these tiny little babies to be right here, a woman, but they are presented to men and women alike. Erin mentions the tank full of liquid. This is from Steve's film. I have drawings too, but again, compilation of hundreds and hundreds of cases of men and women describing this, being shown these tiny little babies floating in liquid. Okay, so with Erin writes about the fetal extraction. I woke up during a fetus extraction only to see humans overseeing the operation. I've had countless dreams of giving birth, but most of the babies are so small, much smaller than my palm, which connotes an underdeveloped fetus leaving the womb too soon. I have memories of being on a ship and being introduced to my children, and I know their names. Nathan is tall and thin, large black eyes, odd-shaped head, bald, but has a typical human flesh tone I would recognize in my family. Nicolette was shown to me as a tiny toddler, head so big it looked like she could barely support it, wispy blonde hair, and bigger than big blue eyes. John was an infant when I met him. He was loving and clingy, otherwise human looking aside from his eyes. With each child, I felt a connection and a serious disconnect. I knew I was their mother immediately, and yet felt so removed from them that I didn't know how to interact. Sometimes these regressions are very, very sad. It's very, very emotional for everybody. We talk about the hybrids. I know many people, and some of you sitting out there listening tonight, have probably felt that they have encountered a hybrid here on Earth. And I know some people feel that they are hybrids themselves. But this was a friend of mine went to a film opening, and she met this young gentleman. She said at first she thought he may be homeless. He was very, very thin. And then he started speaking to her, and it wasn't until he started communicating with her, she felt there was something different about him. And what I shared in my Denver lecture, that we probably have encountered hybrids at a lot of our conferences. If we walked down the street and they walked by, we probably wouldn't even recognize them or even think anything of it. But people have told me it's not until you talk to them, and it's their manner of speaking, it's the way they look at you. It's almost as if they're looking through you. They can read your thoughts. So she had quite an encounter with him, and she thought he didn't have a car, that he was just by himself, but he did drive a car. And she said the encounter with him was so strange and different that she was convinced that he was a hybrid. So she drew this picture and sent it to me. So talking
this is
about
the best.
Is that okay? Is this is my time up?
Your time is almost up, so we can wrap up. I want you to let people know how they can find you, and then and your thoughts about why are they hybridizing us, if you have a thought about that.
Gosh, Joan, I'm just asked that $1 million question all the time. I know that after 31 years of doing this, I feel that the hybridization program is definitely central to this. They are creating these hybrids. They're sending them down here. Now, my colleague, I know Dr. David Jacobs feels in his book, Walking Among Us, that they're down here to basically take us over. I'm not there. I feel that the materials they need from us, our DNA, they take our blood, they take our skin samples, they need what we have. They need our emotions. They bring people onto the ship to meet their hybrid babies and children at different stages of growth, because they're not capable, at least not the grays that I've been dealing with, of bonding with these children for them to actually survive, and they need for them to survive. So what the end game is with this, Joan, we still don't know. I keep asking them, can you please just tell me what you're doing? Because I'm working with thousands of people. I haven't received any messages yet, but I keep trying. And of course I will tell everybody, but people can go to my website very quickly. I am putting together in June a training weekend for therapists who want to incorporate abduction cases in their practice. I did my first one last October. It was very successful. Most of them flew in. This one will be held the first weekend of June. You can go to my website, hypnotherapist.yvonnesmith.com, for all of the detailed information. I'm doing this because I feel an urgency that people need to be trained to do this work, because so many things are happening now. I think we're very close to, dare I say, disclosure, but I feel we don't wait for the government to do this. It's going to be the experiencers to drive this. And once this happens, we're going to need people trained. So for those therapists out there listening, if you'd like to do this work, please go to my website. I hope you can join me in June. And again, Neil and Joan and hi, how are you?
Hey, Yvonne, I have just a question for you. Sure. Because did you see the latest release of the documents? If Neil, just let me share screen here because I want to just bring up those documents that.
Good to see you, Alan.
Good to see you. The Pentagon release. Let me see. Where is that? Is this it? Did you see the fifth? No, that's not it. That's your thing. Anyway, there were 1,500 pages, and the government came out with a lot of negative. Symptoms of contact, and it was just negative. What do you think of that?
I mean, I think they're gonna take that. Anytime this is, with disclosure things coming out, they're going to take a more negative take on it. They control by fear, but people do have headaches when they come close. People do suffer from physical symptoms after they've had an encounter. I've experienced that too. And it's not that, we're not used to being on their ship. We're not used to being in their environment, maybe. And then with the different procedures that they do, who knows?
This is it. Do you see it on your screen? Hair loss, fever, nosebleed.
Yes, have witnesses of radiation burns, brain problems.
Right. This is from the Pentagon who released this. So these are just... Yeah, tell me.
People have had radiation burns. I mean, that in the past cases, like the Cash Landrum case, that was a terrible case of radiation burns and poisoning. But yes, okay, I'm seeing the nosebleeds. Many children, my young son had terrible nosebleeds, and even as adults, some people have the nosebleeds. That's probably because they've been implanted within the nasal cavity. But this is not to say that the beings are evil. I've never gotten that they're evil.
I agree with you. I think they're not evil. I think that is a kind of a breakthrough, and most people who have contact, including myself, have gone on to feel more evolved, more awake, and more open.
Absolutely. Yes, and people have told me once they go through the process of the regressions, they come into the support group meetings and meet other people. That is so healing. They tell me, I am telling you, 98% have said, I don't regret going through this. Yes, I was frightened, I was traumatized, but I'm glad to have this experience because it's opened the person up. It's opened us up spiritually. And I'm not the same person I was 31 years ago when I started with this practice. And I'm grateful that those of us here, we know that there's something more than what we're seeing out there. I mean, there's something more, and it really can be glorious. But I never had the impression that they were evil. But
I agree.
They have their agenda. They're carrying it out. I'm hoping that they tell me why before I leave this earth. But thank you so much. I've had such a pleasure presenting today, Neil. And
Yvonne, can you stick around for like 5-10 more minutes for a couple more questions?
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right, cool. Because I'm curious about the unaccounted for pregnancies that they said in there. Did you come across any of those individuals in your support groups and people you worked with? And what do you think about that?
Oh, always. I mean, that is so common. And it's very difficult to prove anything that it's an alien implantation, because the woman will, she'll feel pregnant, she'll look pregnant, her breasts are sore. I mean, the whole 9 yards. And then after about 3 months, she's bleeding. She goes to the doctor. The fetus is no longer there. And the doctors basically will say, your body absorbed it. It was a spontaneous, abortion, like miscarriage. I mean, they're never going to note that it's, the aliens took it. So it's difficult to get that kind of documentation, unfortunately. But the women know and I know because we've gone through regression, and they go through that whole scenario when they're implanted. And believe me, it is so traumatic. When I first started in the early 90s, I had to keep from crying with the women that I had in regression because it was so emotional. And those of us who have children, we know how we bond with our children and how it's when they take the baby away from them and they tell them, that you can't take it. The baby's not going to live down where you are. That's it's very traumatic and very sad. So this does happen is science fiction as it sounds. 20 years ago, I felt, oh my God, people are going to think I'm crazy. I don't care now. I know what I know, 31 years under my belt. This is happening. The phenomenon's real. And these hybrids are happening. I mean, and abduction is alive and well today. I mean, people are still having experiences.
Right. So every time you talk, I just have like 10 more questions, So we'll try to do this rapid fire maybe. But okay, so there are some ufologists out there that believe that these are EBEs, meaning extraterrestrial biological entities that are military or government or some deep state kind of abduction rather than actual real, interdimensional extraterrestrial life. From your experience, are most of these beings gray ETs that could actually be some sort of EBE, or are they experiencing like mantis beings, other types of beings that are beyond, what we've been told military and the DoD could have created? That makes sense.
The beings that I'm coming across, that I've come across for 31 years, are the small grays that do the abducting. They take the person from their environment. They go onto the ship, and they're meeting taller grays. They look like the little ones, but they're, there's a chain of command on the ship. Sometimes the taller grays have a very, and I didn't get a chance to show, but a jumpsuit, very tight fitting jumpsuit. Sometimes it's blue. Sometimes they wear a cape. There's also always the praying mantis is there. Always. He seems to be, and it's always a he, seems to be in charge. There's the human looking ones, we used to call them the Nordics back in the day. I think those are the hybrids that way back, Travis Walton, ran across them. They escorted him out of the ship. I have 2 drawings on that I didn't get to show from 2 people that still don't know each other. There's also the white beings, the tall white beings. And, there are the MILABs, military abductions. People have experienced them. But I don't have that much faith and confidence in any government to perform these kinds of, this kind of contact where they're taking people, bringing them back, they wipe out their memory all over the world. How is our government going to do this all over the world? This is a worldwide phenomenon. So, I feel that these are whatever, interdimensional, extraterrestrial, maybe all of the above. They're able to zip in and out of here. They appear in someone's house. I mean, I had an experience with that when my boys were little. I saw them in my room. So, but I do. I mean, the people that have had military abductions and have been very rough abductions, I do believe that this happens because, right. Why wouldn't that faction of the government want to know what the abductees' experiences are being told when they're with them, are being shown when they're in the ship? Right. It makes sense.
What about screen memories? Do you have any research on screen memories where they see certain ETs? Or I've heard a few people that have had experiences of actually having sex with different ETs and then realizing later through regressions that there were screen memories and something else was occurring, something like that. You know?
Oh yeah, it's like they present a beautiful being, and to arouse them, and this is all part of the hybridization to get them to mate. But even in the middle of the act, they'll look at the being that's with them, and it's no longer this gorgeous man or gorgeous woman. It's an alien being, and it's, of course, in the middle of it, they're terrified and they feel angry because these beings can be very deceptive. Yeah. They can deceive, and they do it all the time.
Hey, Yvonne, do you think the abductions are still happening to the same degree that they were happening in the 80s and 90s? Because it seems like they've sort of stopped for a lot of people, including myself.
Yeah, no, like I said, abductions are alive and well today, because I'm getting people coming to me. I get 1 to 3 new people every week.
Wow.
They do slow down as those of us that are getting older. I'm going to be 70 this year. I can't hide my age. It's only a number though, but it does slow down as we get older. But because once you're in their program, I tell people, because people in their 80s, they'll go, what do they want with me now? They will have a job for us to do. I have elderly people being taken up to be in the nurseries, to take care of the children. They will have something for them to do. So we are, we'll be in this program for the rest of our life. Kind of like being in the mafia, but not so not so violent.
We have a few more questions here. Go ahead.
We do. And I have a question about this before we read these others. I mean, the truth is they don't get our permission to do this. And yes, we get energetic upgrades and healings. And of course, we have trauma, but we can get our intuitive psychic gifts. But, it is true. They don't ask our permission. And I realize as you're talking, there are millions and millions of hybrids on our planet that are living undercover. And it is very, very interesting. Just as a commentary on it.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, and I think we're going to be coming across them more and more.
Oh, dude,
and you can tell now they look hybrid. They just look hybrid.
I think it's when you talk to them, when you're actually looking at them, there's something very different.
Dr. Victor, Michelle, do you have your hands up because you want to ask a question?
Michelle, I defer to Michelle. She had her hand up first.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Michelle, hi.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. I haven't seen you in forever, it feels like.
I know. Good to see you. You're beautiful as ever.
Same here, and same to you. I really enjoyed your sharing, and it was bringing back a lot of memories. And one of those memories was when I was at Contact in the Desert in your presentation and started bawling my eyes out.
I remember. It touched my heart.
Yeah,
I remember.
It sparked a lot of memories and a lot of things going off. I wanted to tell a story about a friend who I can't say her name.
Sure.
I don't know if she's writing a book or what she's doing, but she told me years ago when I met her, I cried when I met her, and we just hugged each other and our souls remembered each other. And this was in Sedona many years ago. And she told me that she could not get pregnant. I think her uterus had been removed, and that she became pregnant, and she went through the pregnancy. She got the big belly. She felt all the symptoms of pregnancy, even without having a uterus. And she went into labor, felt the labor, felt twins. I guess she delivered twins. She didn't see them. And she said after that experience, she had no children to show for this pregnancy. And she told me that a woman came and knocked at her door and told her her twins were okay. And she goes, oh my gosh, Michelle, the woman looked like you. And she said, I remember that happening, this woman saying they're okay. And then years later, she was in Peru, in Machu Picchu, and a little Peruvian boy came up to her and said, I have a message for you from your children, and they wanted you to know they're okay.
Oh my gosh.
Now it gets better. I'm trying not to do this using names.
No.
Okay, so she tells me, I said, do you remember that little boy? And she said, yes. And she told me his name, and his name was a friend of mine. He has a unique name. He lives in Peru.
Oh.
At the date that she told me, he told her this, he was the age that she said he was. I showed her a picture of him and she said, yes, that's him. He's older now. He's, a mature adult now, but he just tapped her on the shoulder and said, I have a message for you. Your children are okay. Now, she said these children had to do with Archangel Michael. So there's a lot that goes on. There's a lot of people that speak about this. I know Bridget Nielsen speaks a lot about this as well. And I've had my own experiences where I've had, some interesting anomalies, I guess you could say. I haven't been regressed, so I don't really know all of that. But I do want to say that all of my experiences have been very benevolent, positive, loving. I haven't felt any of, I know there's, different sides of the equation, but so I felt that I wanted to share that to validate really what you're sharing. This is real.
Yes.
I also wanted to share two more things. One is, have you met Robert Fullington?
Robert Fullington?
Fullington, yeah.
No, I haven't.
Neil, have you met him?
No.
Okay, so I met him at a Cynthia Crawford event when I think I was at the very first Contact in the Desert, and I snuck away to go be with Cynthia Crawford when she was still alive.
Oh, I miss her.
I miss her terribly. And she had this event, and she had a man named Robert Fullington there who has had several mantis experiences, and he talks about his mantis experiences. And when he talks, he kind of talks like this, and his fingers can go all the way back like this, and it's almost like he morphs into a mantis being when he talks. It's pretty interesting. And Neil, when I've talked with you, I've said I just sense the mantis beings around you a lot when I talk with you, and I experience them as very benevolent, very smart, mathematically inclined, musically inclined, very scientific though, and that's just my experience. I of course don't see them with my eyes, and I've probably put that out there and said I think you'd scare me because I'm kind of afraid of insects and stuff like that. So I think I put it out there like, okay,
That's so cute.
If you want to show up in my heart rather than in my vision, because I've been kind of clear about that. So that was another thing I did want to share about Robert Fullington, and I think he would be a good person to have on Portal to Ascension. And the third thing I wanted to share is just many of us are feeling this ramp up with disclosure through the government, and feeling that there might be some intentional deceptions. So this is the time for all of us to really use our discernment as a muscle, exercising discernment with what's coming out in the media versus what we're actually feeling. And I think it's a good forum here with all the people that are here that have been experiencing this for many years, that if people have questions about what may be coming out in the media or what the government releases, that we have another, maybe a round table when those types of things come out, so that we can make sure that we're all together, sharing what we're feeling or what we're getting.
I wish I had a chance to, I was going to cover the urgency, but I knew I had a very limited time. But I think everyone's feeling like that it's been accelerating, and what's happening in the world. So I just wanted to put out, I just said this the other day on a show. I think it's important for all of us to put out our love to the entire world. It sounds so simplistic, But what if the beings have been telling people, at least I know for the last 31 years, we have to take care of our planet. We have to send love to each other, just love each other. Like, and, you know, imagine a chain of love, creating a chain of love around the earth, especially now. We have to be the bridge. These are the messages that I've been getting from experiencers and the beings. We have to be the bridge, and we have to just, because we can change things. Mm-hmm. We can change things. We're very strong.
We're co-creating right now as we go. And I'm getting those messages and have been. That's why we go out on the ocean. The water is a conductor of energy. It has memory. So it has the original keys and codes to peace on earth stored in the memory of the water. So we're going out on Friday, on April 22nd. We'll be out on the Pacific Ocean out of Dana Point. We have a boat going out with about 55 people. Joan's been on it before. And the message from the dolphins, you know, is when you come across, when you see dolphins, I've never met anybody that says, oh, there's a dolphin. So nobody does that. Everybody gets so excited that you could actually tangibly feel our hearts opening. And that's the key, is when we can get into that open-hearted state and make the intention that we are sharing that, just like you said, Yvonne, that we're not keeping our heart closed. And when it opens, it's not just for us. It's for us to share that energy with all life in every realm and dimension. And that is the message that comes through a lot for us as well.
And we can do this, and we need to keep doing it. And I want to come out on the boat with you at some point. I think I told you that years ago.
Yeah, I'll send you that. I think we have a couple tickets left if you want to come this Friday. It's at 2:30, and I'll text you.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's a great boat ride. The energy is so upbeat. Of course, the dolphins have to come around. It's a party time for them. Yeah. I see Reverend Dr. Victor has a question. Is that for?
Yeah. I think Yvonne? At this point, after that lovely sharing that you just had, I'm going to table my question. Yvonne, lovely meeting you, and perhaps we can chat another time.
Oh, thank you so much. Lovely meeting you. I hope to see everybody soon.
Keep up the great work, Yvonne. You're doing what Bud would have done, and John Mack, and all those people that were so important in this movement. You're continuing it.
I do have one more question, Yvonne. I'm sorry. It's just because this needs to, I really love to just like incorporate everybody's opinions and their perspectives on this abduction, and really just like ask the questions rather than ignore them. And the question that a lot of people have is, why traumatize us if they're not evil? That's what a lot of people say, right? And I know I have my opinion on it based on like being in this for 20 years. For example, unaccounted for pregnancies, women losing their children, all the emotion that comes with it.
I would say, Neil, they don't understand emotion. That's my.
Oh no, I understand that. I just want to ask her from her research, you know.
Yeah.
But like, and I'm just saying it now because I know that you can answer it too, because we do have some comments asking that in the group.
And I've heard that before, many times before, Neil. You know, they don't know. I think they're really not aware when they come into our homes and they interact with children, and many times they know how to interact with children, like they did my son, but he was 5 years old. You know, he'd come in my room and sleep on the floor. The trauma is not intentional. And I know that's hard to understand, but because we didn't grow up reading about this in school. Especially, I went to Catholic school. You're not going to read about this in Catholic school. We didn't grow up talking about this around the dinner table. There weren't really any books back then. I mean, I was born in 52. So, it's hard to explain. And even though I've seen the trauma, I've experienced the trauma with each person I've worked with in regression. Believe me, I've had to hold people down, 6'5" men, telling them to listen to my voice. They wanted to jump up off the couch. Because they reverted back to being 10 years old. It's not intentional. It's just they're carrying out their agenda, and they're doing what they're doing, and we as humans are reacting that way. I mean, we're actually being kidnapped from our homes or from our cars, and being put through these examinations and coming back with terrible, strange marks on the body, scars, bloody noses, blood on the pillow, blood on the sheets. It runs the gamut. And I know it's hard to explain this to somebody. But even though I've seen the trauma with people, once we go through the process of the regressions, the fear dissipates, they become, they realize, okay, I had this experience, I'm having this experience, but I'm okay. They didn't really intentionally hurt me. I've been brought back. And now they can meet other people. And believe me, that helps when they're meeting other people. And the person on the other side of the room is saying the same thing. And, they turn to me and say, how does he know what's in my head? That type of thing. So it's so complicated to explain, but if, anybody out there listening, please, you could contact me, you could email me. My contact information is on the website. You would be very welcome to come to my support group meetings. We're now having them in person again after COVID, and I'm doing Zoom support group meetings for people out of state, out of California. So, because I know how much it helps and how valuable they are.
Wow, thank you so much.
Yvonne, this has been amazing to have you on here. I've missed you.
I missed you too, and everybody.
Yeah.
Just so happy to have you back, and this is very valuable information.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Yvonne. I wanted you on PortalToAscension for many years, so I'm glad you finally are here at one of our events.
I know, yay! And if are you still having your conference in October?
Yeah, we still are. Oh,
no,
I'm sorry.
Next
April.
October.
It's been shifted. The date's been shifted to April of 2023.
It's been shifted. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll reach out to you about it.
Yeah, let me know. Give me the information, because it's just people have all these questions, and I just feel like I need to be there to answer them. So whether it's on remotely or in person, but I love the in-person ones. I miss interacting with the audience, but this is wonderful. Same. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful evening and a blessed Passover and Easter weekend.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Thank you so much for coming, and even next year. So we're good. We're going to get to see more of Yvonne Smith in the next year too.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Love you.
We like that. We like that.
Love you, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Wow.
Neil, I have to go too, but I'll see everyone tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thanks. It was a great day.
Brother.
That's a great way to end.
It was so good to see you, Alan.
I've been doing 3 conferences in one day. It's hard to be multidimensional. It's Saturday Night Alive, and I'm doing the Easter conference. But what are you going to do?
Amazing.
You
are
thrive with it.
multidimensional.
Multidimensional is the way to go.
I love it.
Multidimensional tasker.
I have to give a big talk now in front of 200 people at the Easter conference.
All right, go for it.
Thanks, everyone. Michelle, I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, I love
See you tomorrow.
Thanks. Bye. Thanks, Victor. Everyone.
Neil, can we show my event?
Yeah, and you know what? Your volume's a little low, so maybe you can set that up a bit.
I got to rip this thing off soon. I can't bear it. Okay. So the event is your intuitive ninja. Oh, there it is. Neil's going to show it. Are you showing it? Yes. How to use the intuitive gifts you were born with, your skills, becoming a superpower. Using, I did a great presentation, I think, on how we were born with these skills. And now we need to use them and learn how to trust them. I mean, just to trust your gut and your intuition takes practice. And I think it was Michelle who mentioned discernment. And I have a whole discernment section where I teach you how you can discern even in the midst of the fire. Okay. Like just instantly. So it's on Monday.
That's going to be on Monday, and the post-conference workshop. That's what we're doing for our free conferences, integration workshop. After all this energy, you want to have more of an intimate setting with a group of people where we have this event, and we really do implement these tools. We utilize the tools that we have at our disposal to really integrate everything that we're uncovering and peeling back during these 3 days. So you can check that out, PortalToAscension.org under online events. All right, so we're going to close out for the day, guys, in a few minutes here, but just want to say, just in case you did not see earlier, that Laura Eisenhower is not able to make it today because she's having a windstorm where she's at, internet's out. So we're going to hopefully have her on another time. What I want to do is I want to show you what is going on tomorrow. And then I think if you guys want to stick around, I can give you a few different events that I have and we can play it. And you can stick around, and we can have like a presentation, something that you can choose from. So we'll test the waters in a few moments here when we get to that. But I definitely want to, let's get Michelle on. I want to hear from Dr. Victor too. What are you guys feeling? Go ahead, Michelle.
Can we talk about Disclosure Fest?
Yeah, please do.
Really quick. I tend to get so caught up listening to what everyone's doing, and I'm so excited for everyone that I forget to do my little part about what we're doing with the Disclosure Fest Mass Meditation Initiative. Is happening in person live at Los Angeles State Historic Park. 16 stages on 32 acres, Saturday, June 18th. It's just a one-day event. We have Trevor Hall as our musical headliner with Desert Dwellers and Prangi and DJ Drez and Satsang, Gone Beyond. There's just so many. There's too many to count. But our workshops, we have Jimmy Church and Billy Carson and Robert Edward Grant and Adam Apollo, Lori Spagna, Laura Eisenhower, so many more. I feel horrible if I miss them, but there's so many more. And Neil, you're on the poster, but it looks like Alan is going to take your spot. It sounds like.
Exactly.
So I just wanted to share that it's a yoga vegan festival. We have our indigenous stage, the Star Ancestor Space. It is so high vibe, and it's exactly what Yvonne's talking about with sharing our love. And it's really simple to do that, especially when we're around people that we really enjoy being around, and with music and yoga and good food and children and art. It is like the new Renaissance, and we want to anchor that in. And so I'm inviting all of you to come to disclosurefest.org, and you'll find all the details there.
Definitely. And Adrian is an incredible brother, makes amazing events, working with him for a few years. We had a PortalToAscension stage there year before last as well. So this is going to be another one, just a really high consciousness event, So Dr. Victor, let's send it over to you. Do you want to give us some words for the closing for today?
Absolutely. Actually, I'd like to first thank you, Neil, my brother, for inviting me to take part in this. This is my first one of these, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be in this energy with all these wonderful, these amazing people. So thank you so much. It is 10:20 Eastern Time here in New York. I've been up since 5:30 this morning, so I'm going to do a very quick share, and then my normal bedtime is about 9 o'clock. So, but I love this. The energy is just keeping me going. But I started with a poem this morning, and with your permission, I'll close with a poem. I wrote a song called the Ascension Song a few years ago. I've never recorded it because I'm not musical in that sense, but I'm lyrical. And if I may, I'd like to share that before I leave.
Yes, definitely.
It says, when we raise our vibration, the change begins to flow. It transcends imagination as all the feelings grow. We hear angelic choirs as we begin to rise. We see heavenly spires and blue majestic skies. And the chorus, it's the greatest connection to love's highest dimension. It's our soul's true perfection that brings about ascension. When we recognize divinity in each and every one, our love reaches infinity and our journey has begun. In the truth of our unity, we will all start to fly, a love-filled community headed for the sky. It's the greatest connection to love's highest dimension. It's our soul's true perfection that brings about ascension. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, sisters.
So beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a way to keep us all in our hearts as we get off to sleep tonight and think about how powerful this is. This weekend is a really power-packed weekend. And I think what we're doing is offsetting some of the energies that many of us have been feeling. You know, when we come into our heart, that's how we do it, especially together. TEAM, together, everyone achieves more. We're a team.
Absolutely.
I like that.
Blessings and good night from New York. Blessings.
Good night, brother. Thank you so much. So I wanted to share the schedule, and then Joan, when I'm done with the schedule, you can take us out for the day, right? With some
Yes, I think we should go out for the day. I'm ready to leave my body soon.
All right, so tomorrow, everybody, day 3, we're 2/3 of the way done with this conference, but ultimately it never really ends because this is just the beginning of what we're awakening and inspiring all of us. It's just an activation, a reminder, inspiration in order for us to move forward and be the change makers that we're all here to be, right? And so tomorrow we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. Pacific again. Please do come. Thank you all so much for sticking around all day, for everybody that joined in today. And please come back tomorrow and even share it with your family and friends. It would be nice to have some more people involved in this. We have been streaming exclusively to the New Realities YouTube channel. It will be on the PortalToAscension YouTube channel in about 5 days. Right? I'm having some issues with YouTube. Got to get that sorted. And then it's going to be restreamed there. I'm going to send out the email again to all the attendees. So we're going to have like a few hundred people watching this all over again in 5 days, just like it just happened over again. Like, just keep that energy flowing. So, but if you want to check out the replays immediately, go to youtube.com/newrealities. That's Alan Steinfeld's channel right there. It's live right there right now. So hello to everybody on his channel. Do click subscribe and support Alan for sure. Okay, tomorrow, this is what we got going on. Tomorrow is Sunday. And at 9:30 in the morning, we're going to start off with some MCs, and I'm going to have the opportunity to introduce you to someone who's I've hired onto PortalToAscension, my first actual hire in regards to having a business in which I'm hiring someone as an actual employee, which is pretty cool because I've worked with other people, contractors, freelancers on 1099 basis, but her name is Raji, and she is like a soul sister beyond. And she's going to be helping me out with a lot of things, doing retreats, helping me really upscale PortalToAscension to a whole other level of enterprise in which we're going to be doing full-on TV shows next year, guys. We're going to have a Plant Medicine University, Ancient History University, separate websites specifically for that, and our Android app, our iPhone app, our Roku app, all that's coming out. From next year, April next year, you know, when the event's happening, the level of production of PortalToAscension is going to be exponential from this moment, even though this year has been exponential in itself. So I'm going to get an opportunity. I wanted her to come on to introduce her to you guys, because not only is she going to be working a lot with the business side of PTA, but she's actually going to be hosting a lot of events too. She helped host the Extraterrestrials and Egypt conference we just did. So I want you guys to know her and meet her and say hi and, you know, to the community. So she'll be here in the morning. And then we have our first presenter, who's Shariah Dharma, another really close friend that I'm actually here in Florida with. I came to visit her. She's in her hotel, I'm in mine. And about 2 days from now, we're going to go on a 10-day road trip all over Florida together. So she's going to come in the morning and be doing some next level awareness in regards to the tools that we need in order to basically transcend and come to terms with ourselves so that we can create communities in this future. That's kind of a summary of what's going to happen. Then we have Sheila Seppi, who you saw earlier, that introduced Phil Gruber. She is the founder of Wish Alliance, which I am is a sister organization of PortalToAscension. I'm the board of directors for. She's going to be doing a presentation as well. And then Joan, we have Jay and April next. Do you want to give the little rundown of Jay and April?
Jay and April have a group, Spiritually Raw, and they interview amazing conscious people and have been in the metaphysical world for many years, and they also are conscious marketers. So very, very interesting to work with them. And I interviewed Jay, so I have a pre-recorded interview of him for us. That's pretty fascinating.
Oh, is that what's happening tomorrow? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, and like as you saw today, we have Kathy Mason, we have Jay and April. So really making this full circle, this event in which we're getting really grounded with what are the practical steps we need to do in order to shift society, and from an avenue of like the different things that we have, our economy, capitalism, marketing, right? How do we shift these elements to something that's more harmonious for the planet and for humanity? So Jay and April definitely are pioneers in that. Okay. Then after that, we have Sarian Michael White, who's been on Portal Ascension quite a few times, channels a bunch of different beings, definitely connected hardcore to the Arcturians. So not sure what he's going to bring tomorrow, but he's going to bring some amazing energy regardless. And then following him, we have Valeria Tingini, and she's going to be on a Kundalini conference. And Joan, who is Valeria?
Oh God, she's extremely renowned. She has her own groups known as Val's Secret. She's a meditation teacher, Reiki master. She's extremely beautiful and has quite a big group. And honestly, her Kundalini experiences will just thrill us as we listen to her.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to give us a good introduction on how that energy went through her and how we can use it.
And then following Valeria, we have the Grant Cameron, who's going to be giving us a download of, and if you guys know Grant Cameron, definitely been huge in regards to disclosure and just bringing awareness out about all the different things that are happening and the history of the disclosure movement. But over the last 4 or 5 years or so, Grant has shifted, even though he still keeps his finger on the pulse for disclosure and what's going on. He's really shifted to speaking about the experiencer because he realizes the true disclosure is what is happening on the individual level. So he said, he emailed me earlier today. He goes, don't forget to record this. This is going to be good. So that's all I'm going to tell you. So it's going to be good tomorrow. That's what he promised me. And then after Grant, we have Lori Spagna, who is, she is a practitioner of Ascension, let's say, evolution of consciousness. And actually, Michelle, you know Lori, so why don't you speak on her just for a second?
Oh gosh, she's just a pure light. I hope she'll do a meditation for everyone, because her meditations knock your socks off. You just get transported somewhere. But she's an ascension teacher. She gets some really good downloads and shares her channeling, and she's great with animals. She's an animal communicator. She shares messages there as well. She's just a really beautiful soul.
A beam of light. I adore her.
She is a beam of light.
Beam of light.
She's wonderful.
Seriously. Yeah, I mean, the first time I ever saw her, I saw a video of her speaking to a horse on YouTube. Mm-hmm. And usually I'd be like, maybe this isn't real. But from her authenticity and communicating with a horse, I was like, whoa, something is going on here.
She uses words in a way that I don't often hear people use words, and they really they do something. There's an activation in the way that she uses words and the way that she speaks, and she's such a, Joan, you have it. She's such a beam of light. She's just so bubbly, and everybody's always uplifted by what she shares. So she'll be at Disclosure Fest live in person as well.
Good. I can't wait to see her.
And
Definitely.
So will Brian Besco. Earlier when Kathy was showing all of her little, her little gadgets from Twisted Sage, Brian Besco will be there as well. Yeah.
Brian Besco on right here.
Yep. There you go. Yeah, he's amazing.
He was on a pyramid conference that we just did a couple of weeks ago, guys. So if you want to check that out, it's on our website. And then, so also Lori's going to be at our live conference in a year and a week from now. I just like saying that. So she'll be there too, because she's amazing and we want her everywhere. And then after that, we have Stephanie Redfeather, also a new comer to PortalToAscension. She's doing, what is it called? An Empath's Guide to the Galaxy is an event that she's going to do on PortalToAscension in a couple of months from now. And then following her, Paul Wallace, who has created The Scars of Eden, and his new book is The Echoes of Eden. And he used to be a pastor and has then realized that a lot of, just kind of how I realized that a lot of the biblical text came from the Sumerian text, he also made that realization and then went even beyond that and started connecting all types of dots. And now has written multiple books in deciphering and connecting all this biblical ancient wisdom and beyond the Bible now, because he's been doing this for a while, to the realization of star beings. So he's going to come on every time he's on PortalToAscension. He's been on every online one, like all 4 of them, and a few interviews. We just go really deep with the conversation. So that's going to be extremely exciting. So we're going to bring that ancient history component there. After Paul, we have my really good friend that is so authentic and real and grounded that, like, she even was my yoga teacher in person for a while. Her name is Vox Angelis, also known as Phyllis. and she basically channels the spirits of the star beings in her voice. And she's going to be doing a 30-minute performance for us. That'll be tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 Pacific. Following her, we have Mary Rodwell. Ooh. And a lot of you probably know Mary Rodwell. She is a researcher on all types of cases when it comes to extraterrestrial contactees, especially in regards to the children and their remembrance of their other lives, right, on ET planets and things like that. She asked me a few days ago what's the theme of the conference. So I told her it's unity consciousness. So she's going to create a unique presentation relating all the ET connection experiences that really give the message of unity consciousness. So that's going to be really cool. And then the final thing for the whole conference tomorrow is the panel that we're going to start at 6 p.m., probably go for an hour and a half or so, is going to be the Extraterrestrial Disclosure and Experiencer panel. So Extraterrestrial Disclosure and Experiencer panel. We're going to have Mary Rodwell, Grant Cameron, and a few others that I'm still waiting for some responses for, but that'll be an awesome panel. And that's how we're going to close out the day tomorrow. So it's going to be amazing.
Whew.
You always bring it.
Take a deep breath. That's all I can say.
For sure. What an action-packed day. Well, I love you all. Thank you so much. This was just amazing. I can't believe I actually sat here almost the whole day. Brought my lunch up here.
And you're in your bathroom too. You've been in your bathroom the whole day.
I know.
I'd run that bathtub and jump in right now if I was there.
You could bet I'm gonna go jump in there. Yes, for sure.
That's great. That's great. Well, we've all been on all day. We've done an amazing job. I think we just ought to shake our energy out a little bit. Clear your field.
Shoulders moving, do a little dancing.
You know, like just anchoring in all these energies and let go of you and everyone else's energies. It's just going to be a fast clear. Just bringing the pieces of our soul back. You know, bringing back our energies, all those threads and all those memories of who we are coming back into our body, and just really feeling that sense of wiggle your toes. They know where they are. Your crown nose, tickle your crown. So it just sort of gets oriented in time and space. Guys, you are back here 2022. On the fast track to ascension. Phew. So I could do a channeling, but I think, I will give you one last message from the guides, okay? The Ajanta caves came through, so enlightenment is a journey. So guys, you're not going to have it all in one day. That's why you do need to come back tomorrow. And it is a lifetime process, so show compassion to yourself and all living beings. And I can be centered within chaos. I can be centered within the storm. And know that all your past lives, this is so cool, all of our past lives together, Michelle's, Neil's, mine, and all of yours, Rob's, we all collectively are coming back together to train, to learn again, and to bring in all these wisdoms. And so we're just so grateful you're a part of this.
Thank you, Joan. You're amazing. I love that you presented twice today.
I do too.
Power pack. You tickle me.
Love you guys so much.
Love you. Get a good night, right, everyone.
See you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. 9:30 a.m.
Love
Pacific.
everyone.
Yeah.
All right. And so it is.